I'm Uncultured Swine, and you're watching Too Many Movies, the 100th episode.
Started officially now.
All right.
And I'll just edit around.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, great. So, do you want to do the intro, actually? I've done it for 99 episodes. Why don't you pull your weight?
All right.
Do you remember what it is?
Yeah, it's like, hello, welcome to Too Many Movies, the show where we talk about Blu-rays, DVDs, and even the occasional VHS tape.
That's it, pretty much. It's not it exactly, but it is.
What is it exactly?
It's hello and welcome to Too Many Movies, the podcast where we discuss DVDs, Blu-rays, and even the occasional VHS tape.
That's right. Okay.
I'm your host, Hal, of 100 episodes, and with me here today is my guest, John, of 5 episodes.
That's right. Okay. All right. I think I have a dumb idea of how I'm going to do this.
Okay, yeah, you want to do it.
Hello and welcome to Too Many Movies, the podcast where we talk about DVDs, Blu-rays, and yes, even the occasional VHS tape. Now, what's the deal with this Hal guy? All right, he's been introducing 99 episodes. I mean, I think we've had enough of him at this point, right?
Right.
Okay, so,
That's great.
Yeah,
that's great. I'm glad you're able to carry on the tradition of doing the intro.
Yeah,
and I don't have to do it anymore.
Definitely.
I've done it for 99 episodes. I don't have to do it anymore.
You just recycled this one because Jerry Seinfeld is going to be topical for every episode going forward.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right.
All right, John. Well,
yeah,
I think we're in the episode now.
We
officially.
Oh, I guess so.
I'm excited, dude. At 100 episodes.
Wow.
I'm really excited about this.
I have been in 5 of them.
Yeah, you have 5 of the best. Wow.
Well, I don't. The Morbius one was I think it's a joke that I pitched and it didn't work.
Well, the Morbius episode. The thing with the Morbius episode is, yes, it was a joke that you pitched, and I was absolutely 100% for it. But I realized I thought like Morbius was funny enough that I could just recite the plot, and you would just be like, just that would be enough.
And it kind of was, but it didn't go high enough.
No, it didn't, and that was that was something I should have planned a lot better. So
I probably should have just watched the movie.
Maybe, but hey, you know what? Have you still watched it?
No.
I mean, I think it's funnier that you haven't watched it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the problem was I was so used to the meme already that I was like, I mean, you can't blow my mind that much.
Right.
But
I mean, it's a bad movie, but it's also not the worst thing ever.
No.
It's just dumb.
But, what is mind-blowing, though? 100 episodes.
100 episodes, John.
And you've been cranking them out lately, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Just because, well, I have a lot of movies. I have...
Too many movies, some might say.
Yeah, some might say. Not everybody, but some might say. Well, it's a special occasion, episode 100. The last time we had a special occasion episode was episode 50 I did with William. And we did 50 of the greatest cartoons on VHS. That's become a staple of the podcast. It's one of my favorite episodes, even though I forced William to watch 50 cartoons, 5 of which were the Three Stooges cartoons.
50 of the greatest cartoons that we had the rights to.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally what it was. So, but you know what, John? I've learned my lesson from that. We're not going to do that. For episode 100, we're going to talk about a real movie.
Whoa.
So, I have here with me Seinfeld episode 100 on VHS.
Whoa, that's a thing.
Yeah. We watched it, John.
We
remember?
Did. Yes.
Remember the time we watched Seinfeld episode 100?
Peter, that was literally yesterday.
Yeah. Well, we did. We talked about Seinfeld episode 100 on VHS, and that's what we're going to be talking about, John. You excited?
They call it the 100th episode. Does it even qualify as an episode? Because it's just a clip show, but it has like one of those campy, like fourth wall breaky documentary intros, but then it's like a documentary with all the good parts missing.
Well, I mean, John, it's Seinfeld episode 100. What more do you want?
I don't know. I'm more of a Friends guy.
Well, John, we have a lot to talk about with Seinfeld.
Okay,
episode 100,
we do.
So let's get into it.
Okay.
So, Seinfeld episode 100. It's
It starts.
It does do that.
Yep. And then it goes.
Yeah.
And then it ends.
It does do that.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Let's talk about Thomas and the Magic Railroad, John.
Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle.
Fuck yeah, sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. So, all right, Seinfeld episode 100. Not keeping the VHS.
Comment section, please do not kill me. I understand why you like it. I'm just more of a Friends person, I swear. Please don't hurt me. Because they will. You know they will.
They will. They will. No.
I respect you. I just don't understand you.
It's okay, John. We're talking about something better than Seinfeld.
Oh, are we?
You know what? Now that I've said that, maybe not, but yeah, we're talking about Thomas and the Magic Railroad.
Yes.
Because this is one I was thinking about. I've never stopped thinking about this movie. Let me be clear. This movie is kind of had me by the balls for my entire life.
Oh. Okay. That's one way to describe nostalgia.
Yeah, well, am I wrong?
I mean, I don't know.
You wouldn't use those words exactly.
I don't know what to think of those words in general. That's just, I mean, so elaborate.
It's always been there because as far back as I can remember, this was a movie I remember watching as a kid. I'm pretty sure it is arguably the very first movie I ever watched.
Whoa.
Which is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's just always been there. And I still have the original VHS tape. I'm holding it right here in my hands. I always have the movies we talk about for visual aid, even though there's no visuals. But yeah, this is the exact tape I remember watching as a kid. I would watch over and over and over again. I can safely say this was like my very first favorite movie of all time.
Yeah.
Like, not only was it one of the first, because it's hard to say if I say arguably it's the first movie I ever watched. I don't know for sure. I feel as though movies are so ubiquitous in my life. I genuinely can't remember the first time I was introduced to cinema as a whole. But I would say this movie was a huge part of my childhood because Thomas was a huge part of my childhood.
For sure. And same. Thomas was huge for me.
Yeah. It's the very first franchise I can remember being a fan of.
Yeah. I mean, it's the first time I was even like aware of a franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this movie has always been there. And this exact tape has always been there. I would say this is the seed, the genesis, if you will, of this entire collection. Basically what the podcast is about is it's all started with this exact tape.
Yep.
I've lost the clamshell case for it. I have no idea where it went. So it's literally just the black tape. But we watched it yesterday.
We did.
It still works.
It does.
Which is insane.
The audio has a little bit of a time, but yeah. it gets through it.
Yeah, I did notice that towards the end, the audio was getting a little weird. And I think when the credits started going, it was just like, it was getting a little warbly. But
he's a really huge legend, you know.
Exactly. I don't know. I'm impressed that out of all the tapes I've had since childhood, this one has remained the longest one.
Yeah.
To still remain in really good shape, because I've had Christmas tapes that we watched a ton, but like, you know, those are Christmas tapes that you would take out during Christmas time and you wouldn't watch any other time of the year. And those went fast.
Yeah. And I have, for me, the similar tape equivalent to your Magic Railroad tape is my copy of Toy Story,
right?
Which is so much more messed up. I mean, it starts to have visual problems. I mean, yeah, we all have that one, don't we? That we just abuse. But I'm glad it survived, and I think, you know, I don't know how universal this sentiment might come across, but I feel like Thomas kind of naturally breeds this. It doesn't just plant the seeds for like movies, but it being interested in that stuff, but it kind of inherently comes with this draw toward physical media. I think because Thomas, it was so strong in the videotape market, and just the nature of the way the show was made. It was made with little models and stuff, so it has all the right ingredients to kind of give you that appreciation for the older physical things in
I think
life.
that's fair to say, because you had the actual VHS tapes that the show was printed on.
Yep.
I still have those tapes. Same deal as Thomas the Magic Railroad. I don't know where the cases went. They're just gone. So they're just true black spines.
I still got all mine. I have a very colorful pile in the other room.
Yeah, I've seen it. And because those tapes are what introduced me to Thomas.
Yeah, I didn't know it was on TV for the longest time.
No,
I remember you used to get those like little books with the wooden railway toys, like the yearbook of all the ones that came out. And I remember one of the pages, it was a promo shot of Thomas and James from the Magic Railroad promo shoots.
Right.
And it said, catch Thomas on PBS. And I remember so clearly thinking, oh, that's cool. They're putting it on TV now.
They're putting it on TV now.
I thought this whole empire rose purely from videotape sales. Oh, how silly! I didn't even know it was British.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is like when I look at British fans of Thomas online, and they're just like, "Oh, you Americans got Shining Time," and I'm just like, "What the fuck is Shining Time?"
Yeah, so that's one thing I actually I only wrote down like a couple notes for this, but that is one thing I wanted to bring up. So for those of you out there who don't know or haven't seen this movie, basically, Thomas the Tank Engine, the episodes were 5 minutes long, and it was tricky to bring that to America at the time when everything was so centered around the 30-minute blocks. So they put Thomas inside of a larger show called Shining Time Station, and it's a major kind of set piece in Thomas and the Magic Railroad, which kind of alienated a lot of people, because for a lot of people in America at the time, the Thomas show was Shining Time Station. Thomas wasn't its own standalone thing.
Right.
But for me, because I didn't even know it was on TV, I only had the videotapes. I also only had a couple Shining Time tapes. I never saw Shining Time on TV. So the disconnect a lot of people have with this movie is that Shining Time was this new thing that they were thrust into, and they'd never heard of it before. And I guess the contrary would be, oh, if you grew up with Shining Time, then this movie slots in perfectly. But I feel like I'm kind of stuck in the middle, because Shining Time itself was always this like little oddity for me. It was not the main thing. It was like, oh yeah, I have this one tape where there's a bully that comes to the station, and he's after Mr. Conductor, and then they talk about Bulgy and all that. And so Magic Railroad for me, it just felt like an extension of that oddity. So it kind of helped give it a pass for me as a kid. I knew that Magic Railroad wasn't that Shining Time wasn't like part of the usual Thomas kind of universe, but I also kind of accepted that it was part of the movie. I don't know.
And meanwhile, I just didn't think about it. I was just like, oh yeah, Shining Time.
This is a new thing. Yeah,
this is just new. Because I mean, as a kid, I did not understand anything that was happening in Magic Railroad, but I didn't see that as a negative. I just accepted it. I was very accepting as a child when it came to movie plots I didn't understand.
Well, and I guess it depends on at what point you're talking about, because I'm talking, because Magic Railroad is one of those things that's with you for so long through your life. I'm thinking more because this movie came out in 2000.
Right.
I was 2 years old when I saw it in the theater. It was my first film in the theater. I'm obviously not having these thoughts at that time. These were thoughts that I had a little bit later.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's amazing what a children's brains will do to just kind of smooth out some of the plot issues with this thing.
Yeah. Do we want to why don't we start then with the actual movie? Because I feel like we've kind of introduced it a little bit.
Yeah.
So, all right. I say let's go in order of scenes of just as best we can remember.
Okay.
So the movie starts off with Mr. Conductor.
Yes.
Black screen just being like, "Hello, I'm Mr. Conductor."
Yes.
And
then we see Thomas.
For
one of very few times.
That's one of the big criticisms I've noticed is people are just like, "Where's Thomas in this movie called Thomas and the Magic Railroad?"
Thomas is not really Well, he's not a main character. He's not even really a secondary character. Like the engines on Sodor, they play like such a minor part.
Yeah.
They're kind of like I, I had a dumb analogy about like, oh, they're like the movie's called Snow White, but they're like the Seven Dwarves, but they're not even that prominent.
No, because at least in Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, the dwarves kind of hijack the movie, but like they have prominence in that
So
film.
this kind of does the opposite.
It is the opposite. Yeah, no, that just shows you how unique Magic Railroad is, though.
It's a weird one.
It is a weird movie.
Yeah.
But
so we're introduced to like, okay, this movie is told to us through Mr. Conductor. That's a new element.
So Mr. Conductor is the main focus. Is he the main character? Who is the main character of Thomas and the Magic Railroad?
Okay, if we're talking about like what was intended from the directorial point of view, the main character is Burnett Stone.
Yes.
Peter Fonda's character.
Sure.
But
that's not...
Actually, wait, is that even true? Well, okay, no.
Is that even true?
Okay, so I was going to say, is it Mara Wilson's character, Lily? But it can't be because she only comes in like partway into the movie.
She comes in partway into the movie. Well, you'd said in the original work print, and I mean, we've seen the original work print. I'm pretty sure she's the narrator.
Yeah, which, I mean... we're not going to talk about the work print and the deleted scenes in this one because, so again, for those of you who don't know, this movie had a crazy production history. Not as crazy as you're thinking. It's not like one of those whoa stories, but it's just one of those things that's like, this was how I'll describe it. It's not a whoa story. It's a whoa story.
I think that's fair. Yeah, from what I remember.
Yeah, but so so we won't get into that, but yeah, there was a lot of kind of shifting around that happened, but whenever Britt Allcroft, the lady who helped bring Thomas to television in the first place, she was the director and I believe writer of this movie.
She is.
She definitely wrote the story.
She definitely did.
And when she talks about this movie, she always refers it back to the Burnett Stone character. So I think he's kind of the main character. I think it's kind of shared between him and Mr. Conductor. They're kind of like two halves of the same role, because they're like, it's like Mr. Conductor is like the main character of the Thomas world, and Burnett Stone's the main character of the human world. And I mean, originally it would have been much more on Burnett Stone even still. Yeah. I think even in the final cut, which I will say, I'll just get this out of the way ahead of time. So this movie had to be basically saved in the edit, and to save you all the research, watching all the deleted scenes, this movie was indeed saved in the edit, because what they actually ended up with in the final, once you know what's missing, you see all the holes, but the way that they edited it together for the final version, they made it so that you just kind of glide over the holes and you don't feel them going by.
Yeah.
But so yeah, in even in the final cut that they did, he's still prominent.
Yeah, and I'll say this about the work print because I know people are going to be asking about it. I've had people ask me, they're just like, "Oh, are you going to talk about it on the podcast?" It's just like,
that's a whole different episode.
Yeah, it is a whole different episode. But I'll just say this: I have seen the work print version, and I thought it sucked.
It's bad.
Now, the problem with that though is the version we watched had unfinished scenes. So
that is a secondary problem to the structure.
No, it was a secondary problem, but it definitely was distracting in that there were unfinished scenes. So it's kind of difficult to truly judge it. Whereas at least with the final product, it is a final product. And so I'm able to judge it fully for what it is.
Yeah. And so starting right off from the beginning of the movie, one of the big elements of the final product is Hummy Man's wonderful score.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Hearing Thomas the Tank Engine music played by a real orchestra.
I agree. When we were rewatching it, I mean, I've seen the movie 3 times this week alone, just because I was prepreparing. Because I watched it on 3 different versions. I watched it on the tape with you. I watched it on the Blu-ray by myself, and then I watched it on Tubi with friends. Because common Tubi W. Thomas and the Magic Railroad is on Tubi,
and Thomas is a wonderful friend activity.
Exactly. And so, yeah, so I've seen the movie 3 times. Yes, I really did appreciate the music now that I'm rewatching it as an adult. I mean, I've watched it as an adult several times, but
people that hate this movie love the music.
Oh yeah, it's really good. Yep. Like I wouldn't really say it's up there with the likes of, I don't know, Star Wars or The Dark Crystal when it comes to my favorite movie scores, but I would say for what it is, it's really good. Like
Yeah.
you said, hearing the actual Thomas theme song from an actual orchestral, hearing it in that sense
Yeah.
is really cool on that alone, and it just sounds good.
Yeah.
Um,
It helps set the tone. Like
yeah.
a lot of this movie is all about tone and vibes. Like
Yeah.
like to understand like the whole Burnett Stone thing and like the shining time and the human aspect, you have to have your heart open at the right angle to catch the vibe it's trying to give.
Yes.
It's a very particular thing, and the music definitely helps set that.
Yeah, because like we were saying, not to jump ahead a little, but there is that scene when they finally
Fire Up Lady.
fire up Lady, and
It's chills.
yeah, you got chills.
Literally.
And I was like, I mean, objectively speaking, the movie doesn't really earn that scene, but the scene itself is really well done, and the music very much heightens it.
I mean, so many other scenes are like that too. But
Yeah. No, the music absolutely heightens it, and you're just like, actually, this is really cool. But then the critic part of me is just like, why is this exciting? This has not been built up all that well. But,
yeah, and I've had that happen. I
Yeah.
can't remember for the life of me what I had this experience with. I had this experience with something. It was some animated thing I saw that wasn't good.
Yeah.
None of it was good, but there was this one part where it actually got to like this really emotional moment and like this triumphant, like finally sort of thing. And I actually got choked up.
Was it?
I can't remember what it was.
Was it a recent thing, or is it like an old thing you watched as a kid?
No, it wasn't something I watched as a kid. It was some I don't know. I wish I could remember what it was. But it was one of those things where it's like, you know, I mean, we won't get into this at all, but we went on an extended conversation, basically an unrecorded podcast episode about like sitcoms and the tonality that they have. And it's like, even in sitcoms that are just mean and horrible, they have some little moments that just make you go like, yes, that's the stuff.
Yeah. See, that conversation is why I bring you back on the podcast, because I love those conversations they have.
Yeah. And Magic Railroad, that moment with Lady firing up, it's one of those. It's like, even now, but I love that movie, but even in this thing, and I don't even want to try describing it, because it's just that's going to become the episode. But I had this experience with something, and it taught me a lot. That's like, okay, even in some of these things where like things don't make sense, as long as you have one of those moments that just kind of punches you, it's like,
whew. That is something I've noticed too, especially with modern Pixar and a lot of animated films of that caliber, or just films in general. Yes, you still have that human element poking through, but I think what's important is to realize, does the movie as a whole earn that? Because you can have a scene of a character crying or having an emotionally devastating moment, and you as an individual can feel emotions for that. You can definitely feel for them, but does it earn? Is that because you as a human are just feeling simple empathy, or is it because the movie is actually really well written, really well done, really well executed, and so you actually do feel for them more than just on a baseline empathetic level?
I think Magic Railroad, it's not down the middle. Like, I guess the ideal thing would be like down the middle, skewing more towards the good writing.
Right.
Magic Railroad definitely skews more towards like basic human empathy or whatever, or whatever you said. But I don't think it entirely just gets by on that.
No,
because
I think you and me, because we watched it as children, there is that nostalgia factor.
Yes, but I think even still, you know, like I said, the final cut, it's not one of those movies that is good because of the thought into it, but it's the way it still reaches it to a degree, in my opinion, because of just the vibes of it.
Sure. Yes.
And you know, those vibes only come into play a little bit later on, because the movie does start off as a Thomas movie.
Right. So yeah. And you know what? I think, because you know what? I really don't want to say no effort was put into this film.
No.
That is something I don't want to say about any bad film.
Yeah.
Is that no effort was put? I mean, it depends on the product.
It really depends on the project.
Right, exactly. Because trust me, there are films where no effort was put into them.
Yeah.
But I would say Thomas the Magic Railroad is not one of those. It's not particularly a good film, but there was effort put into it because you look at the visuals, like the model work. Like that's one of the first things you're introduced to. Yeah, because you see Thomas riding down the railway.
Yep.
And then you see all these other, I don't want to say stock footage because it was filmed for the movie, but it's definitely,
it was filmed as stock footage for the movie.
It was filmed as stock footage for the movie because they had no idea what the story was going to be.
No, they spent a lot of time shooting in some of the deleted footage. They show like some of the little mini clapper boards they had for the models.
Yeah.
And there is like a humongous gap of time that's missing on the dates. And it's like, what were they doing in that time?
What were they thinking?
We'll never know.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I don't know. You can so easily just say, "Oh, it's like this movie because it has models and they look great." Yeah, that is
correct.
why. But
100%.
It can't just be that. But that does definitely tend to blind you when you are a miniature live action model enthusiast, as I am.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that gravitated me towards Thomas in the first place or kept me around for a couple of years. Obviously, as a kid, I did eventually move away from Thomas because I didn't really watch the show when it became CGI heavy, because what I fell in love with in the first place were those models. And so when I remember being an older kid, and I think my little sister was watching PBS, and they were like, "Hey, come in the room, I'm watching Thomas." And I walk in, they're like, "Look, the faces are moving."
Yeah.
The CGI. I have this distinct memory of walking into my family room and seeing like a CGI Thomas face moving for the first time and being completely horrified by it. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, that was like 2008.
Probably.
Because that was probably season 12 when they had, it was still the models, but they had the CGI face.
Oh, really? Oh, so they didn't just go, they like transitioned a little. Oh,
yeah, we could go on a tangent about that, but yeah, there was a brief transition period. But 2009, they went full CG.
Yeah,
which, let's just say, for guys our age, you were expected to be out of Thomas long before 2009, and I was very much not.
Yeah, you
were
not. Like I was.
You were saying that, like, yeah, you grab it. I didn't. I didn't. Yeah. I had very few friends for this reason, but oh well. I made better friends eventually because of it.
Oh yeah, that's the power of the internet. Like when we grew up, I didn't know anybody. I mean, you were the only other person I knew who knew what Thomas was, or
who would admit they knew what Thomas was.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's true.
People that once people knew that I liked it, they all of a sudden they knew what Thomas was, and they knew it in a very bad way.
Right, exactly. But also, just not even just Thomas. I remember growing up, and people I knew, like for example, knew what The Simpsons was, but they didn't watch it to the extent that I did.
No, because it wasn't as terrible as Family Guy, so it wasn't as interesting.
Right.
Honestly, we're
Family Guy was the big thing. I remember being in 6th grade and having friends, and they would just be like, "Dude, I was watching Family Guy and South Park," and I'm like, "I was watching The Simpsons." So I felt
that. Can I just say real quick? Knowing the guys you're talking about,
you remember.
and imagining you in that context, that makes so much sense now.
Yeah.
About you guys, that puts it all into perspective now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'm glad we're learning things.
We are.
Yeah. But like, because I remember, Family Guy was definitely the thing when we were 12, 13.
Yeah, and Thomas was very much not. Basically, what we're saying is that.
But what I'm saying,
eighth graders are horrible people and don't know what good media is.
True.
But
very true.
But
we did not know what we had when we were in 8th grade. But what I'm saying is. So to go on the Simpsons tangent I was going on, so people knew what the Simpsons was, but they weren't fans of it to the same extent that I was. Like they didn't know if I were to say the name Hank Scorpio, people would just be like, I don't know who that is. Whereas I went on the internet years later and I could say, and people would say Hank Scorpio, and I'd be like, who the fuck is? How did you know who that was? And then I learned, these people are Simpsons fans just like me. Oh. And that's the power of the internet, baby. You can find like-minded people a lot easier.
Yeah, and you can find people that like this movie.
Right. Oh yeah. No. When I got on the internet and I started interacting with people, and they just be like, "Yeah, I grew up with Thomas the Magic Railroad." I'm like, "I did too.
Yep.
I did too."
The weird little black sheep movie has so many
this
fans.
Weird niche movie that only you I knew growing up knew what that was.
Yep.
Because I remember I'd just be like, "Oh, you know what Magic Railroad is?"
Because let's not forget to acknowledge this movie was a flop.
Oh,
yeah. I think I don't have the number in front of me. I think it did okay at the box office.
It had a budget of 19 million, if I remember correctly, and it made 19.1 million at the box office.
So they broke even, which is not good.
Which is not good.
But and you know, a lot of people also attribute this movie to when the beginning of the decline, which I won't disagree with, but I think that's a little bit of a coincidence.
Right.
Because hey, our beloved 5th season has some of the same problems. But you know that's a conversation that the Thomas people aren't ready to have.
Right. That's a conversation for you, Thomas people.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, it was just this weird blip of a thing that existed.
Yes.
And it just kind of goes into that, you know, pile of like early 2000s like family flicks that, you know, it didn't feel like it was attached to Thomas forever. It just kind of exists in its own little pocket.
Yeah, because you look at it as both a non-Thomas fan and a Thomas fan, and you're left horribly confused.
Well, I mean, it depends on what kind of Thomas fan you are. If you're like one of the hardcore like Railway Series purists, you don't acknowledge this movie even exists.
Right.
And if you're like a hardcore television series enthusiast, you don't acknowledge this movie exists. But if you're a casual, fun person that you want to have at parties, you acknowledge this movie exists, and you're like, yeah,
it's fun.
Again, Thomas fans, please don't be mad at me. So here's what we've done. I've dissed on Seinfeld and angered your fans, and I've dissed on people that don't like Magic Railroad and angered my adjacent fans.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Hey,
welcome to episode 100.
Yeah,
I'm making it a real uncomfortable time for all of us.
No, you know what? I'm glad that you have these opinions, because that shows you're an individual. You don't just eat up any slop they make, or just follow what everybody says is slop. Like, if there's something you enjoy or you have an idea of something, you should be able to express that.
And Britt Allcroft definitely had an idea.
She had an idea
for this movie. So I don't know if we're still gonna go. I don't really like stepping through movies like scene by scene, but I guess if we're gonna go roughly in order, let's also talk about perhaps the best thing to come out of this movie aside from the music. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Diesel 10.
Diesel 10. Yeah, let's talk about the villain.
Oh Diesel God, 10. That freaking goofball.
Yeah,
he's a baddie.
I'm glad this movie has a distinct villain that we can point to and be like, yes, that is the bad guy of the movie.
Yeah.
And I like his design. I really do. I'm not just saying that because I watched this movie a million times as a kid.
He's fun.
I like his design. I think it's a cool train design. Are there trains that actually look like him in real life?
Minus the claw, yes.
Okay.
He is based on a real diesel.
Right.
Which I always forget which way around this is, but there's a British diesel and a German diesel, and one is inspired by the other, and he kind of has like amalgamations of stuff from both. The claw, absolutely not. That's 100% fictitious.
Right. But I think that makes him a lot more unique, is that he has this giant fucking claw on the top of his head.
Yes, which is a mechanical marvel.
Yeah.
That it were. If you know the scale of these models, they're big, but they're not that big.
Right.
And if you for anybody that knows about like RC electronics and stuff, if you know what like a servo looks like, take a good look at Diesel 10 and you'll realize that all of the physical exterior of Pinchy is just hiding servos in plain sight.
Yeah.
Like they're just there. They're just visible. Pinchy literally just is a bunch of servos chained together right in front of you, and you don't even notice because it's so awesome.
It's a really cool design, and thinking about it, the fact that they're able to pull it off and make it look as convincing as they do, I didn't even think about that as a kid, that that's a model with a working arm claw.
It's complicated. There's I don't even think you could do it on one 8-channel remote, maybe, It's certainly separate from the eyes. But what helped is they had it on motion control, I believe. They could like record in the motions that they wanted it to do and then play it back. And I'm assuming it wasn't recording in real time. They probably programmed it in because he does some very, he'll do like a harsh movement where everything kind of moves together and stops at the same time.
Yeah.
And later on, when they had him in the show again, later on in the Calling All Engines special, you can tell they were doing Pinchy in real time because he is so much more like janky looking, and he looks like he has arthritis or something because he's just going all over the place and almost knocking over everything he touches.
Whereas I feel like I like the kind of rigid movement the movie version has because
it's intimidating.
Yeah, you never know when it's going to strike.
Yeah,
which is really cool.
You never know when Pinchy's gonna get ya.
Oh, Pinchy, I hate it when you do that.
I hate it when you do. Oh my god. Okay, so this show is British, right?
Well,
and you're right, and most of the cast sound British, and then you just have this Bronx dude who's just like, "Hey, I'm Diesel 10. I'm here to destroy all of you."
Yeah, there's New Jersey type. I'm working for Tony Soprano here.
He's a different kind of thing than that,
right? But
he's like
it's a general area.
He's just so good.
Yeah, no, the voice is really good.
Again, like people who hate this movie acknowledge the music is wonderful. People who hate this movie, depending on who they are, will usually acknowledge that Diesel 10's cool.
Yeah, Diesel 10. So I remember I was having this conversation with Lily, friend of the podcast.
Hey.
When I was showing, it was me, her, and William. We watched it together. I watched it with friends on Tubi. Which William was just like, what the fuck is happening?
Which
it was great. Yeah. I love watching this movie.
Fair point.
With people who are not familiar with Thomas.
Yeah.
Because then they're expecting people who are familiar with Thomas to be like, oh, this explains this. And we're just like, no, we're just as confused as you are.
Even if you know all the director's cut stuff, it still doesn't make sense.
No, I've seen this movie how many times and I still don't know what's happening.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of do.
I have basic like ideas of what's happening. Yeah. But I could not tell you. I really couldn't.
But
anyway, so I was talking with Lily, and she had reminded me of this teaser trailer for Magic Railroad.
Yes,
that had shown early voice takes from the original voice actors.
Things are gonna change around here, puffball.
That one exactly, yeah, because it's the one with Thomas, and he's just like, little engines can do big things.
And Eric Idle.
Yeah, wasn't it Eric Idle who did Eric Idle...
There's two different versions of it. Eric Idle is the more common one. There was also a Jim Cummings version.
The Jim Cummings one is probably the one I grew up on because I had it on a Bear in the Big Blue House VHS.
I think I had both, actually. That's why I get them kind of mixed up. But yeah.
But Eric Idle, I had never heard the Eric Idle one, so that's the one I found on YouTube. I was just like, wait, yeah, you're reminding me of this teaser trailer. I look it up, and I'm like, holy shit, that is Eric Idle. But yeah, no, and that one had the original Thomas, and it had the original Diesel 10, which was... Australian, Russian, something.
That one was Australian, and that was with a different voice actor.
Yeah.
So Diesel 10, he went through kind of a voice evolution. There was an original voice actor who gave him this like deep, dark Australian accent, which that was a terrible impression. But then they got Neil Crone, and Neil Crone initially did like a Russian accent. Diesel 10 was going to sound like this. I'm not making this up. He really did this for an example on another interview. And then he came up with Diesel 10. Now what is he doing over here? And let's also, we need to give so much credit to him. He makes this character. Okay,
he does.
Diesel 10 has since appeared in CGI, and he has a very intimidating kind of voice like this. And it's like,
it's not the same.
I see what you're doing. Yeah. I respect it, but no. Neil Crone's Diesel 10 is the only version, and he improv'd a lot. Pinchy was not called Pinchy. He just had a claw.
Yeah,
it wasn't a thing. And then Neil Crone was just like, this is Pinchy. Yeah, here we go. What are you doing, Pinchy? I hate it when you do this.
You know what? That gives that not only does that give Pinchy a lot more agency and a little bit of a character, a little bit of a personality, a little bit. It's way more. Yeah, I feel like if you had this character with an Australian accent or a Russian accent, it would feel very, I don't want to say cliched, but
it feels like a Batman villain, you know?
Yeah, Batman villain, a usual,
or like a James Bond kind of, you know, like a mustache twirling kind of like, I'm gonna take over the world, kind of thing. He's just got this claw that's just there, but like. Yeah, Pinchy. Whether you choose to believe that Pinchy is sentient or not, Diesel 10 seems to also not have his mind totally made up on that. And it adds this, like, because here's the thing. Diesel 10 isn't just, like, evil. He's, like, this neurotic like bully character who's
Yeah.
just like
which is great.
yeah he's mean and terrible and whatever. He's the villain, but he's also he's got something going on
He's
inside.
hilarious, is what he is. He's so funny.
Yeah,
he's what makes an entertaining villain.
And you know what I just realized about that? That is so Thomas.
That is so Thomas.
Thomas, so much of Thomas is like, yeah, if you think back to the original bad guy, Diesel, the black, rectangular one,
That's
who
a good
is
point. Diesel, yeah.
who is also cleverly named. So much of his stuff is slapstick. Like originally when Duck, tricks him, he's yanking on the train super hard, and then later on when he comes back to the dock side, he accidentally runs a bunch of cars into the water. And so much of his stuff is like, yeah, he's this evil conniving figure, but he also just can't stay away from like slapstick tendencies.
Yeah.
Which is an invention of the TV show, not the books. I understand that, but Diesel 10, he kind of plays into that. He's just like he's just this goofball who is intimidating, mostly thanks to the people that sculpted the faces.
Oh,
good
the faces,
good
dude.
grief! What?
That reminds me. I have a distinct memory of being a child and having a nightmare with Diesel 10 in it.
Which face was it? I think I know the one.
I think it's the one where he's like chomping down his teeth and his
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, I thought maybe it was the sugar face.
It's not the sugar face. I mean, the sugar face is terrifying in its own right.
That's terrific. Have you seen? He has some unused faces.
He has unused faces. Oh
yeah,
wow!
Hang on, let me pull them up. They're terrible. They made other faces for him later on, like for Calling All Engines. They made like more happy faces for him. And
I've seen. I think I have a distinct memory. Maybe it is Calling All Engines, the one I've seen, but this was years and years and years ago, so I don't remember specifics. But I'm pretty sure I remember seeing a special that had Diesel 10 in it, and he does like this weird smile.
Yeah,
that's just, it's so unnatural.
It's the one on top here, right?
I think so. Yeah.
The toothy smile, and then also the one on the bottom here that you're gonna see. This is I'll send you this picture and you can put this up on screen. The one on the bottom here is an original unused. The one on the top here is another later sculpt.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my.
That's freaky, isn't it? And of course the sugar face, which we'll put up now. Yeah, sugar Diesel 10 is something else.
Sugar Diesel 10 is something else. But yeah, it's a great. I will argue this. It's not a great movie, but it's a great villain for what it is. And like I was saying, I think the New Jersey accent is goofy because he sounds like a hired goon, like a typical hired goon. Like he has the voice of a Batman goon.
Yeah.
That's just like, "Cheese it, boys, it's the Bat." But like he's the main villain. I mean, he originally was supposed to be a side villain.
Which I don't understand that. Let's not get into that.
No, of course. Well, if he was originally the side villain, but he had the Australian accent, that's just weird because he has more of a main villain voice with that.
All right, look, let's go on a tangent real quick. So there's a show called Tugs, and it's vaguely a sister series to Thomas. They made it when Brodolkoff went to America to make Shining Time. The model crew had some time, and David Mitton was like, "Hey, what if we like made Thomas but better?" And then they did it with boats. Thing about Tugs, oh my god, okay. The show is set in what is essentially New York City.
Right. All
the characters are very strongly British. Like my favorite thing is in Tomska's video, he describes OJ the Palatug as being and some sort of a southern ragtime Welshman. It doesn't make any sense. And then like you look and all the trains are like German trains with like American like tea kettle smokestacks on them, and it's the most bizarre amalgamation of elements that shouldn't work.
Yeah,
and it didn't work because they went very bankrupt making it.
Yeah,
but it just worked. And here's the thing. Okay, Tugs failed. It never came to America. They never got to make a real U.S. dub of it with like American voice actors. They made a test one and that leaked. And people will listen to that and say, "Oh, this makes so much more sense." I feel completely opposite way. Tugs makes the most sense when it's this ridiculous amalgamation of things. And I can even get into some of the art style stuff. There's like this whole other like kind of like old school Disney thing where like all the little bell buoys and cranes have faces, and you hardly see that in the final cut.
Yeah,
and it's like it's this amazing weird little world. And I think Magic Railroad is a similar thing. Where, like, yeah, to all the Thomas trains have their own voices now. They all sound very English, even when the movie came out in America. But then there's also like, Shining Time, and then there's like Peter Fonda's stuff, and then Diesel 10 is from New York or Australia or Russia. I don't know, but it works. Like it's why having Diesel 10. This is how Diesel 10 sounds now. It doesn't work because he's not the wild card anymore.
He's not the wild card anymore. Yeah.
Diesel 10 is the ultimate wild card, and I will hear no other.
Can I admit, when you said Tugs, every time you say Tugs, I know you've explained it to me. I know you've explained Tugs to me. I still think of Theodore Tugboat.
Well,
I know that's not the same thing.
They are tangentially related,
right? But Theodore Tugboat is Canadian.
Yeah, and that never got a movie.
No, it never got a movie.
We're talking about Thomas and the Magic Railroad. I think. I don't know. Folks, this is what you get with episode 100. It's a podcast about nothing.
It's a podcast about nothing.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. I've been meaning to ask if you want to do an episode on Tugs. I don't want to pressure you because it's like it's so far outside of what you would normally do.
Right.
But it's such a good springboard for other things though, because it has a lot of similarities with Magic Railroad where it's like, yeah, it's this weird, bizarre melting pot of things.
And can I tell you, I've already talked about Killer Pussy on the podcast, which was also so far away from what I originally do. So as far as I'm concerned, nothing is off the table. So
all right, stay tuned for Tugs at episode 1000.
Yeah, exactly. So so we talked about Diesel 10. We've talked about the models and how cool they look. We talked about the music. Let's talk about some of the human characters.
Okay.
So obviously, let's start with Mr. Conductor, the narrator, the narrator of the story, even though he originally wasn't supposed to be.
We won't talk about that.
Okay. So Alec Baldwin plays Mr. Conductor, played by the Boss Baby himself.
Yep.
And he is insane.
Well, he's clearly having so much fun.
He is having a lot of fun.
And that's the best you can hope for, right?
Yeah. Which is weird that he's having fun, because I've always kind of seen Alec Baldwin as a bit of a asshole douchebag kind of celebrity.
Which, fair.
Yes. But like the fact that he's having fun on this stupid kids movie is just it's kind of weird to me. But I guess it's also very humbling to know that he was having fun on this, and the fact that he did like an interview for the 20th anniversary Blu-ray.
Yeah,
like I was just like, I would have thought you would have forgotten this, but I guess
no.
I'm if I remember correctly, because I don't think I actually watched the actual interview, but I'm pretty sure he was mostly positive about it, just being like, oh, it's something I'm very fond of.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was kind of weird, and I mean, I think there's like rumors that he mostly did Thomas to like prove to like people in general or his ex-wife that he liked kids and stuff like that that he was because he was, and I don't know how true any of that is. I think he was just genuinely having a good time. And if you haven't watched Thomas in a long time and you want to pick up with something, find an episode from the 5th season narrated by Alec Baldwin, because he is having just as much fun there, if not more.
Yeah, because that's the other thing too, is that people were probably just like, oh, why is Alec Baldwin in a Thomas movie? He narrated for the show.
Yeah.
So like it's not that out of the realm of possibility.
No. Now granted, this movie would have been vastly improved were it starring George Carlin.
That would have been really fun.
That would have been funny. Oh my god, I don't know if I can find it these days, but someone did a photoshopped image of like Mr. C and Jr., but they're played by George and Ringo. And it's like, oh my god, why can't that be real?
Thomas, what the fuck am I doing in Sodor? I can just imagine him.
I don't know, Mr. Conductor.
Fuck this.
Hey, peace and love. I'm going off to the beach, all right?
We're all fucked anyway.
No. Watch an episode with George Carlin, too. He is perhaps objectively the best narrator.
I remember George Carlin because that's how I knew George Carlin was because he narrated for Thomas and being.
Yep.
I remember him having a very soothing narration voice.
He is
voice.
across all of them, including all the British options, and some British people will agree with me that George Carlin is the best.
Which is interesting because then you hear his comedy routines, you're just like, this dude's really raunchy, but then he's also narrating.
He got a range, dude, and I guess Alec Baldwin has range too, because as Mr. Conductor, he sells it.
Yeah,
just like Diesel 10. It's like this shouldn't work, but I buy it.
Yeah, they're goofy. I mean, it is a goofy children's movie, but it's not like insultingly goofy. It's enough that even as an adult, I can enjoy it.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's because I'm biased because I'm nostalgic,
most likely, but well, okay. Let's deconstruct that for a second, because yes, to approach these things from a nostalgic lens, that's one thing, but I think there is also a degree where you just can't take yourself too seriously.
Right.
You can't take these things too seriously.
No.
You know, if you approach everything like, oh, if it hasn't been in the Criterion collection for like 40 years, it's not worth your time. It's you gotta learn to shut up and have fun.
Yeah, can I tell you that that's how I look at movies now? Okay, this might be stupid, but is it entertaining? Yes.
Yeah.
Does it matter? No. Like
it's why, like, I mean, this is just a, you know, in general, like, angry reviews are just less popular of a thing, but I'm glad they're not, because I got so sick of everyone being like, what is this movie? It's like, well, I don't know if you knew this, but the movie like starts and then it tells you what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you will know what the movie is.
Yeah.
And I think here's the thing. Thomas and the Magic Road is easy fodder for anyone who wants to be like, what the hell is this movie?
Yes.
Hot take. You have to actively avoid paying attention to the movie to keep that joke up. Just in general.
Yeah.
You know?
I think arguably that is more of a testament to, do you want to pay attention to the movie?
Yeah. Or do you have a sponsorship deal to make, and you have to get an episode out?
Yeah.
Too Many Movies is sponsored by fucking nobody.
Yeah. We're not being pushed down by the man.
No, we're just being pushed down by the algorithm.
Yeah.
Which is not a man nor a woman. It's a scary machine.
It's a scary machine.
Yeah.
Like Pinchy.
You know, I think I would trust Pinchy more with media recommendation than the algorithm.
Yeah. Pinchy's an artist.
Pinchy
made the sculpture of Diesel 10's face on the mountain.
Yeah, that happens, by the way. It's like, are we... There's so much stupid stuff to bring up.
It is stupid, but it's entertaining.
But you said, let's talk about the characters. Okay, let's talk about Burnett Stone.
Burnett Stone, played by Peter
Fonda's character.
So he's the opposite, where he's not goofy having fun like Alec Baldwin or Diesel 10. He's weirdly taking it seriously, and that in and of itself is kind of fun because he is taking his story very seriously. He's not Peter Fonda is a critically acclaimed actor.
Yeah.
He's part of the Fonda dynasty. Like he has some street cred to him.
Yep.
Even though the only movies I've ever seen him in are Thomas and the Magic Railroad and Ghost Rider.
I've seen, the only two I've seen him in are this and Highballin'.
Highballing.
Not because I always get confused because there was the movie and then the song that went with it, and one of them is called Highballin' and one of them is called High Rollin'. And I think the song is High Rollin', the movie's Highballin'. It's about truck drivers and stuff.
Of course you'd like a truck driver.
Of course I do. I love if they made a movie about Thomas and trucks.
Oh.
Not those trucks, but like trucks.
Yeah, trucks like Duel, like Black Dog.
Yeah,
Thomas.
Essentially, if they gave Butch the time of day, this movie would have been 1,000,000% better.
Oh, I'd see that.
Justice for Butch.
Would it be Butch with a face or would it be Butch without a face?
No, that's okay. If we want to bring Tugs into this, it would be Butch without a face and a megaphone sticking out of the window.
I remember that clip you showed me. Yeah, the megaphone.
Yeah, that's another weird thing about Tugs. It's like there's no people in Tugs. You never see a human being, but whenever there has to be a human being, it's a megaphone like sticking out of a window. But then there are other characters like the train characters and the big crane, Big Mickey, that are very, very clearly not the operator inside talking, but the machine itself, and yet they use the megaphone.
That's interesting.
So it's a weird double standard. but yeah, no.
Yeah.
Butch with a face, obviously.
Sure.
He technically had the face in the movie. It was just always pointing away from the camera.
Yeah.
But he was there.
He was there. I remember
in
the shots.
that one shot.
In that one shot.
Yep, the best character in the whole show. Unironically.
Butch the truck.
Butch the tow truck. Oh God.
But anyway, Peter Fonda.
Yes. Okay. And now I see this is the problem with having me on. Yeah, I'm fun, but I can talk about Butch the tow truck for like an hour.
No, that's totally fine.
DM me to ask about my Butch the tow truck conspiracy theories. Yes, I do actually have them. Okay, Peter Fonda. So this is another thing I wanted to bring up. So Peter Fonda, he's a character that I think, it's so easy. It's so easy when you're not familiar with this movie or when you're younger to just kind of dismiss him as I am sad. I am still sad. Okay.
I love you,
honey. Goodbye. Yeah, it's so easy to do that, but I appreciate him more as time goes on, but I always had a certain connection to him. And it gets into, I was talking about vibes, this movie. This movie has a certain vibe that I don't know if anybody else out there is going to relate to what I'm about to describe, but this always personally resonated with me. So number one, this movie reminds me a lot of my mom and the early parts of my life, because my mom was very much in that whole, if people might remember this, in like the late 90s, early 2000s, it was a big style thing, and it was kind of alongside like biker culture, where there was a lot of like Native American like iconography and imagery and stuff. Like she had like a denim jacket with like an embroidered thing of like a Native American on a horse on the back, and it had beads all over it and stuff. And there was all kinds of leather knickknacks and stuff. And so when I look at Shining Time in the Muffle Mountain area, that's the vibe I get from that. When I look at Peter Fonda in his brown leather jacket, I think of my Uncle Joe, my mom's brother. And it weirdly gave me a very familiar sense. To me, Muffle Mountain feels like New Hampshire. It just does. And I
can see that.
I don't know. And my mom loved horses. When I see Patch with his horse in the windy fields, I think of my mom.
Yeah.
And I find it really, really interesting. Now, I don't know if this is what she was going for, but I find it really interesting that a British woman was able to channel that through this. Something so seemingly so specific to me. I know it's obviously not. I know that Native American, or as they would have called it, Indian styles and stuff like that were all over the place back then. But like that was such a thing. And my mom obviously wasn't like a cultural appropriator or whatnot. It was just the fashion that she liked, because she was into horses. Her brother Joe, he used to work at a Harley Davidson dealership and stuff.
Yeah.
It was just what was around. And for some reason, that aesthetic, I get such strong vibes of that from Magic Railroad.
I mean, it's an aesthetic that's baked into Americana in certain parts. So.
Yeah, like the people whose this place was originally, you'd hope so.
Yeah, I think it's fine that you'd want
not to go on that tangent.
You'd want to carry on that tradition.
Yeah, but so it's just one of those things where like,
right,
this. It's like why I never noticed that Thomas was British, because occasionally you would see, if anyone knows. So the episode, I forget what it's called. It's like Percy Runs Away or something. But there's this one shot where Percy, he's backing up with two freight cars onto this lonely siding that is seemingly off the actual main line. He just backs up to it. There's this quiet music cue. Then he pulls away without them, and the lighting is kind of like dusk, and like, I know those places.
Yes.
I have seen those places around like Andover and stuff. I know that place.
Yeah.
Which obviously it's not. It's a little model representation of a painting in a book by British people that is depicting a fictional little island next to England. It's like, obviously that's not really what it is, but so much of this is part of my bias. So much of why I get Magic Railroad is because for some reason it tapped into that whole thing subconsciously.
I mean, you got to remember, by the time this movie came out, there were a lot of Thomas fans in America. And like we said, Shining Time is the American addition to Thomas. Yep. So I'd like to think, and so Shining Time, the station in this movie, is very much in America. Because, and then, Mara Wilson plays Lily, who has an American accent. You have Patch, who's American. So you definitely get those American aesthetics. And I feel like that is definitely, I don't want to say it was done intentionally either, where I guess it's kind of a marrying of the British influences of Thomas and the American influences of Thomas and kind of combining into this one feature film.
It's hard to say.
Right. But I do understand what you're saying. I mean, when you said like Muffled Mountains, like New Hampshire, yes,
100%.
I've seen those rolling hills and mountains up in New
Yeah,
Hampshire.
and obviously it's not they filmed that on the Isle of Man,
Right.
but like, you know, and I mean there's other stuff like, you know, the I don't think they address this, but where Shining Time is known as the Indian Valley.
Right.
And the real world train engineer Billy Two Feathers, he is played by a real Native American, Russell Means.
Russell Means.
And so like, you know, that's all kind of coded in there. And like, you know, I don't know, maybe it's also because like where we're from, like, you know, the Northeast, this is kind of where America as we know it now got started.
Right.
Where like the colonies and stuff were. So I guess maybe just
the Northeast.
A lot of that's kind of baked into there too. But
I mean, there is that scene where they're at the real life train station, and that's in Harrisburg, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is the Amtrak station, and they film all the real steam train 475 at Strasburg. They filmed that at the Strasburg Road in Pennsylvania.
Right, to Pennsylvania.
And then they would and that's another weird thing. So okay, they filmed all that in Pennsylvania, and then the station building, which if you look closely, you never actually see the train next to. It's always it's always shot reverse shot. So they're cutting between like Toronto and the Isle of Man and Pennsylvania, and it all just works.
Yeah,
it's somehow like, that's the thing about this, man. This movie, the vibe of this movie is the glue.
Yeah,
like something about all these weird disparate things. This story. So I don't think we've really said this yet. The human element, this whole like, you know, estranged grandfather thing, and reconnecting and finding the magic and the family and all that. That was the genesis of this. Britt didn't have a Thomas idea. She had that idea first.
Right.
And it's like just the sheer vibes of that hold this movie together.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of wonderful.
It is wonderful. I agree, because like we were saying, the whole patch in the field with the horse. Let's talk about that whole sequence where Lily is finally gotten to her grandfather after taking advice from a dog to get on a different train.
Yeah. Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, no, we know that's basically it. Is that she?
I mean, who can trust Amtrak timetables?
Well,
not that. Well, actually, what?
Is it an Amtrak train?
No, I'll tell you. Well, okay, no, I'll tell you what the real magic.
Yeah.
In Magic Railroad is the fact that Amtrak allowed a steam engine to run on their main line. That, if you know how hard it is to take a steam engine out on the main Class 1 railroads these days, that is a real feat. That's actually
interesting.
That because they didn't like tow the steam engine to Harrisburg Station. It went there itself on its own power, and it's like how did you convince Amtrak to do that? And then I started thinking, like, wait, does like the Indian Valley Railroad have like an agreement with Amtrak? And if they do, that's a pretty big power move for a teensy tiny little valley.
Yeah.
Anyway,
moving on.
This movie, we won't get into it, but like this movie has so many weird little things that you can suddenly pick apart and find these amazing, interesting conversations.
Yeah, no, I would never have thought of that. Because I mean, one, I'm into trains in the sense that I like
trains are cool. The end.
That's literally where it ends with me. Yeah. Whereas you know all the ins and outs of how like trains.
Oh, I don't even scratch the surface, right. Dude.
Well, you know more than me.
Yeah, I'm saying. But like, yeah, I'll just say, okay. In the shot when the dog runs on the train and then it pans up and shows the platform number. If you look way in the background, you can see some of the old like 80s Amtrak cars back there. Yeah. So yeah, it's an Amtrak station.
This is an Amtrak station.
But yeah.
So anyway, so Lily finally gets to Burnett Stone, mm-hmm. and yeah, there's that scene where it's nighttime and you hear ladies whistling. Which, let's mention the sound design of that.
Oh,
ladies whistle. When you hear it echoing throughout the valley in the human world,
haunting.
It's haunting. It's beautiful.
Yep.
I think it's a genuinely cool sound.
It's a spine-chilling sound.
Because you're just like, you don't entirely, because as a kid, I didn't entirely understand what it was. I associated it with Lady,
Yeah.
but I just didn't understand what it actually was. It's obviously your train whistle,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think haunting is a good way of saying it, and especially at night, where you just get like the rustling leaves of the trees in the valley, and then she's just like kind of listening in, and then Patch is out in the field with his horse. It's completely dark,
and he hears it.
and he hears it, and
And
then Burnett Stone's at the fireplace poking the fire, and he hears it. It's like,
and I guess one thing that I never actually really realized until this point is I always knew it was a whistle.
right.
I don't think I ever necessarily thought that it was real. Like it, because it's like, oh, is it Lady? Like, is the wind flowing through the mountain and going through her whistle and making the noise, or is it like the magical fireflies around the mountain that are making this illusion that, like the Polar Express bell, is only audible to those who have the heart to believe, or something like that, you know? And then I guess maybe Burnett does have it still. Maybe that's like foreshadowing. I don't know. See, again, you get into all these things, none of which the movie talks about.
Right, exactly. But
unfortunately,
like you've been saying the past couple of days, you are filling in those holes yourself.
Yeah. This is all like it was. You know what? It's not even filling in the hole. It's just filling in. It's just replacing the hole with a better question.
True.
And this is all stuff that my brain just did subconsciously when I was 7.
Yeah. I mean, I would never have thought of that, because again, when I was 7, I wasn't really thinking about that. I was just saying, yeah, cool train.
The sound design, even if it purchased from Lady, the sound design of this movie is fun. I love that. Like, the train whistles are the same. Like, Thomas's whistle is the same notes, but they re-recorded it to sound like a little toy.
It does sound different than what the show was,
because the show was literally just the synthesizer, like sine wave, just like beep beep,
Yeah.
But they redid it with like little toy whistles and stuff.
So and I associate it with being a little more cinematic.
And all the trains, they make chuffing sounds, and they have like these heavy steam engine sounds layered in, but they also make like these like toy rattling sounds.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know. It's one of those things that it's like, yeah, conflicting ideas, but it's wonderful. Anyway, so yeah, Lady's Whistle in the Mountains.
Yeah, it's a really, like you've been saying, it's a vibe. It's a vibe I've never been able to forget. Like I often feel the same vibe I got from when I watch that scene. I feel that feeling, whether it's subconsciously, I don't know, just something about that.
It's all subconscious, I think.
Yeah,
it had to have been.
It is hard to explain if you didn't grow up with this, or you don't really have the same experience.
Yeah,
but it's something special. That's why I make fun of this movie, but I'm doing so out of love.
There you go. Because I feel like this has to be true about a lot of things. It's like the things that you critique most are the things that you hold the most dear. You want to see them be better and all that.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I don't make fun of things. Well, I mean, I do to like belittle them, but there is a sense of I want to see this done better.
Yeah, and that's why, you can get me to talk about all the problems with later Thomas, because original Thomas is so good and it's disappointing.
All right, do we want to move on to a different human character?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
Who else is there to really talk about, like, of substance? Oh, Junior.
C. Junior.
C. Junior.
Let's talk about C. Junior. I really like Junior. Upon rewatching this film, I was just like, wow, this is a really fun character.
I think of all the human characters, he's the one that shouldn't work the most.
Yeah.
And I think to a degree, he is also the one that doesn't work the most. But
he
much like Alec Baldwin, lovable.
Yeah, the actor is having fun. Or at least he gives off the vibe.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's just a fun character.
Yeah, he is the fun goofball character for the kids to laugh at.
It's too bad that it's too bad that he was never a part of the original Shining Time.
Right.
But it's also too bad that these characters never got to be a thing again after this, because they are so fun.
Yeah.
It's like, absolutely. Oh yeah, even though it ruins the realism of Thomas or whatever, they're still really fun characters.
I mean, that is the weird thing about this movie, is that yes, when you go back and look at the show, besides the fact that the trains are all sentient, they all have faces, it is a very grounded show.
Yes, very much.
It's not about magic railroads or gold dust or different dimensions.
Now,
it's a very grounded show.
Again, I can talk for hours about how so a lot of people say that like, oh, this movie, like one of the big figures in the Thomas community has been vocal about this movie, and he has fond feelings for the movie, especially the music and Diesel 10. But one of the things that he points out a lot is that magic is like fundamentally incompatible with Thomas, and I have to disagree with that. I think here's the thing: if we had to rewrite this movie and we had to keep in Lady and magic, I think there is a way to do it, to have it work, to have it fit.
Sure.
Because, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's like, so the problem is, Sodor is a very kind of emotionally magical place.
Yes.
And it spiritually feels like a storybook world.
Oh, absolutely.
The problem with Magic Road is it took that literally.
Yeah. Yeah, I think because they wanted to, I guess they really wanted to up the stakes when it came to getting Thomas a movie. It's like, yeah, what can you realistically make a movie out of with the original like show? Because it is a very plain and grounded show. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's I think the fact that a show can be very grounded and not plain in a negative sense. I'm not trying to be derogatory when I say plain, but the fact that a show like that can exist for children and it be such a mega success is very much a testament. Like that's huge, because I feel like a lot of children's media nowadays, from what little I've seen, because I don't actively look for it because I'm not a child anymore, but it definitely feels as though it's trying to be bouncy and out there and just so much, like it's doing so much to grab a kid's attention. Which I guess
which is what brought down Thomas, because
right.
Mattel tried emulating that.
Right.
If you've seen any like memes or even just seen the real thing in passing and looked at Thomas in like its more recent incarnations and are just like, what is happening? Paw Patrol is what's happening.
Right.
Mattel wanted Paw Patrol and they didn't want to start from scratch. They wanted the brand recognition of Thomas. So they're just like, what if there were dream sequences where Thomas could fly and he was also an elephant?
Oh my god.
And then those are real things that happen.
Paw Patrol, the movie that people wanted.
Oh, there's
James
a movie?
to review. There's a Paw Patrol movie, and
Oh.
people were just like, James, you like animation.
I wonder why.
James Shafrillis,
Oh.
you like animated movies, review the Paw Patrol movie. He's like,
No.
why would I?
It's that, that Bugs Bunny meme of like, no.
Yeah, exactly. But why would you? What are we gonna gain from watching a literal baby movie?
Yeah, and you can name schlock all day long. The one thing I will say that even if you haven't seen it, it's universally agreed. And I technically haven't seen it. I've seen like one episode and bits and pieces. Our only hope for society is Bluey.
I mean, I laugh, but I mean, everybody I know has talked about Bluey.
And I'm not even exaggerating when I say society, like, because the problem is so much kids entertainment now is just brain rot.
Yes,
it's just mindless.
It's awful,
and so much like. You'd be hard pressed to find, even with what I said earlier, with what I saw, a real crappy thing, and I still had a moment that almost choked me up. You'd be hard pressed to cry over a show now, a kid's show.
Yeah,
I've had multiple friends my age or older tell me that they cry watching Bluey.
Yeah,
and that's the only hope I have, that like, we as you can almost use Thomas as an allegory for like all kids media. It's like, it's this wonderful, charming, original thing, and then it kind of loses its way, and it just becomes this totally thing that it's not, and it just gets into brain rot territory.
Yeah,
and I don't want to be the guy that is like, oh, if you don't watch high value entertainment, you are a stupid person and I don't like you. But because I there is an argument to be made about like, hey, look, people want to watch trashy reality TV as their comfort thing to escape from real life.
Absolutely,
that's fine.
Yeah,
but I do think to a degree, like, some of this media genuinely can harm us as a society.
Yeah,
and I think especially with, oh my god, all the crap that's going on with AI, and like we're literally losing humanity. Not to be too apocalyptic,
Right.
but like
But there is that stress. There is
that stress, and it's like we had Thomas to grow up with. Thomas was so lovingly crafted, and so wonderful, and being into Thomas, for so long ostracized me from a lot of people, but the heart and charm that it instilled in me from its early days benefited me greatly in the long run.
Absolutely.
And I think stuff like that is so important.
Yeah.
And really the only thing around like that right now is Bluey. The only thing where it doesn't feel like it is being corporately mandated into brain dead territory is Bluey. And it's more accessible because as much as you can say like, oh, I'll just show my kids Thomas and Theodore Tugboat and like the old stuff. Some of these kids do really have a problem with faces that don't move.
Yeah, I mean, even adults have problems with faces that don't move. People are just like, "Oh, it's so creepy looking."
Now, granted,
it never affected me.
Granted, and actually, this really gets so when they try to make okay, we're getting way off topic, but
no, please, so, I'm fine with these tangents.
So we talked about how they tried to turn Thomas into Paw Patrol.
Right.
More specifically, what they tried to do, they tried to take this grounded show about this quaint little English island with wonderful talking trains, and they tried to turn it into a more bouncy, zany, crazy, overly saturated, colorful thing. And one of the things that really put the nail in the coffin of is something that the static faces were originally a huge selling point for, and that was the autistic audience. Having there are uncountable numbers of cases of kids that were nonverbal, did not get interacting at all. Yeah. Thomas, with the static faces, taught them how to read emotions.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's, oh, well then, so you just show a kid a happy face and now they know what that means. No. It's like the faces, they had life to them. They had the moving eyes, but they just, even just the way they were sculpted, they had such life to them.
Yeah.
And so when you take that away and it's like, now it's moving CGI, that's removing some of that. And then coming into this, they totally lost their audience. And I don't want to go on too much of a rant, but it was 100% intentional because there was some messy legal situations that happened with one of the Day Out with Thomas event places, between them and Mattel. And one of the things that came out was that Mattel actively did not want to encourage an autistic fan base. They did not, they weren't going to actively go away from it, but they had basically this place had concerns about accessibility for that kind of thing. And Mattel said, we don't care. We don't care. We don't want to help that.
They don't want to help that. Yeah.
No. And so it's like, you wonder, it's like, oh, how, is this all just a big conspiracy about, brain rot and it harming society? And every now and then you get one of those little peeks behind the curtain where it's like, no, yeah, they're doing this on purpose.
Yeah, no, and absolutely that I believe that 100%.
Oh yeah, it is literally true. It is in legal writing that Mattel did not want to have any aid toward making Thomas accessible towards its autistic fan base, which is just, it's disgusting to read.
Which didn't stop anybody. I'm pretty sure the Thomas fandom still has these autistic people in there.
Yes, but I'm talking more about like what the show, like what made the show originally so successful was that it was charming to everyone and it was a great tool for that.
Right.
It's like it's like Inside Out. I haven't seen it, but it's a great tool for educators to use with kids that have a hard time understanding emotions, or some of the more like kids that have been through traumatic things and they're trying to understand how to process these emotions and stuff.
Yeah, it's a good starting point.
It would be like making Inside Out just like a slideshow. It's like, okay, this is useful, but it's not appealing.
It's not appealing, no.
And like Thomas was both. It was useful and appealing.
Yeah, because you had those characters and you had this story.
Yeah,
like these simple stories. And like you were saying, the faces, they were very simplistic, but they're static but expressive. They were efficient.
Yeah, they didn't need lip sync
No.
to tell a good story.
No, you don't need moving faces, because the moving faces terrified me when I first saw them in CGI. I'm like, oh god, I'm glad I'm not watching this stupid show anymore, which is a horrible thing to think looking back, but it's
Yeah.
true. But like when as a kid, the non-moving faces never affected me because yes, the emotions were still clear.
Yep.
Like I know what Percy is thinking in any given scene. I know what Thomas is thinking in any given scene. I know what Diesel 10 is thinking in any given scene. You know what character I'm very confused with thinking whenever they have expressions. You know who I'm confused at? Lily, Mara Wilson's character. Now, in all fairness,
we love Mara Wilson.
She was a child at the time, so I can't be too mad that she wasn't as expressive. Not only that, she was a child. She was not the same age she was in Mrs. Doubtfire or Matilda. She was what, 12, 13 or something like that.
She was going through a lot, you know.
Yeah, she's a child actress.
I think at that point she was all, because I know she does a lot of more theater stuff now, but I think at that point she was kind of pulling away from movies.
She's trying to pull away from movies because she's done them for so long, and now she's getting to be the age where she doesn't really want to be in a Thomas the Tank Engine movie, but she has to because she's contractually obligated.
Yeah.
It's like, so I understand why, but also she's not that great of an actress in this movie. She's probably one of the weakest parts for me.
And I mentioned the idea when we were watching this. You couldn't get, so talking about static faces. Of course, originally the humans are static as well.
Right.
Like occasionally they do like rough stop motion, but
yeah, I remember.
And I was saying how you can't get away with doing a feature film with just the little wooden figures. But
no,
after you went home, I was thinking about what would it have been like if they did like the live action integration, but with just like regular Sodor humans? Like, what if they had a live action Sir Topham Hatt composited in the same way? Could that have worked?
Yeah.
What would that have gelled?
Because I mean, that's what they did with the show, and obviously when they brought it over to American audiences, people were just, I mean, the people who watched it were just like, yeah, that's just how the show is. You have these wooden figures and they just stand still, same as the trains. But then when you're adapting it to a cinematic scale, you kind of want to go bigger. So that's why you have the human characters.
And I mean, it works. The compositing is pretty good.
The compositing is really good. Yeah, I mean, that's something we noticed whenever Alec Baldwin is in his small state and he's walking on Stacy's desk and he walks around the telephone and like the kid picks up the goldfish bowl behind him. It looks immaculate. It actually looks like Alec Baldwin. They literally shrunk him down and put him in the scene.
It's integrated very well.
Yeah,
on Sodor especially, you know, like when they put the humans in with the trains, it's pretty well done.
Yeah.
But I was, you know, it just got me thinking, like, because the only human that we ever see on Sodor that looks like they're from Sodor is Mr. Conductor.
Yes.
And it just got me thinking, like, what would it have looked like? Because another thing that I thought of, so Sir Topham Hatt is technically in this movie.
Yeah.
You know, he's an unintelligible, you know, grumble over the phone and a sentient seemingly painting. But
it's never explained.
It made me realize, like, because in the original show, Sir Topham Hatt is never like a plot character.
No.
Like he's the character that like they occasionally bounce to like get some input and that. And it wasn't until they got into CGI, understandably, that Sir Topham Hatt actually had like episodes about him. There was the one episode where it was his wife's birthday that they did when it was still the models, and that's awesome. But like, you know, what would it have been like? Imagine this movie without Mr. Conductor. In place of Mr. Conductor, you have Sir Topham Hatt. What would that be like?
It would be weird, because would you do it like stop motiony where you?
No, I'm saying if you had a live action. Like if you did like you know, in like Santa Claus, when they made Tim Allen into Santa and they did, you know, very, very realistic, believable kind of fat suit thing.
Yeah.
Imagine that, but with like Alec Baldwin as Sir Topham Hatt.
That would be weird.
Because it's like how many? Because what I'm kind of dancing around is like I have, you know, various ideas to pitch about like, well, how would you do this movie differently? And one of the ones was like, what if it was Sir Topham Hatt instead? Because he doesn't come fleshed out as a character really until later into the CG stuff.
Well, it's funny because the vibe I get from the Thomas fandom is they love portraying Sir Topham Hatt as this egotistical, jerkish dictator weirdo. And I never got the vibe of that.
There are different interpretations.
Okay.
I prefer the fatherly figure
Yeah.
of Sir Topham Hatt, which is what like seasons 3 and 4 were.
Now, it's funny when they portray Sir Topham Hatt as this dictator-like character that forces the trains to do this work all day. I think that's funny.
I actually haven't seen a fandom interpretation like that, because usually that all the headlines are like, oh, Thomas is like an allegory for like fascist authoritarianism,
right?
And it's like,
which first
is it?
I mean, people
okay,
people love reading into things too far.
You can read into it that way. I think okay, Tomska's video. Yes, agree with all of it. Great takes. He did the most nuanced take of it he possibly could. But I think you're just kind of missing the point. But yeah, like most fans wouldn't do that. But yeah, I don't know.
No, but I see what you're saying though. Like it is, trying to imagine Alec Baldwin as Sir Topham Hatt or Sir Topham Hatt as a live action character.
Danny DeVito.
I mean, that would be the way to go.
Danny DeVito, Sir Topham Hatt.
No, that would be awesome.
Now Danny DeVito as Sir Topham Hatt and George Carlin as Mr. Conductor.
That would be fun.
Oh.
I'm not saying it would be better. I'm not saying it would actually be good, but it is something I wish I would have seen.
There are so many alternate universes.
Yes. You always want to see an alternate version of something. Now,
yeah.
With that said, you were saying, like, how would I change this movie? I don't think I'd change a goddamn thing about it because, I mean, yes, as ridiculous of a movie as it is, this is what I grew up with, and I love it because of that.
And like I said at the very beginning, the editors did the best job they possibly could have.
Absolutely. It's a real Star Wars situation.
It yeah. Although I've heard over the years that story is also kind of not true. Yeah, like I guess Marshall Lucas is given too much credit or something. I don't
know. To get the whole idea that George Lucas was, had it all planned from the beginning, I don't think so.
No, definitely not. It's like everything; it's somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle.
But yes, I guess ultimately. So the big question is always, why is this a Thomas movie? Why is this the story they chose? And ultimately, what would you change about this movie? That's not even really the right question. It's what movie would you make instead? That's the real question. Because when I said like, oh, I think there's a way that you could tastefully do the lady thing and have the magic be like actually explained and make sense, that does not necessarily mean it's this movie.
Yeah.
You kind of have to start from scratch.
It would become a completely different thing. You know what? The movie I would make, unironically, is a World War II movie that was never going to happen, but almost did.
Now,
I did see the video you sent me.
Okay, so when you say you want to make that movie, are you talking about the version that we had in our heads back in like 2012, or what it actually would have been?
Oh, the version in my head.
Okay,
absolutely. I saw the video you sent me. Yeah, you sent me the video.
For those who aren't aware, look up The Adventures of Thomas. I forget the title of the video, but it's by Derek Smith.
Yeah, I read it. And I was just like, I watched the video going over the original intended script, and I'm like,
yeah.
Oh.
Like imagine you have to make a blockbuster out of an existing franchise. Imagine the worst possible way, just the most missing the point thing. Like we're talking M. Night Shyamalan, Avatar, The Last Airbender, to a whole other level.
Yeah.
That's what that thing would have been.
Well, it's interesting because I remember when you and me were talking about that originally, because like we were in high school and we weren't in high school when that was first announced, but I remember we were at lunch one time in high school and you were telling me about that movie. And I remember you showed me the poster, the poster where it's like you see the side of Thomas that says coming soon.
Yep.
And I thought and it's like, oh, it takes place in World War II. And I'm like, oh, that sounds really cool. But then there was something in the back of my head while I was having that discussion with you and thinking about it afterwards, where I'm thinking, okay, if they actually do this movie, this actual World War II Thomas movie, and it goes to theaters, I can't imagine it being actually a hit, because I was like, can I imagine our friends going to the movies with us and seeing this movie in theaters? No, because why would they?
I have to disagree. I can.
Yeah.
I could see that, but it just has to be one of those things where see the problem that always happens with these big corporate interference things
Corporate interference.
is that it isn't allowed to be itself.
Right.
And if the imaginary version of this movie that we had in our head was allowed to be itself, I think it would have worked, because people would have been like, wait, what? It's Thomas the Tank Engine in World War II? And they go and see it and they're like, oh, that was a nice surprise.
Sure. Oh yeah. No.
And like, we get our friends in like, okay, I guess we'll indulge this. And then when it's they're like, oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah. There's always a best case scenario.
Yeah.
And
which never happens.
no.
No.
Sometimes something does slip through the cracks, and you're just like, "Oh, this shouldn't work." But
but that was a bullet dodged. If Magic Railroad ruined or started the downfall of the franchise, that was a nuke, man.
Yeah. No. Looking. I'm glad that never actually happened. I'm glad. Yeah. And I mean, apparently they're still making a Thomas movie.
They are. There's a Mark. Is it Mark Foster or Forster?
Foster. One. Yeah.
Well, yeah. They're doing something, which I find so hard to believe, because for those of you that don't know, so Thomas kind of went through two different rebrands at the very end. So there was the show as started in '84, technically the same show all the way up until like 2017, I think, where they wanted to expand the show, and they wanted to make it more exciting and expand into other territories and stuff. So they made Big World Big Adventures, which is where Thomas literally he literally goes around the world to different countries, and there's some episodes are there, some episodes are on Sodor, and he meets all these other characters and all that. And that's where a lot of the dream sequence stuff came in, and a lot of the more weird stuff, which is a whole other conversation. And then they technically ended that show. Thomas the Tank Engine from 1984 technically finally ended, and they started a new show called All Engines Go, which is the 2D animated show.
I remember seeing adverts for that,
and that's like a totally different thing.
I was just like, oh, I feel bad for the Thomas fandom looking at that.
Yeah, so it's like, it makes it very hard for me to believe that they're ever going to do anything else,
right?
Because, like, I can't remember when the Mark Forster one was announced, but it was one of those things where it's like, you've ended like okay, we're gonna do a more serious cinematic version of Thomas. Okay, so we're gonna use the television show as a jumping off point for that. The television show doesn't exist anymore. Like it went away from what could have been the jumping off point, and then it doesn't exist anymore, and now it's the cartoon.
Right.
How I don't understand how they expect that. And I think the real answer is, well, the fact the movie isn't currently in existence is proof that they don't know how they're going to do it, because they can't.
Because they probably don't want another Magic Railroad on their hands, which
is ironic, because the World War II movie was like literally a copy of Magic Railroad.
Yeah, which I'm going to be honest, yeah, it's hard for me to imagine another Thomas movie, because I feel like Magic Railroad is pretty much like what we're going to get with a Thomas movie.
Yeah, I mean, so of that caliber, there technically are other Thomas movies.
Yeah, I've seen there are other movies,
and some of them did come out in theaters. At least one of the CGI movies did have its soundtrack recorded with a real orchestra.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's not the same. And part of this is, of course, that classic Thomas is in the past,
right?
And so we're never going to see a movie with that. But again, I think the problem that you have to overcome is you have to have the movie just be itself.
Yes.
You have to have someone with a vision for Thomas to be itself, and to not be afraid to be more grown up and mature, and not in the sense of like, the engines have to swear and it has to be death on every doorstep, but just that it has to be allowed to take itself seriously.
Can I bring up the parody film now, actually, because I wanted to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
So they made a Magic Railroad parody. There's this YouTube channel,
Mr. Conductor Fan,
yes, and he made this Magic Railroad parody film, and it's like this 3-hour long. It calls itself a parody, but like you were saying, it is a glorified remake of Magic Railroad.
Yeah, well, it's a remake mixed with a parody.
Yes.
It has a conflicted identity, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, and I remember you said that, and I was just like, okay, yes, I see what you're saying. I liked it. I thought it was an interesting, obviously 3 hour long YouTube video. I thought it was really cool though, just because it was all these people who are obviously passionate for this movie, whether ironically or unironically, they were coming together to make something kind of interesting. And that, yes, they were remaking this movie that's bad and trying to implement the scenes that originally would have made, like, that were originally intended for the original version, and kind of implementing them. But also, yes, like you said, that is a bit confused, tone wise, identity wise, because it labels itself as a parody, but it's not like a funny parody. In fact, I don't even really like using the word parody to describe it, because I really feel like it's hiding behind the word parody, because it is a YouTube video, and because they're using the Wooden Thomas toys, they're not using actual models, and they are on a YouTube budget, that I feel like because they're trying to bring these serious scenes to, they're trying to film them and trying to make the film seem more, they're trying to make the actual story of Magic Railroad seem a little more legitimate, but they know they're on a YouTube budget, so they're just like, oh, it's actually a parody, so now it's one big joke.
Kind of. I mean, it's also, we won't get into this too much, but I feel like it's a mixture of like an AU extended remake and a variety hour kind of show.
Well,
because there's like music numbers and inside jokes and stuff, and it's very much like live. This would slap, but it's a little confused, much like the original movie, I suppose.
Yeah,
it's very accurate in that regard.
But you said like, oh, they don't need to include like swearing and death and stuff like that.
Yeah,
which this movie kind of does, because you have the characters, occasionally they'll drop the F-bomb, they'll they heavily imply, or they just straight up say that gold dust is like drugs.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and not that it's obnoxious. It's a little obnoxious, I thought, but I was able to forgive it, because again, it is a YouTube video. These people are doing it because they're passionate for it. There is passion put into this project.
You can do a whole lot worse with more budget.
Yeah, well, we've seen worse.
Yeah, we've seen. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, yeah, I feel like it does kind of fall into that trap of, oh, this children's media, let's put swearing and drug use in there. I'm able to forgive it. But I feel like worst case scenario, yes, what you're describing, rather than taking it seriously and a bit more mature, if you wanted to make it more adult, they would go for, we're going to throw swears and drug use.
Well, no, I mean, I was just saying that to be like the distinction of when I say mature. Realistically, what they would do is they would do what the World War II movie was going to do, which is just have it be, again, barely related to Thomas.
Right.
And I think part of the problem as well. So, if we were to have an ideal Thomas cinema movie, the problem that it ultimately has to overcome is, does the public want classic Thomas to be taken seriously? Because even if we go back to the, we were talking about the static faces and how even aside from making that accessible to children that have issues reading emotions and stuff, and just in general, it had a wonderful charm to it. And of course, they did it that way because that's how they'd always done it. But when it came out, there were some, from people that didn't know any better, there were criticisms of the movie. Like reviewers were like, yeah, the faces don't move. And so, obviously if you were to do it now, it would be CG. The faces could move, obviously. But it's like, it's kind of like Tugs. Tugs, in retrospect, is this wonderful, weird thing. Because have I shown you Tugs?
I remember the scene you showed me where I remember this moving megaphone.
Okay.
And a bunch of boats surrounding that.
Okay.
I don't remember specifics, but I do remember the megaphone.
Tugs. The thing about Tugs is it is very, very raw. Yeah. The voice acting, it was all recorded ensemble. It's mostly an adult cast. And it's very much like, the boys chatting down at the pub kind of a vibe to a lot of the dialogue and stuff. And then, there's themes of smuggling and explosives and munitions and piracy and kidnapping and stuff like that. And it's a pretty heavy, dark kind of setting. Now, of course, it does, have the kid show elements, but a lot of that, it made it not land at the time. And even today, Tugs has no audience. It has no core demographic.
Except for
because, well, I'm talking about from the perspective of them making it, because
Right.
Who are you making this for?
Who are you making this for?
Right? And I think you're making it for people like me that are predispositioned to kind of just like things that are a bit weird like this.
Yeah.
And the problem is, especially if you go back to the books, back to the Reverend Audrey and this insane amount of world building that he did. Like, we're talking Tolkien level stuff. It's that expansive.
I believe that.
The island of Sodor, he mapped out the whole history, all the kings and queens back in the old days.
Oh my God.
And that, Sodor had its own language. I don't know if he actually wrote the language like Tolkien did, but
my God, this is Tolkien. Yeah.
Yeah. It's huge. It's huge. He literally wrote enough for it to, you could put it in a real, if there was a history textbook of all the real history of the world everywhere, if you put Audrey's writings in that book and didn't tell anyone, no one would notice it was fiction. It's that seamless.
That's incredible.
So you have the material to make a real good, movie about this that it is itself, is confident in itself. But does anyone actually want that?
Yeah, I think I think that is.
It's like it has so much potential that almost has nowhere to go.
Right. Absolutely.
And we're talking about now. Obviously, back then I'm sure they could have come up with something to make a Thomas theatrical movie, that would have been more actually Thomas and been huge, massive.
Yeah.
And they just didn't do that. But I mean, now I don't know if that would be doable.
I don't think so either. I know that's a very cynical take, but you're absolutely right. The question, who is this made for?
Yep.
Like, yeah, I can't even imagine a newer Thomas movie appealing. Now, I'm obviously not part of the Thomas fandom, so I don't really have a say in that. But even as a casual Thomas viewer, I can't imagine a Thomas movie coming out and being anything that interesting to me. But like, I feel like you would want to make something for the fandom. But even still,
see, no, I disagree there. Because the problem when you make something for the fandom, you end up making just a pandering piece.
That's true.
Like you need to make something. Here's the thing. I'm about to describe to you what you need to do, and the asterisk that goes above all this is all this is possible.
Right.
Easily possible. You have to make something that is going to be so engaging, so rich and detailed, but also something that people who have never ever heard of this before can come in and get it.
Yeah.
And fall in love with it. And you can do that because Audrey in his original, even if you don't take his canon, if you just take inspiration from how deep it was and maybe pull a couple bits and pieces,
right,
and go more from like the classic TV series angle, which does have minor differences and stuff like that, you can make something incredible. And if you start from scratch, it can be great. I mean, they kind of did that when they made The Adventure Begins, the CGI special where they went back and told like the first couple books worth of stories in CGI form, which is essentially they took like, I don't know, maybe like a third of season 1 and kind of strung it together in a movie. And yeah, it has some, the more, elements we don't like where, Henry is now, he's literally afraid of the rain. Not just once an engine attached to a train was afraid of a few drops of rain being like, code for Henry was just being stuck up and didn't feel like working. So there's that. But they made it work. And Thomas is not in the beginning of the movie. The beginning of the movie is about Edward and Gordon. And you still, if you had never ever seen Thomas before, you could watch that movie and be like, oh, okay, I get this now.
Right.
And so it's doable, but you need to take it a step further and be like,
Yeah.
no, this is like a big cinema general audience serious thing.
Yeah.
You know,
You need to
and,
take it seriously, which I doubt a lot of
And
filmmakers will want to.
Yeah, because so many of them are gonna be like, "Oh, it's Tom. Oh, yeah, the kid
It's a
thing,
kid's movie.
right? Yeah. So it's like what we're getting at is that Magic Railroad, it has its problems, but it's great.
Absolutely.
But if we were to do it better, we couldn't because
No.
it just wouldn't be made, which is sad. But and I think also it's just okay. Maybe this is what we were getting at. It's this weird paradox where you need a dedicated fan to make this movie, but they can't make it a fandom movie.
They can't make it a fandom movie.
And that's a very I hate to be so overly confident in myself. I think I could do it. but it's a tricky thing.
It is a tricky thing, yeah. It's why I've never really, like, if I ever got into actually making movies, I would never want to do a pre-established IP.
Oh yeah,
because there'd be so much to take into account, and I would not want to disappoint fans of something, no matter.
Well, as Star Wars has shown, no matter what you do, you're going to disappoint people.
Yeah, because Star Wars is so big, there's like different sections of the fandom.
Why are there women in the movie?
Yeah, there's so many different sections of the fandom that Star Wars, you will never satisfy Star Wars as a greater fandom ever again, because there's just too many different sections of the fandom that are disagreeing upon everything, that there's no unified fandom of Star Wars.
And same with Thomas, honestly.
I think that's fair to say, yeah.
Because the Railway series purists are just going to pretend that the TV show never existed.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, when you really get down to the nitty gritty, you're always going to have different sects of different fandoms.
Yep.
You're never going to have one unified version of something.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why, even if you don't like Thomas or you don't care about Thomas, Magic Road is still such a useful thing to experience, because it is such a perfect, example for all this.
Yeah.
The not just in itself, but the discussions that it can lead to.
I think, and I was going to say, I think even if they do make another Thomas movie, I know I'm still going to prefer Magic Railroad, because Magic Railroad is such a specific fuck up that you can't. I feel like if they did another Thomas movie and it fucked up, it wouldn't be fun. It would just be kind of miserable.
Oh yeah.
Whereas this is so specific. It is a specific kind of fuck up.
Yeah.
And I love it because of that. Like, even as a kid, I didn't really understand it, but I still loved it because it was that cinematic Thomas experience. And like we've been saying, the vibes of it are immaculate, whether that's because of nostalgia or whatever. Like, it's still,
both.
It's both. It's something that I enjoy wholeheartedly. And, whether it's accurate to the stories of the show or books, it's not. It's very, very much not. I still get something out of it. I still get this really entertaining film experience. I watched it with people. It's great. I've watched it alone. It's great. It's something that, like I said at the beginning, this is the genesis of why I enjoy film, because it was the first.
Yep.
And I'm still watching it and getting something out of it. Is it my favorite film now? No, that's been replaced by, well, at some point I changed it to Star Wars was my favorite film of all time. Now currently it's The Dark Crystal, as everybody knows. That's my favorite film of all time, but in a similar way, The Dark Crystal is very much like Magic Railroad in that it's a unique experience.
Well, it's a wholly unique experience.
It's a wholly unique experience. I have never seen a film that looks like The Dark Crystal or feels like The Dark Crystal. Much like...
And you never will.
I never will. I will never, ever see a film that looks and feels like Magic Railroad ever again. So it's the same thing.
Well, unless you give Jacob Jarrett about $10.5 million to make a feature film version of Project Tiger Moth.
Yeah, maybe.
If you don't know what that is,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, long story short. So there's people that make replicas of the Thomas models,
right?
Like to one to the originals,
right?
And a bunch of those guys got together and just made an episode.
Oh, that's cool.
and it's like it's in like the season 5 Alec Baldwin-ish style, and yeah, it fits.
I need to see this now. That's awesome.
It's great. Yeah, Jacob Jarrett. Give him just like all the money ever, and he'll probably make something good.
Who was the guy who did Shed 17?
Paul's Vids.
Paul's
Totally
Vids.
different guy.
Totally different guy.
Shed 17 is also quite controversial.
Shed 17. I remember. I mean, I guess we might as well talk. I was
Shit.
thinking we would bring that up.
Oh no,
Okay. Speaking of dark and edgy Thomas content.
See, here's the thing. Okay, Shed 17 is, in my opinion, one of the best fan creations ever.
I agree.
It's so, if you don't know what it is, it's Thomas, but like they do it like an analog horror documentary about like these like weird biological experiments that went wrong.
Yeah.
Trigger warning: if you don't like seeing skeletons and things, like messy biological experiments and stuff, that it's not gory, but
no,
it's screwed up.
If you don't want,
and apparently it's supposed to be a comedy. I don't. I have a friend that really hates that thing, and he thinks it's supposed to be a comedy, and I guess it is in some regards, but
it's so ridiculously
right.
dark.
But I think it's. See, here's the thing. I went into Shed 17 intending to take it seriously, and I did take it seriously, and I think that works the best. You just take it for what it is.
I really did appreciate it because, like, again, it's similar to the Magic Railroad parody where it is on a YouTube budget.
Oh, but this is so much better.
No, because it's different. It's a different kind of YouTube budget, but it is. You look at it and you're just like, that is.
It's full CG, which is impressive.
Right. No, oh god, it's still very impressive for what it is. I always thought it was really cool, and I was just like, oh, I hope they make a sequel because I think they were gonna. They did.
He did, which I have not seen.
I have.
Yeah.
And this was years ago. I was a little weirded out by it, where I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
At first, I thought it was funny, but then it kind of devolved, and it does this really annoying thing. And again, it's been years since I've seen the sequel to Shed 17. It's been years since I've seen Shed 17, regardless. But the sequel did this really annoying thing that I hate that a lot of mockumentaries do, where they just kind of drop the act and it's no longer a mockumentary. They're just doing a straight up story now, and it just rubbed me the wrong way because it's just like, okay, this is no longer a mockumentary. You're just doing a weird like horror movie at this point. I mean, it was kind of cool. But,
see, that's what I thought the original was but it just was a story that happened to kind of be a mockumentary.
But it kept up the illusion that it was a mockumentary the whole time. Like it never.
I see what you mean.
It never dropped the whole mockumentary angle. Like it straight to the end. It remained a documentary-esque.
I see what you mean.
Like, but so many movies I've seen that try to pretend to be a mockumentary or like they're like a fake retelling. Like they drop the act. Like Surf's Up does that, and it annoys me. Late Night with the Devil, that horror movie from the past year, does that. It just straight up drops the whole act.
What We Do in the Shadows does not.
What We Do in the Shadows does not. That's true. That's an example of it. It keeps the act the whole time. I love when movies do that. Like if you're going to be a mockumentary, keep it a mockumentary the whole time. This is Spinal Tap does that. This is Spinal Tap. It never drops the illusion. It is always a documentary. There's always a mockumentary for the whole time. So that's why I appreciate Shed 17 doing that.
Yeah.
The second movie didn't. Did they ever make a third?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
no idea. But yeah, Shed 17 is I think if you take it seriously and take it as a standalone thing, it's amazing.
I like it.
And I think what you were saying about how Magic Road is just a fun time. Not to bring everything back to Marvel, but I think one of the ways that Magic Road works. So okay, if you love Thomas, you have to acknowledge that it is broken up into a couple different canons.
Yes.
Like the books are one canon, the classic model series is one canon, the later kind of PBS model seasons are a different one, the CGI is kind of a different one, and Magic Railroad is thoroughly non-canonical to the rest of the show because it just has to be.
Yeah.
And I personally think that's fine. I feel like I understand when it is the same visual aesthetic, and it's the same thing. It's basically just, you know, a big special episode. So it's not like its own standalone reinterpretation. It just is part of the normal thing. When it goes so far off canon, that is very off-putting. I can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And the take that I'm going to give here is very much hypocritical in a lot of ways, and it comes with many caveats. But I feel like with some of these things, you can't expect it to all be a cinematic universe. You can't expect every movie to kind of not every movie, but you can't. I'm not saying you can't expect. What I mean to say is it's okay if it doesn't.
Right.
If it's like, you know, if Iron Man didn't have anything to do with any of the other Marvel movies, it'd still be great.
Yeah, it's still a good movie.
I mean, technically, you could look at the first Iron Man as just being its own thing,
yeah,
and not part of anything else. And I prefer to do it that way.
Yeah,
but
there's some early Marvel movies you can do that. Like I would argue the first Captain America movie you could watch on your own and just you could end it there.
I never saw.
Well, that was the very first Marvel movie I ever saw. It ends with Captain America going to the future. Spoiler alert. I mean, he's in the movie, so like, of course yeah. But anyway, he goes to the future, and it's implied like, oh, he's going to be part of the Avengers now. But even still, you could end it right there, and it's still a good movie regardless. Whereas like later on, then you start getting later into Marvel. Yes, you're absolutely right. You don't get a full story. You get a sequel to a universe.
So what I almost want to say here is that, and this is where again my take gets hypocritical. I feel like you almost don't need to analyze Magic Railroad as it relates to being faithful to the show. Like it almost, what it is, it's more fair to Magic Railroad to not relate it to the show.
Yeah.
To kind of treat it as its own weird thing.
Yeah. Even
still, and
though,
to kind of, and also again, I hate to keep relating it back to Tugs when no one here knows what that is, but Tugs has another problem, which is that originally it was going to be 20-minute episodes. What they put on TV was 15 minutes. They never released all the 20-minute episodes. They released 4 of them, and in a couple of them, the differences between the 20-minute version and the 15-minute version breaks canon. It breaks continuity.
Okay.
And so there technically is no canonical version of events because there are 2 released versions that contradict each other. And part of loving Tugs is you have to accept that you cannot form a straight line with the canon. Right. You just can't. It's impossible. Because of all the, you know, the production hell they went through and the episode order kept changing and all the ideas kept changing and all this. And I feel like Magic Road is the same thing. It's like if it needing to fit in the canon is a requirement for you, you probably can't love this movie. Mm-hmm. But if you're okay with breaking the canon and just loving it for what it is good shit.
I recommend even non-Thomas fans watch it because it is an interesting film to watch regardless. I don't think anybody is going to enjoy it like you and me enjoy it, and the very few out there who do unironically enjoy it or ironically enjoy it. Like, it is a very niche film at the end of the day. Like, I feel like the average person will watch this and not get that much out of it. They're just going to be like, this is a weird kids movie, which fair. Absolutely 100% fair. But I still think it's worth watching, like at least once. I think I highly recommend everybody check it out at some point. Whether or not you get something out of it, I think it's still worth watching.
Yeah. And you know, not to turn this into a stupid plug, but I would say if you are going to check it out and you're like, why should I care about this? It's Thomas and it's going to be just this weird experience. Like I said earlier, maybe check out a couple of the old episodes to get a feel for where the love really was. And if you're not sure which ones, I will recommend a video by the Unlucky Tug, the 11 Thomas episodes that you should watch, which is kind of his recommendation of like, hey, if you haven't seen Thomas in a long time, these are good ones. But, you know, regardless, it's a nice movie.
It is a nice movie.
It has problems, and it's fun. It's fun to make fun of Magic Railroad.
Oh, dude, it's so
but
fun.
you have to have fun doing it.
Oh yeah,
because I've been with people who make fun of Magic Railroad and they get like actually angry about it, and it's like okay.
I could just. That's so funny to me, but I get it.
I mean, I'm exaggerating slightly, but I don't want to get into it because it's just gonna. But people are actually gonna get angry if I get into it. But no,
But I think you're right though, because yes, if
Like-
you're
like-
not having fun watching something, why are you watching it?
because and again,
I think that's just generally good advice to have.
yeah.
If you actively are not having fun watching something, don't watch it. I'm not saying don't watch bad things because that would be hypocritical of me. What I'm saying is if you are not getting enjoyment out of it in some way, shape, or form, why are you wasting your time?
And again, you're the harshest critic of the things that you love the most.
Especially me, yes.
And in my opinion, I think maybe the best way to sum up this movie is it is far less effort to have fun with it than to be critical of it to the point of dismissal.
I think so. Yeah.
It's too much energy. No, okay. It takes energy in the first place to watch this. You can just never watch this movie.
Yeah.
You could stop listening right now and go watch something else, and you know what? Nothing would change.
Exactly.
But no. So it's like to watch this movie and just be like, well, that was dumb. I think that takes more energy than just being like, well, that was, odd, unusual, not what I expected. But I think again, I'm speaking mostly as someone who is a lifelong Thomas enjoyer. I don't know, man. Life is better.
Yeah.
Just acknowledging, hey, this is kind of weird, but I like it.
Yeah, exactly. And again, if you're having fun deconstructing something that's not good, like that's why I don't often go out of my way to watch every bad film. Like I'll watch bad movies. I'll intentionally watch.
That's why I didn't
movies.
watch Morbius, because it's like, okay, I get the enjoyment out of the meme. I
Sure.
don't want to actually watch it.
I do get enjoyment out of watching it, but again, that's two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying is like, yeah, you can still get enjoyment out of making fun of it, just as long as you are having fun with it. Which, yeah, the movies that make me miserable, I don't watch very often. The movies that make me happy, whether they're good or bad, I watch a hell of a lot more.
Yeah.
So, and this especially, I've watched this 3 times this week alone, and I'm going to be watching it way more times in the future because it is genuinely a fun time.
Yeah, I gotta come back every now and then. I don't watch it on my own, but when I get the opportunity, like when it came to theaters,
Oh,
hey,
let's talk about that.
oh yeah,
So I remember October or September. Well, we watched it in October of 2020, but a couple weeks before, I remember getting a text from you being like, hey, you want to go see Thomas and the Magic Railroad in theaters for its 20th anniversary? And immediately I was like, yes, I do. Yes, I fucking do. Because that sounds amazing. And I remember because we saw it at one of the local cinemas, and I remember thinking, well, one, it was 2020, peak COVID time,
Mm.
and I was thinking, okay, how many people are actually going to be there? Because not only is it COVID, but also this is Thomas and the Magic Railroad. The only person I have ever met in the vicinity of where I live in my 20 years up until then, like 22 years of living on this planet, the generalized area I've lived in my whole life, you are the only person I've ever met in real life who even has heard of this movie. So I was like, okay, who's actually going to go to this? So I remember we went, and it was just you and me at first. And then nobody else showed up. You and me were the only ones in that theater.
No.
Yeah. Do you not remember that?
I remember it being mostly empty. I thought at least like 2 or 3 other people came in.
I don't think so. I think you and me were the only ones in that theater.
Well, that's sad.
It is sad, but I was not surprised. I was like, okay, this makes sense. Because so you and me, I mean, again, this was COVID.
Yeah.
So like we were 3 or 4 seats away from each other.
Yeah, because we were, oh god.
Yeah. So that was when we really had to get the 6-foot rule. And so then you and me were in the front row, and we're just watching this movie, and it's just on the big screen. That was great. That was great. That was a great experience, especially because It was one of the very few times I went to the movies in 2020.
Yeah.
And again, it was just you and me. It was awesome. It was awesome seeing on the big screen. I would love to watch it in a less controlled environment in a theater, I think. Maybe for its 30th, if they do anything for its 30th.
What do you mean less controlled?
Whereas there's no COVID protocols. We can just go.
I thought you meant like where we can be more rowdy.
No. I mean, that would be fun. but like, yeah, just actually seeing it on the big screen and not having a mask on the entire time and actually sitting next to my friend watching the movie. I think that would be really cool.
And not to be too technical, but if the digital, cinema package could be put together more this time, that would be nice, because hey, the movie wasn't running at 24 hertz. It looked just like it did on a 60 hertz display. So there's part of my enjoyment gone, because I go to the cinema to see proper 24 hertz motion. It's like I didn't have Blu-ray for the longest time. I didn't experience 24 hertz anywhere except for the theaters, and it's like that's why I wanted to go there, and they didn't do that. And there were also a couple of times where there was like macro blocking artifacts, and it seemed honestly like some of the shot cuts looked like they had interlacing artifacts, which why would that even be a thing? and yeah, it was just kind of, you could tell there wasn't a lot of love put into its projection, which is sad.
But the fact that we can say, hey, we saw Thomas and the Magic Railroad in theaters in 2020.
We did. I have technically seen it in a theater twice in my life.
That's true.
Only once complete, because when I was little, I probably was like falling asleep at one point, and then my parents had to take me home. But I was 2. Give me a break.
Yeah, when you're that young, you don't remember. Apparently, I've said this. My first theater trip has always been Fantasia 2000. That's what my parents said. It's like, okay, I don't remember that, because Fantasia 2000 came out in 1999. I was 1.
Yep.
I don't remember that.
Nope.
So, yeah, we have seen it in theaters.
We have. And it was good.
Yeah,
it was. I think that might be, because when we watched it just now, it was like, it kind of flew by for me. It was like whatever. I think seeing it in the theater that time might have been the most enjoyable time I've seen it, because it got to be itself.
I was smiling the whole time. I remember my face hurt at the end of the movie. I noted this. I was just like, because I was smiling the whole time because I was having so much fun. I mean, I'm smiling every time I watch it anyway, because it is a funny fucking experience. But I think seeing it on the theater was a very special experience. And I think that also helped because you and me were the only ones in that theater. So there was no rambunctious assholes in the theater.
I swear there was like a couple other people.
Maybe there was. I
remember thinking, because afterwards they played like some of like the little documentary clips, like some of the Blu-ray special features they played after the movie. And I remember thinking like, I wonder what these other people think about this. Like, do they have? Because I have all the backstory, and through me you have most of it.
Yeah.
Like, do they know?
Do they know?
Which, I mean, clearly no. Of course they don't. But So I swear there. But it was very deserted. Yeah. When we went to see what was it? Did we see the Great Muppet Caper?
We did see the Great Muppet Caper for its 40th anniversary.
Because I didn't see the Muppet movie.
No, I didn't see it either.
Okay. We both missed it.
You and me.
What was the crowd like for that one?
It was pretty sizable.
Okay.
It was pretty sizable. It wasn't because it was 2021, but it was like later in the year of 2021. So there were people there.
That projection was nice.
Yeah, that's the Cinemark. That's a really good theater. I know people like going to the AMC because that's the local one, but the Cinemark, the Cinemark opened up in March of 2020. So,
oof.
But so when we started going there, it was like a year after it had officially opened, but it was like brand spanking new because nobody had really gone there yet. It's a really nice theater. I recommend that over the AMC because the AMC near us is kind of shitty. Not to dox us. Well, I'm not going to say which one it is. But it's not good.
No.
It's still, I'll say this, it still has the Peter Rabbit 2 advertisement up on the wall.
Oh God.
Yeah. It's still there.
When did that come out?
It was supposed to come out Easter of 2020. I don't think it came out until like Easter of 2021.
Oh geez.
Yeah. It's still up there. All right. Is there anything else we have to say about the movie specifically before we talk a little bit about this Blu-ray and this VHS tape?
I don't think so.
Okay. So
It is what it is.
yeah, it is what it is. I agree. But like I said, I have it on VHS, the very same VHS I watched as a feeble little child.
Likewise.
And like I said, when we were watching this VHS tape yesterday, the commercials are part of the experience.
Yes. Same with my Toy Story tape.
Yeah. Yeah. So the commercials I played before it was Trumpet of the Swan, Trumpet and the Swan. Then it was the Dragon Tales. It was like the Dragon Tales now on video and DVD. It was like just generic Dragon Tales episodes on DVD and video. Stuart Little.
That's right.
Stuart Little was one. I remember I said like, Stuart Little, it's not that good. And you're just like, what?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but I remembered it being good.
I mean, it's fine. It's not a bad movie. See, here's the thing: is I remember seeing reviews for it on Letterboxd where people are just like, "Stupid fucking Stuart little fucking shit." I'm just like, it's a fucking movie, guys. Calm down. Like, what?
To quote Reb Day, Stuart Little is a mouse with limitless potential.
Yeah, it's a fine movie.
I don't remember if that was her actual quote, but it's in a Tomska video. She says nice things about it.
Yeah, exactly. Muppets from Space was one of the trailers,
Right?
Because Muppets from Space, that's its own masterpiece of a film. We love Muppets from Space. Madeline, that's one of the
Oh man, yeah.
a movie I still have not seen. Same with Trumpet and the Swan. I've never seen that. My only experience with these movies are the commercials I play at the beginning of Thomas the Magic
I know, same. For me, a long time it was Treasure Planet from the Toy Story tape, or maybe that was I get that confused if it was Toy Story or Monsters Inc.
Might have been Monsters Inc. because Monsters Inc. was 2001. Treasure Planet was 2002.
Right, but my Toy Story tape is not one of the originals. It's one
right,
of the,
it would have been from like
it's
the
2000.
2000s.
It's the blue clamshell with the gold band that says collector's edition.
You know, because I had that same VHS tape growing up. That one had an extremely goofy movie trailer on it.
Yep.
Which is from 2000.
And I don't remember watching Monsters Inc. that much. But anyway, yeah, I didn't see Treasure Planet until years later, which, by the way, Treasure Planet is fucking incredible. Go watch it. Don't watch Atlantis. Atlantis kind of sucks. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I now have 3 groups of people that are going to hate me.
And now the Atlantis fans are coming after you.
Please. I just didn't like it, okay? The character motivations kept switching and nothing was consistent and I didn't like it. I'm sorry. Don't at me.
I kind of agree. Treasure Planet is better.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, dude.
It's so much better.
No, dude. Anyway, and then there's the Bear in the Big Blue House commercial.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the Blue House.
That was nostalgic.
Yeah.
And then they advertised Thomas Books. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just like, why are they advertising Thomas Books? Like,
well, I mean, they did that at the beginning of all the Thomas tapes, too. You pop in a Thomas tape, and it's like, hey, you want to buy Thomas tapes?
I don't remember the trailers for that.
Oh, yeah.
Tapes. I just remember going right into the show.
There's always one it's like, hop on board for new adventures with Thomas and friends.
I mean, I believe you that happened.
And it's like, there's like a shot of like Thomas, he comes through like the crossing gates, and like all the videotapes are like towing behind him.
Oh, yeah. I can imagine. Imagine it. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was very nostalgic because I had all these commercials like imprinted into my brain as a kid.
Yep. And to add another layer to that, on my Toy Story tape, it's not just the commercials, it's the specific way that they are now fucked up from being played so much.
Yeah.
That's a big thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh man.
So,
but yeah, so it's A+ videotape.
A+ videotape. It still works. I'm probably not going to watch it as often anymore because I don't really want to risk it breaking. I might just like decommission this and just kind of have it as like decoration because it's just the black tape itself.
Yeah.
So, but it still works. I'm very excited about that. So
we did not throw it, by the way. That was a other thing.
No, that was the Seinfeld tape.
Oh right. I can't even keep this single episode straight, okay? Well, okay, we still didn't throw that. As much as I don't really like Seinfeld, don't kill me.
No.
We didn't actually throw it.
It was a special effect.
Oh, movie magic, even though there's no movie, so it's just magic.
It's podcast magic.
Whoa.
So
that's a thing.
But yeah, because I wanted it more than just the VHS tape, so now I also have Thomas on Blu-ray, Magic Railroad on Blu-ray.
The Shout Factory.
Yeah, Shout Factory did this. That's fucking cool.
Yep.
So they did a 20th anniversary edition on Blu-ray. I got it, of course. I just want to mention the fucking subtitles. Whenever Junior says cousin, the subtitles spell out Cuzin instead of the traditional way of spelling cousin. And I'm like, why?
Because he's a surfer dude.
I guess so. It's
Even though
funny.
he's I think he's Irish.
Is he Scottish?
Maybe he's Scottish. I don't know.
I don't know.
What is Michael E. Rogers? Is he even a human? We'll never know.
He's Junior.
He's Junior. See, Junior.
So basically what I'm trying to get at is I'm keeping both the Blu-ray and this VHS tape of this movie.
Yeah.
It's a huge part of my childhood. It's a huge part of this collection in general. Like I said, this tape is the seed that planted my physical media collection and what it is now.
Yep.
So
I love it too. I mean, I still got my original tape in the clamshell, and it actually still has one of our like address labels on it from the time that I brought it into preschool for movie day or like kindergarten, which we didn't finish it that day either because why would you? But
I mean, yeah, because did we ever really finish movies in school?
Sometimes it depended.
Yeah.
If it was just like in the middle in between classes, of course not. But if it was like movie day, then
yeah.
But this was that, and it still did. I don't know. I got robbed, but I was the cool kid that brought in Magic Road. But I've got the Blu-ray too. I do have a couple of critiques about the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Number one, so it has some of like the work print deleted scenes on it and stuff. That is all sourced from VHS, of course.
Yeah.
And it is handled by people that don't know how to handle VHS transfers.
Yeah.
So it's cropped, obviously, because it originally has all like the time code burn-ins and stuff on it, and like the footage counter marker and stuff, and that all gets cropped out.
Oh.
So it gets really claustrophobic. Like you already have such limited resolution on it because it's not just that it's VHS. It's like a rudimentary digital to VHS from back in the day. So it looks bad no matter what.
Yeah.
But it's because for those of you that don't know, VHS it's basically 60 frames per second. It's 60 fields, and a frame is when you draw the screen once, so it's like 30 frames with 60 field. Whatever. It's supposed to be, if you handle it correctly, it's basically 60 frames per second. And if you're the kind of person that's just like, you know how to use Premiere and that's about it, you slap VHS footage in a 24p timeline, and that's what they did. So it's 24p and it's all cropped, and it's not handled very well. It's one of those things where it's like, you need the Thomas people that are passionate about physical media and preserving it correctly, and it's just like everything about those bonus features is done like the wrong way. It's all transferred really badly and all that. And then the other thing, they have the original theatrical trailer on there, which is lifted from YouTube. So, and it's not like the movie clips upload or whatever. So, a number of years ago, a couple copies of the trailer showed up in 35 millimeter.
Right.
And I actually have one, but what we didn't know at the time is a lot of them are water damaged and they're like fused together.
Oh.
But a friend of mine was able to get one of them that was good and got it scanned by someone who wasn't good. But regardless, so he uploaded that scan. And it's like an open matte raw scan. You can see the optical time code and soundtrack on the side, and you can see like the close-ups of Thomas. You can see the rod that's attached to him to pull him along with the camera.
That's cool.
And he actually reached out to Shout Factory and was like, "Hey, I can provide you with the original file for this or whatever, like whatever help you need with this," because he loves Magic Road too.
Yeah.
And he's not just like some dude. He's worked in distribution and stuff.
Right.
For those of you who know who I'm talking about, he made a documentary about the damn fandom. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And Shout Factory never got back to him, and they just used his scan downloaded from YouTube on the Blu-ray. So it's like you're trying.
Yeah.
You're getting there, but it's
Yeah.
But it is the nicest way to get it. So, and also the film was also not rescanned from like the negative master or anything.
Mm-hmm.
If such a thing even exists. Maybe it had a digital master. But from what I've heard, so for the longest time there was no good way to get Magic Railroad because the DVDs are all cropped to 4:3.
Right.
So they chop off. It's I won't get into aspect ratio nonsense, but
No, but people get the aspect ratio.
Well, MacLeod is like double cropped. It's weird.
Oh God.
But anyway, so the DVDs were whatever. The best way to get it was iTunes, to buy it on iTunes in 1080p.
Okay.
And this Blu-ray is the same transfer. Allegedly, it's a little better. I guess the data rate is a little higher on the Blu-ray, so it's a little less compressed.
It does look nice on the Blu-ray. I watched it.
It does look
nice.
Great. I think at the source it was denoised quite a bit.
Probably.
So
yeah, the whole audio thing, there might be issues with the audio.
Oh no, not the audio, the picture.
Oh, the picture.
I think yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Like some grain reduction.
Maybe.
Which we don't stand for in this household.
No.
But it does, for all the ways that it could look, it's all right. And hey, it's a way to actually buy it, and you know,
it's a way to actually get the movie on Blu-ray quality. The fact that there is a Blu-ray to begin with this weird niche movie that I grew up watching it's enough in my book. But yes, I think these are criticisms that do need to be brought up though, because again, they're important.
I think regardless you should get it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But
because it's better than the VHS tape.
But debatable.
Look, the VHS tape in its own right is a different experience.
It is.
But because you and me are VHS nerds, not everybody is. Get the Blu-ray.
Yeah, because who has a VCR and who has one that even works?
Exactly.
I barely do.
Exactly. Yeah, it worked. We were able to play it.
It did. It's not the main one, if you noticed.
Oh, I did notice that. I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, my old VCR. If you dig way back on my YouTube channel, I did this music video about how much my VCR meant to me, and yeah, it's kind of dead now. But whoops.
Yeah, it happens.
We're getting old.
The VHS is no longer, it's no longer a thing. It's a thing, but just for us being nostalgic and stuff.
But it will always be a thing in our hearts.
Just like Thomas.
Just like Thomas. That's a perfect way to end our discussion, I would say. Yeah. So, well, John, we've been going for almost 2.5 hours.
Holy shit. I am so sorry, everyone.
No, that's totally fine. I expected this to be one of the longer episodes.
We went on a lot of tangents, which is fun.
That's what we do every episode. We go on tangents.
Do you ever have those moments where you suddenly become aware of the fact that you're talking and the room feels really quiet?
Yes.
I've had many of those in this session.
I've had 99 episodes where that's happened. Sorry, I've had 100 episodes where that's happened.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, all right.
So, the episode's not over yet.
Oh.
Because we have a Q&A.
That's right. Oh, fuck. This is going to be 3.5 hours long.
Exactly. No. No, but like I said, I predicted this. So, so the episode's not over yet.
Nope.
So we're not saying goodbye.
No.
Nope. You're saying goodbye, actually.
I am.
Say that. So, John, since you're saying goodbye.
Yep.
Until next time. Please shout out your stuff, dude.
Hey,
where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter, which is what it's called, at JHRawks. That's JHRAWKS, because I am forever stuck in 2013. You can find me on YouTube at just John Hayes. There's other people named that. You'll find me eventually. It's me in black and white waving. And if you want to see Thomas stuff that's old and bad, you can go on my other YouTube channel, which is Knapford Master 98, which is Knapford with a K, and then because it's the Thomas station. You see, Why do I have to say these things? You're gonna link them anyway. You're just making me do more of your work.
Yeah, I'm just letting you. That's just how we end the episodes.
That's
how I let the guests end their stuff.
I'm just being silly.
Which I don't know if it'll be in the description of this video, but there's already.
Oh right.
There's 4 other episodes.
Yeah.
Of you having links in the description. So
let's be real, you guys are all cool. Why would you want to look at me?
Yeah, they might.
I don't even like Seinfeld. How could you?
So, all right. Well, thank you, John, for talking about Thomas the Magic Railroad.
Always a pleasure.
I know, exactly. It's always a pleasure on my end too. So we'll be right back with the Q&A. Transition. I don't know.
Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle.
Fuck yeah. Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle.
Hello, I'm Ketchup, and you're watching Too Many Movies.
Hey, y'all. Swine here. This is bad.
She's hungry.
Hi, I'm Olivia, and you're watching Disney Channel. I mean, you're listening to Citizen Hal's Too Many Movies, 100th episode spectacular. Yippee! Do, 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 do.
William, introduce us.
Welcome to the 100th episode of the same shit you've been watching for the past 2 years. I'm your host, Buster, and this is one more movie.
And I'm your guest, James, Schaeferless Productions. Wow, guys, I'm here.
Holy shrimp. And I'm Yinsid.
And my name is also Buster. They got cloned, so there's two of us.
And I'm Olivia.
And I'm the nostalgia critic.
Oh, you remember it, so we don't have to.
Yep.
I forget, who are you?
Leonard Shelby.
Cool.
We all have conditions. All right, this is the Q&A part of the show.
Yeah, it's in my shampoo.
Yeah, it's in your shampoo.
Right.
The Q&A's in your shampoo?
Yeah.
All right, let's open it up to get the questions.
Yeah, okay. First question comes from Plebus. Hal, can you ban Danis from having a second episode considering the fact that he gave Howard the Duck a 1? All right, well, that's all the reason I need. Sorry, Danis, you're not getting the Bayformers episode.
Aw. Actually, no, yay!
Yeah, is that good news or bad news? I mean...
Wow.
All right, from Ketchup. Hey, we know Ketchup. Big congrats on hitting 100 episodes. Aw, thanks. I did? I hit 100 episodes? That's crazy, dude. Do you have any specific long-term goals with the podcast, and have you ever considered covering non-film/television physical media, music, video games, etc. on the show? Well, we've already talked about shows on the podcast, so I guess anything's on the table. I guess we will talk about video games at some point on the podcast.
Hal?
Yes?
If we, in the event that we do an Animal Crossing episode,
Uh-huh.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
You're telling me.
I mean, there is an Animal Crossing OVA.
Oh, good.
Oh, and there's a movie, so in the event that you want
I mean, I think the OVA and the movie are the same thing. But yeah.
One and the same. I don't like any of your fancy language for movies, Buster. OVA, that's not a word. That's letters.
Ooh. Get it
Wait
down.
a minute, Hal, I'm Buster, remember?
Oh, right. Anyway. From PSI user. Hey, Hal, congrats on your 100 episodes. Thanks. I'm so glad your podcast has been doing great. Hope to join in on another one in the future. That's right, because Naked Gun. We'll talk about other things than just the Naked Gun trilogy. Okay, question. If you had VHS tapes as a kid, what was your favorite tape you loved to rewatch in your childhood? Thomas and the Magic Railroad, of course. Why, it's Thomas and the Magic Railroad, of course.
I think the most played tape in my house was The Jungle Book.
That makes sense. James,
Mine was probably
yours?
a blues. Like James is muted.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
What was your most played VHS tape?
Yeah.
I had this one Disney sing-along VHS that was, it had like a bunch of different songs from different 90s Disney movies. And I kept replaying it over and over because the tape would always skip when it got to a whole new world at the end of the song, and it really freaked me out. So it's like as a kid, I was like, I need to like get to the end and finish it so that it stops giving me nightmares. I don't know why. Like the idea of it speaking like gave me nightmares. So I was like, I need to finish it. So I replayed that one a lot.
That's great.
That sounds like the plot to a creepypasta, except the good ending.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I ever made it to the end of that, so I don't know if it was a good ending. It's the neutral ending.
All right, someone make a creepypasta about this now. It'll be terrible. Do it.
Jasmine,
Come on,
Jasmine's
subreddit,
eyes
be
started bleeding
useful.
blood, and she became oddly realistic.
Counting on /Schaeferless. For once.
Anyway, Buster, you were saying you have something you replayed?
Blue's Clues. I had a bunch of Blue's
Ah.
Clues VHSs, and I loved rewatching them like over and over. Like they're some of my coziest childhood memories.
Nice.
Time is a flat circle. When we were kids, we watched an education show about a blue dog, and today, kids watch an educational show about a blue dog.
Yeah.
So true.
So true. Yin
So
said?
true.
Oh, no, I didn't have a whole lot of VHS. I didn't have a VHS tape growing up. I do know that my grandfather had one, and we would watch stuff on there, like whenever we went to Hawaii, because he lives there. I'm trying to think of the one that I watched the most. Probably, I think it was Lion King. I think that was the one that I'd say by default that I've watched the most. In that case,
This is a good one, I'd say.
yeah.
Lazy, you have an answer?
I think I do actually. A lot of the stuff I watched like when I was younger, like on the VHS, specifically, like I would have been like super young, but like it would have been I only had like one small TV in my room. I could play only like VHS tapes and that's it. So like I would either watch stuff like the Winnie the Pooh movies or like Here in the Big Blue House or the one. This is gonna be kind of a shocking answer, but I think a VHS tape of a movie I watched a lot when I was younger was the Cat in the Hat movie.
That is the perfect answer. Okay.
Hey man,
Yes.
Blue House is also good.
Yes, but Cat in the Hat is more epic.
Yeah, that's the comedy.
I guess my mom was perfectly fine with me watching it. I don't know if she knew about all the innuendos that were in it. Maybe she just didn't even.
I don't think
pay attention.
anybody paid attention to the innuendos. They're just like, Cat in the Hat, just put it on for the kids. And the kids are just like, what's a dirty hoe?
Yeah.
Famison, what was your most played VHS tape as a kid?
Most played VHS. I didn't have a VHS player as a kid. I had a regular DVD player.
You had a
Child, kill them.
You had you had a laser disc player.
Let me think. What was a movie that Monsters Inc. was
That's a quality one.
Yeah.
Nice.
I definitely played the blue Monsters Inc. tape I had a lot as a kid. So
No, seriously, like I watched it so many times that I basically knew the whole movie by heart at that point.
you watched it so many times and then you put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, great answers. All right, moving on to shark repellent bat spray. Congrats on 100 episodes. Okay, enough with the congratulations. No more congratulations. I'm sick of it. Kidding.
Fuck you for reaching 100 episodes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Good on you, Hal.
How'd you reach 100 episodes? Bad, Hal.
What has been your favorite video to edit, whether it be one for Shafrillis or one of your own, etc.? Also, if you don't mind answering another, what is your serenity song? A song that calms you down and brings you peace. Ooh. All right. First answer. I'll answer that now, and then and then while everybody else answers, I'll think of the second answer. First answer. Favorite video to edit was definitely the Freebirds episode the Freebirds video for James. That's one of my favorite things I've ever edited.
Yeah, that was like you cooked with the edits on that. Good job.
Thank you.
My favorite ed for James, it's one that's not even on the channel anymore. He might know what I'm about to say. It was the Pink Diamond is Amethyst video.
Oh yeah, that's a throwback.
That was like the most fun I had editing for the channel, and that video is not even up anymore.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Boy.
I guess my favorite video I do videos on both my own channel and James's channel. My favorite probably segment that I edited on James' channel. Okay, I'm gonna cheat and say two. It was either the Kingdom of Crystal Skull, because I got to use a lot of funny images in that one, and there's just a lot of good imagery in that movie. To just like edit around for like a quote unquote like mixed review. And the other one was the Poor Things segment in the top 2023 of movies, because I just really like Poor Things a lot. And I just love to work with footage for that movie. As for my own channel, I don't know.
Okay, I guess I'll go next. My favorite video that I've edited for James, I think it's probably the Romeo and Juliet Sealed with a Kiss one, because that was my first solo edit, and I was just really impressed with how it turned out overall. I thought it was pretty funny, especially since I got to put my own little spin on it with all the Shark Island jokes.
Yeah,
yeah, I can tell that James liked it. I'm really glad you kept that editor's note in there, because I spent a lot of time on that.
Yeah, no problem.
Although I will say, James, and I made a comment on this in the actual video, where I said, you have to bear in mind, the Shark Slayer, he operates on a global level. So that's why all the sharks had to evacuate the island and why they're not permanent residents there. That was my headcanon for why Shark Island just has one shark on there.
You know what? Yeah, I accept this headcanon. That makes sense.
Okay.
It's not even headcanon, it's just fact at this point.
Exactly. I guess I could say my... See, the thing is, I don't really like, I mean, I haven't primarily edited something for my channel in a while, and that's because I love to, like, have more time for writing and recording stuff. But, I mean, I do still get my editing fix with YouTube poops. I think those are technically Schaeferless videos, so, yeah, I would say, like... I'm specifically been having the time of my life with the tennis rounds me and my girlfriend Lavender Whale are doing on my second channel right now.
Yeah,
they've
been great.
Years of the Kingdom cutscenes. Like, it's just so fun doing a YouTube poop tennis and being like, okay, how can I like take this joke further? How can I combine different jokes? Like that's just if you guys, if anyone out there has a chance, make YouTube poops. It's so amazing. It's so fun. And if you have a chance, especially do a YouTube poop tennis, it's a blast. So that would probably be my favorite thing.
Also, real quick, just a side note to anyone who says that James doesn't make them anymore, he does. They're just on his second channel, Shave Classic. Follow that if you want more of that. And also, if we James, are you still doing the thing where if we get to 100K, we'll review the bad guys?
Oh yeah, sure am. Nobody, that's really slowed down in the past few months, but
okay, there's your reminder. Y'all have 5 more months. We're giving y'all till the end.
By the end of the year.
Also,
by the end of the year, if I get 100,000 subscribers on Shave Classic, I will review the bad guys on the main channel. So do it.
Classic.
I also like the energy of you calling your girlfriend by her username instead of her actual name.
No, that's her legal name on her birth certificate. Is Lavender Whale.
She's officially named Lavender Whale.
Yeah.
First name Lavender, last name Whale.
That's not a birth certificate.
Are you going to take her last name at the wedding?
Ooh.
Yes, I will officially be James Whale.
Will you change your profile picture from the crab to the whale?
It's canon, yeah.
Are there even whales in Moana?
Well, no, I'm pretty sure there was a really big
be a whale
one
shark in the second one.
In the trailer for the second movie, so maybe.
James, if you change your name to James Whale, you will officially have the same exact name as the guy who directed Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein.
Wow.
Well, now I gotta do
Now you have to, so then you can be like, hey, I directed Frankenstein.
I sure did.
And that's how I became Superman 4, The Quest for Peace.
Yeah. Lazy, Bamison, did you guys answer?
I'll admit it has been a bit of a while since I've edited for James. Apologies. But
good.
I do remember having a lot of fun with the Happy Feet segment in the best animated feature ranking. I still remember the joke where I had what's the main penguin's name?
Mumble.
Mumble.
There was like the bit where he was like screaming, and I put like Michael Scott over it.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
I guess as for me, like I've never edited a James segment, but
if you did edit, your favorite would be the part for the Cars 4 review.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That hasn't come out yet.
Yeah, it hasn't come out yet, but I'd say like I guess like I've edited videos for my own channel basically, but I guess like the one that I've probably had the most fun with, probably I did a review of like problem solvers recently. That was probably like the most stress-free video I've ever done in terms of like editing. And before that, I've done like I did the Ren and Stimpy adult party cartoon video. Most recently, I did like a Inside Out discussion with Antic. That was like I did an edited version of that. That was like a nightmare to make because I had to like re-edit my audio on my end because it came out pretty noisy, and then like had to Disney kept blocking my video, and I had to wait 2 days for a dispute to go through.
All right, I actually do have an answer for the second question. The Serenity
a second
song.
question?
Yeah, the Serenity song, the song that brings you peace.
I forgot about that.
Resonance by Home. I love that song. It's a very soothing piece of music.
I know Steven Universe is kind of cringe to say you like on the internet nowadays, but like Here Comes a Thought from Steven Universe is just so nice to listen to. It's so peaceful. It always puts me in like a calmer mood.
Sure.
Would movie soundtracks count?
No. I mean, yes.
I always really like the Jurassic Park main theme.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, like whenever I listen to it on like a walk or something, it always makes me excited.
Yeah.
Oh, if we're doing movie soundtracks, then I know what mine is. It's the track that plays in WALL-E whenever he and Eve are dancing in space for the first time. The track is called Define Dancing. I listen to that all the time. And also, I'd say Le Festin from Ratatouille is also another one. Like, Pixar stuff in general is just always really comforting to listen to.
Yeah.
Listen to Kronos while you're, like, doing homework.
Right. Maybe not The Incredibles. The score slaps, but it's not particularly, like, the most relaxing one. It's very...
No, it gets you pumped.
This one's a bit trickier for me, because I listen to a lot of high-energy stuff, so it's, like, trying to find something that classifies as calming is a bit tricky for me. But I think I'll just say the Yoko Shinomura's Kingdom Hearts OST. There's just a lot of great pieces. Like, there's high energy pieces, but like there's also a lot of like calming pieces. Like the instrumentals she does of the opening songs are great. So yeah, that's my pick.
Nice.
Similarly, I don't usually listen to music to specifically calm down. And Hal and Olivia have heard some of the music I listen to, and they can vouch for this. And James has been in the car with me, so he can also vouch for this.
True.
But if I have to pick two answers, and I'm not proud of either of these either, one of them would be the Brunelfloss song Zidane de Vivi about Final Fantasy IX. And the other one, and good bookending here, is the Nate Wants to Battle cover of Here Comes a Thought from Steven Universe. Bookending.
Nice.
My favorite music to listen to is basically anything that Daft Punk does.
Okay,
Also,
now
my
it's not bookend anymore.
Also, my
Daft
favorite
Punk's good.
movie soundtrack of all time is basically just Tron Legacy.
Ooh. Also
That is
Daft
just
Punk.
Daft Punk. Yeah.
You could have just said Daft Punk twice.
Daffy
Yeah.
Punk.
Also, the reconfigured soundtrack, that the album they did is also like, it was basically like a it was a remix of like their just the regular soundtrack for the movie, but it's also really good.
Yeah, I still need to watch Tron Legacy. I've heard really good things about it.
I listened to the soundtrack before I saw the movie, and the soundtrack on its own is still amazing though.
All right. Next up, we got a question from Slice King. Hey, Hal, congrats on hitting 100 episodes. Yada, yada, yada. Kidding. And my question is, what are some movies you may find overrated or where people find a movie amazing, but you aren't on the same level, and underrated with movies that audiences may not like, but you don't think are that bad or you even like? Okay, so overrated, underrated movies. Let's see.
That's a good question.
Other people answer first.
I'll go first because I have some spicy hot takes of what I think is overrated.
Ooh.
Jensen knows this very well. I think The Incredibles isn't... It's a good movie. It just isn't, like, peak Pixar to me.
Buster.
I told you it was going to be spicy.
I invite you onto my podcast and you rip my heart out. You have
the House podcast. You disrespect his movies.
You have an opinion that's different than mine.
Oh, we're just joking with you, Buster. Don't worry.
I know.
That's
Hal,
actually interesting.
You're a Doug Walker enthusiast, and he has mixed thoughts on The Incredibles.
Well, Doug Walker made the Wall review, so
Yeah, true.
I guess like underrated movies. I feel like not a lot of people talk about One Cut of the Dead as much, at least these days.
I just saw that recently. I really enjoyed it. I loved it.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies, so I just wanted to shout out One Cut of the Dead.
highly recommend that. Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't talked about this one that much. I don't like the Matrix that much. I thought it was really whatever. I think that might
like
be my
just the
biggest
first Matrix, or like the
yeah,
whole.
the first Matrix. Like I just wasn't
That was
impressed
the
with
other
it.
two, right?
I know that
Another
the
movie
others are
Doug
like
Walker
not
thinks
well
is
liked.
overrated.
So I couldn't. What did you guys say? I couldn't hear. Like because everyone.
Oh, I was saying that's another movie Doug Walker thinks is overrated.
Oh wow!
It all connects back to him.
It really does.
Doug Walker's the key to all this.
You know, in common with Doug Walker, I saw he put out like a "Was I Wrong About Treasure Planet" video, and someone on the subreddit said like, "I hope Shafe makes a Was I Wrong About Treasure Planet" review. I don't. Well, I think I'm pretty.
Was I wrong about Paw Patrol, the mighty movie?
Yeah, Treasure Planet, and then the other one that immediately comes to mind is like Howl's Moving Castle, of course. Like I've also tried.
Yeah.
A few times. It's
Okay.
Like, I think it's fine, but whatever. That's probably enough for me. Like my pretty well done.
What's underrated for you?
Oh yeah. I mean, I immediately just jumped to like Michigan Monster. Like I'm sure nobody here told that, but I don't know. Like even now with like Hundreds of Beavers getting so popular, like that's hype. That's extremely exciting to see. But it's also kind of like, guys, you should check out the original. You should check out like Michigan Monster, please.
Right.
It's like
yeah.
Generally, I think Hundreds of Beavers is like easier to get into than like Michigan Monster. Like Michigan Monster, you have to have like a certain like sense of humor to really appreciate, I think.
Yeah.
Whereas Hundreds of Beavers, it's like anyone could really enjoy that one.
Because it's dialogue based versus visual humor.
Yeah, exactly. But with that said, yeah, Hundreds of Beavers. I mean, no, like Michigan Monster, highly underrated. I mean,
the part where he
Hundreds of Beavers
drops the
is
sword
underrated.
over.
It
The
should
part
be
where he just
wider than it is, but yeah.
Yeah, the part where he drops the sword is one that I just repeated.
Yeah, that's great.
I can think of an answer now because it took a while, but no one's gonna be happy about it.
All right, what's it gonna be?
Speak your truth, King.
You guys already read the review. On the grounds of it was hyped up to hell and back everywhere, so when I finally watched it, it was like, there's no way this is gonna live up to the hype. It was,
oh, you're talking about Kaguya, right?
Yes, it's good, but everyone here hyped it up to hell and back, so it's like, well, this is never going to live up to expectations.
William, I haven't even seen the movie yet. What do you mean, everyone here?
Well, you're not actually in the call right now, so because we kicked you out. We kicked you out. You said Disney Incredibles.
You've been a mirage this whole time.
But even then, it's like I will say, yeah, it's definitely very good. So I'm not gonna I wouldn't actually say it's overrated. I just don't care as much.
Right.
And that's the problem, because it's like I just don't care enough to say anything's really overrated.
Mhm.
And the problem for me with underrated is it's less that I think they're underrated, it's more that I just also am aware that they're less known, so they can't get rated at all.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, is Streets of Fire underrated? Probably, but it's also not that well known. So also doesn't matter. If anything, I would just say the horror genre in general, because a lot of people just don't like the genre for whatever reason, on principle or lack of knowledge.
Yeah, they take it for granted.
It's like with musicals.
That's why I was so annoyed at the beginning of the year when like the Steamboat Willie stuff was happening, because it felt like a lot of the stuff people were shit talking was just them shit talking the genre in and of itself with no on false pretenses, and it's like, no, you can absolutely do a Steamboat Willie slasher movie that is good. You just need to actually like horror and Mickey to do so. Because if you actually like both of those things, you're gonna quickly realize this should be a horror comedy where Mickey kills people with fucking anvils and shit. And that would be great. But as we all know, these are very blatantly just people who are going for a cash grab that don't care about either Mickey or horror, and are just doing the most generic slasher movie possible with a mask slapped on.
Because it's Mickey.
Yeah. Apparently, I heard that the new Blood and Honey sequel is actually not bad because they actually tried. I'm not going to watch it to verify, but apparently they actually tried in the second one.
I've heard it's still bad, though.
I'm sure. Well, I think it just goes along with my assumption that this was just a different movie altogether that they slapped the name on to sell tickets. Basically, what I'm saying is that have Mickey kill people with anvils and shit, and it'd be very funny and good.
Wait till Tom and Jerry enter the public domain. Wait till see what they're.
I mean,
do.
Popeye enters the public domain next year. Someone make a beat 'em up with him.
Yeah.
Olive oil is already in the public domain, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Is
olive oil.
Bluto?
Yeah, because the comic that Popeye originated in wasn't even about him. It was already going on for 10 years before that. It was called Thimble Feeder. He was only introduced 10 years later, and then he became such a popular character, like, well, I guess the comic's about him now. So, like, Olive Oil debuted in 1919. Popeye was 1929.
So the Popeye was the first instance of the Fonz?
Yes,
I
he was
guess
the
so.
first Fonzie.
The first
Really?
Fonzie.
Wow.
I think I have an answer, but if anyone hasn't gone yet, they can go first.
I mean, it's just me, but I'm planning on going
I
last.
mean, I can say I don't really have an
Right.
overrated one off the top of my head, but I do have an underrated or more unpopular one.
Yeah, I haven't gone yet either.
Oh, so keep going then.
No, Hamilton, you go first. You go first.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Oh, you
Talk
two
to
are
me.
so polite.
An overrated one I have is Pearl, I guess. I've seen so many people like say this is so subversive, and I've seen people like worship the X trilogy in general. And I saw Pearl like a few months ago, and I gotta be honest, it was just fine. I don't remember anything about it other than like the paint like blood that was popular in the 70s, and it also had like an old neat aesthetic, but it was just a generic kind of slasher movie.
Yeah, I think
So
the movies
I
are
don't-
perfectly fine. I like them more for the aesthetics of, because they basically got everything correct on that note. Like, X
Yeah, it-
looks like a 70s movie. Pearl looks like a Technicolor musical from the 30s.
Yeah.
On that
and-
ground, though, great. I just think the movies themselves are just fine.
Yeah.
I
As
guess
for
that's my
underrated-
answer too now.
As for underrated, this is just a personal thing. I really enjoyed Event Horizon. I really like cosmic horror, so seeing that explored in a movie like kind of like Hellraiser but in space, I think that's a really neat concept, and I really think that people were kind of too harsh on it when it first came out.
Now here's a concept: cosmic horror movie about a cosmic brownie.
A cosmic horror movie starring Steamboat Willie.
Oh man.
Steamboat Willie is a Lovecraftian monster.
In space.
In space.
In space. Nobody can hear you. Do, 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 do.
Yeah.
Because there's no oxygen there.
Right.
Yeah, there's no sound.
There's no sound. Lazy.
That's
Oh yeah, so I have my choices. For overrated, I'd say that Princess Bride is one for me. To be fair, I've only seen it one time, but like I watched it like in 2021. I was like, what is the hype here all about? But not horrible, just kind of bland in my opinion. The other one I'd say is like Mitchell's versus the Machines. Again, not not by no means a bad movie. I just think it's kind of fine. I guess it kind of felt more of a bit generic kind of family road trip sort of thing. It felt kind of similar to Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, actually, in terms of story and themes and stuff like that. So maybe that's why I didn't really think it was as good as everyone else said it was.
I mean, they
But,
were both produced by Sony, so that's probably
Yeah,
why.
yeah. It
They
also,
had the same creative team too.
yeah, exactly. So I mean, it felt like it was kind of repeating too many of the same beats. But I mean, as for underrated, I'd say one of them would be Halloween H2O. I think that's the second best Halloween movie. I was pretty surprised by how it was different from like the entries of the franchise that came before it. But I think if you watch Chris Duckman's review, he perfectly describes why I like the movie too. And besides that, I'd probably say Ambulance. I'm not a fan of Michael Bay, but that movie's pretty fun.
Dude, Ambulance. The Ambulance hype is real.
I'm not gonna lie. I fell asleep during Ambulance.
I'm not gonna lie.
Damn,
I
how
didn't
could
watch it.
you?
I honestly don't know how I did. It was a really loud movie.
Oh, Bamison, we got to get you ambulance pilled, dude. We got to get you ambulance pilled. We got to get you ambulance pilled.
The only movie I fell asleep in at a theater was Prince Caspian.
Oh.
I remember falling asleep to John Wick Chapter 2 when that came out.
Damn, how often you guys fall asleep in the theater?
I never have.
It's happened like
Never,
a handful of times for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay $15 to go get the ticket and then sleep.
I'm sure it's gonna happen someday. It's just never happened to me.
I fell asleep during every movie when I was younger, though. Like before I turned like 10.
Yeah.
I thought you were just gonna say I fell asleep during every movie.
Yeah, every movie we've ever seen, we fall asleep.
I've never actually watched a movie. I've fallen asleep to every single one. So all my ratings I've ever logged, they're all lies.
When you said wet, I thought you were gonna end that syllable with ding singer.
Ding singer.
Okay, this is just my underrated one, and I already said this on the podcast, so some people will know about this. Kung Fu Panda 3 is my favorite of the trilogy.
Really?
And it's my favorite DreamWorks movie. There are like 2 or 3 that I still think are like critically stronger, but 3 is my favorite. And if there's one thing that I think is that's one good that has come out of 4's existence is that people are looking at 3 better in retrospect.
True.
But yeah, that's my big one.
Do you have an overrated one or?
No, I'm kind of similar to William, where it's like...
Man, fuck Citizen Kane!
Yeah.
Okay, Paddington.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of similar to...
I didn't even watch Paddington yet! Paddington 2!
Oh,
yeah,
William.
I guess I'm like in a similar boat to William, where it's like something is good, but not as good as people hyped it up to be.
Sure.
Like, that's really my mindset.
Okay, I did do some searching, and I think I do. I have 2 answers I'm comfortable with, or that I definitely have.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, since Olivia's not here, Titanic. I will. I will not elaborate.
No, she's probably gonna make
I totally understand.
She's gonna watch the stream and be like, "What the fuck happened?"
Joke's on you guys. I haven't watched all of Titanic yet.
Exactly.
Which I mean, I watched
the
first hour with my ex back in college, and then it got an hour and I realized they're not on the boat yet. Do you want to watch something else? Sure.
Someone make a Titanic on GBA video. I will watch it then.
There you go.
I saw someone put the Nutsack intro on GBA video.
It's the Nutsack. Oh, dude, base. No, the reason I'm saying this, chat, is because I recently got a Game Boy SP at TMG, so now I can play my Shrek/Shark Tale GBA video that I got recently.
So exciting.
Nice.
And then I have underrated. I actually do have the movie I want to spread around. Kung Fu from Beyond the Grave.
Kung Fu from Beyond the Grave.
That's good.
Underrated is your least favorite word, though.
Well, all things considered, I'm playing nice by not going into a rant about how much I hate the word underrated. I'm playing nice.
I thought your most hated word was moist.
I'm not a normie. I don't care for the word moist. Who cares? What is so wrong with the word moist? It's a word. Moist. I'm shrinking. I'm cringing so hard. Moist. It's so gross.
95.
It's a word.
Guys, I gaslit him into going on a rant about a word.
Fuck.
Okay, next question. Next question. What's next?
Morta, did you have an answer though?
So an underrated one and an overrated one.
Yeah, could be anything.
Can it be a film that we've seen on Wheel Night?
Yeah, it can be anything.
Yeah.
Since you mentioned Kung Fu Beyond the Grave, I want to say, would Earth Girls or Easy be underrated?
I think we're still in the realm of it can be considered underrated in the sense of what underrated is. Yes, because I think amongst our group it's pretty well known, whereas like every other person in the world probably doesn't know about it as of yet.
It has like a 3.1 rating, so it's not like a critically acclaimed movie.
Yeah.
Right.
If you go on the Shaft subreddit, no one will know about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And those are normal society, as we all know.
Well, also, I don't think Letterboxd is a good judge of this either, because there are like things that are known as 80s classics that also only have like 3.1 because people who watched it back then aren't on fucking Letterboxd.
Well, that's why when I was thinking of overrated and I looked at like, I sorted Letterboxd movies by popular, and there were some that did have lower ratings than usual, but a lot of them are recent. So I'm like, well, they're recent, so are they going to be considered classics later?
One. I'm too easy to please.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. We want to move on to the next question from Bad Clips, who says, "Congrats on reaching 100 episodes, dude."
Fuck you for reaching 100 episodes.
What?
You got this far and haven't done Harry and the Hendersons yet? I hate you.
We haven't gotten to Harry and the Hendersons yet because we have something more important to get to first. William.
Showgirls 2?
Chat. I have a question.
Oh, Mordo's got a question.
I'm going to the grocery store. Who wants to come with?
Can you get me some Tostino's pizza rolls?
Sure.
If it's got the bad guys on 4K, give that to me. I'll give you my address afterwards.
Anyway, Bad Clips' question. What is your current favorite piece of physical media you own so far? In the way that it's packaged, special features, etc. And are there any particular releases of a film you want to have in the future? Well, I can answer that second question already. Hundreds of Beavers. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
That
label Arrow Video isn't doing that one.
Cartoon is doing it.
Could it get a Criterion release?
No.
Okay, it's been announced that it's coming.
Dude, Criterion would be crazy.
It's a brand new Blu-ray label called Cortuna. They're just starting. Their first release is up for pre-order right now. They are a Vinegar Syndrome partner label. They're releasing a film called Nuts.
Yeah, Nuts.
Which is an animated film about the true story of some dude in the 1910s who thought he could cure impotence by surgically attaching goat testicles to people.
Hell yeah, dude.
That sounds normal.
All right.
And
I own a couple physical movies. You want to finish?
Well, I was just going to answer the first question because I did have an answer. My Dark Crystal Labyrinth double feature Blu-ray pack that's in the style of a VHS case clamshell. I still think that's one of the coolest things I own.
All right. I have a lot of things I want, mainly from Discotheque. I just watched Gunbuster, so now I want the Blu-ray for that one. There's so much I want from Discotheque. It's just like I just live like most of Discotheque's library. They have the Sonic X Blu-ray. They have some Digimon stuff.
They have both Sonic X Blu-rays.
Yeah, both Sonic X Blu-rays. I'll get the Japanese one, but yeah. And as for probably one of my favorite things I own in my collection of movies and TV, it would probably be another Discotheque release. I should have not. Yeah, it's just all Discotheque. It's the Commander Black Blu-ray because not only do you get the show in super high quality, you have like so many cool special features and commercials and interviews and even like an essay on like the history. It's just like it's one of the coolest Blu-rays I own. So yeah.
So my favorite piece, I'm still trying to collect more physical copies of physical media, but my favorite one that I currently own is my 2-disc Jaws DVD. Being like one of my favorite Spielberg movies for obvious reasons. And as for ones that I want, I'm hoping to get the Criterion of WALL-E when that comes out during the sale.
Well, the sale's happening right now, dude.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I don't really have the shelf space for a collection, unfortunately, so I'm not sure if I can answer the first question at the moment, but as for something I really want, I saw Criterion has a box set of all the Showa era Godzilla films, and honestly, I would love that. It would be amazing to have.
If you get it, as a heads up, also separately get an 8-disc Blu-ray case, because that release has the issue of the glue binding for where the discs hold starts to fall apart after a while. A lot of us who bought it originally, our discs started to sink into the packaging.
What? Sink into the packaging?
Yes. So if you get that release, also get an 8-disc Blu-ray case to put the discs in to hold them instead and just put the book on a shelf somewhere. I need to buy that release again because, yes, my disc did get fucked up from that.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, it happened to everyone who got it initially.
Hope the Heisei series get better treatment.
Well, hopefully they get it released at all, because we still don't know what the hell is going on with that.
Does the Millennium Era have anything too? Or
well, okay. They already had old Blu-ray releases from Sony that I think are still easy enough to find. It's just you're dealing with the Sony subtitles and stuff, which have some issues here and there. Most notably, off the top of my head, Godzilla X Mechagodzilla. There's a really funny typo where one character just says Godzilla with one L. They also slap like over the opening titles for a lot of them. They just have like a box that says the movie's name over. It's like, no, I want to see the cool animation for the title, not that. But like, you can at least still watch the movie at least.
Oh yeah, that's still. Yeah, if I bought the movie, I might as well.
The most annoying thing about those Sony Blu-rays is that they went out of order on one thing where you have so you have up to. What they put Godzilla vs. Destroyer and versus Megaguirus on the same disc because they released 2000 separately beforehand. So it means the movies are now out of order if on the shelf, unless you like print out your own custom labels and switch the discs around. I need to do that at some point so I can have them in correct order. Because just like you have Godzilla vs. Destroyer, but then the next movie chronologically is supposed to be Godzilla 98 and then 2000 and then Megaguirus goes with GMK. They fucked up, and I hate them. Thanks, Sony. Anyway, lazy go.
My favorite that I own is probably either the Wally Criterion. That's a really cool one. That has like basically any Criterion is really cool. I love the little booklets they have, the pamphlets and stuff like that. And for ones I want to own, I rewatched Speed Racer a few weeks ago. I want that shit on Blu-ray, man. And 4K if they have it, but probably not. And also -1, I actually want to get on a big 4K, box set or whatever,
They just have to release one over here first.
Yeah, it's probably not going to come out till like another year or something.
I'm gonna guess and say they'll probably get announced in time for November. That's my guess. Don't quote me on that, but that's my guess.
Yeah. I mean, it'll leave Netflix at some point, so it's worth getting then, especially.
Tim, here, this was a lot bigger than I remember.
Where you at, bro?
I'm at a grocery store called Giant with Crad's brother at the moment. There's like Kittings and stuff.
Oh, I know
and then Crad's at Crad's at work at the moment, so I'm just hanging out with his brother.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, Giant is like the Pennsylvania grocery store.
I think it's supposed to be either like the Dearborgs or Schnucks of Virginia to me. That's like a store. That's like a grocery store down in my neck of the woods.
Yeah.
What a schnook.
Is it like a Pennsylvania exclusive? Because I've never heard of it.
I think it's just regional.
Yeah, it's in like the area.
Yeah,
I think it's just
everybody
more
has
in
their
the
regional
Eastern
grocery stores.
I think it's more just like in the Eastern section because I'm in Virginia, so I mean.
I have a grocery store near me just called The Market.
The Market. That's just
going to the market in the morning.
Wait, that's just Nevermore's nickname, DeMarcus.
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 DeMarcus at DeMarcus.
There's also another store like you guys have, Fresh Market, right?
What?
That sounds familiar, yeah.
We have a store here called A Fresh Market, which is a completely different thing.
A Fresh Market.
We're going to A Fresh Market.
Yeah.
We're going to A Fresh Market. I won't say what. It's just A Fresh Market.
Whichever one we go to, it'll be a surprise.
Like a lowercase a too.
What's the name of the market? A Fresh Market. I know it's a fresh market. What's the name of the fresh market?
It's a fresh market.
What is even happening anymore?
Chat, you can't be this stupid. Just tell me the name. I'm telling you, it's A Fresh Market.
I'm at Soup.
I mean, if they called it a rotten market.
I hope this episode has my camera on. That'd be funny.
You can get Soup out of market.
I'll pan to your camera during this section when we're talking about grocery stores.
Yeah. Is it time for me to go yet, or do other people still need to answer?
Wait. What's the question exactly?
Favorite piece of physical media you own right now, and a piece of physical media you want to own in the future.
Guys, you already know my answer.
Memento.
It's the Memento limited edition.
Yeah, dude. That's why I didn't have that as my answer, because I knew that was your answer.
Also, maybe the Panic Room special edition. That one was also pretty cool.
Oh, that one's great too.
Yeah. You know, I really want to go to Second Charles soon into this place because I always find interesting stuff there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't collect a ton of physical media. I really should, but yeah, I haven't gotten around to it as much. But
his favorite is that his Blu-ray copy of Epic.
Oh yeah,
I feel like I would have like better. I feel like I can give out like pretty good answers. That's like not movie related because like I don't like some good cool physical releases of like CDs and vinyls.
Ooh.
But that's like a different plate of cookies for a different glass of milk.
Yeah.
Well, once we get the Too Many Musics podcast in another few years, and that's 100 episode, we can answer there.
Sure.
You know what? I'm going to start a podcast called Too Many Songs or something like that.
Nice.
I endorse it.
One thing I am doing is I'm collecting the Ghibli steel books because those are just like really cool. I really like those, and specifically my Whisper of the Heart Ghibli steel book is like really really dear to me. I love that. There's like a little slip of paper inside that has like information about like the movie and like I think it was like Miyazaki's like pitch to like Ghibli in order to get it made about like why this story needed to be told or something like that. That was really cool to read.
Which other?
Wait.
Just have the
Wait. I have thought of another physical release that I'm happy I do own. It's not a movie, but you know it still counts. This really cool collector set. It's kind of owned. So I don't have all the goodies to it, but I own the complete series of the X-Files, and it's a really cool box set.
You said the Whisper of the Heart steelbook, right?
Yeah.
Because you already got a little muffled there.
Yeah, I haven't opened the rest of the Ghibli steelbooks that I own, but I assume they also have like little booklets.
They do.
saying, like,
I can confirm that because I have all of them except for the Earwig one.
Yeah.
James, I was gonna ask, which other movies do you have besides Whisper of the Heart?
I'd have to see them like in front of me. Like I don't have them in front of me right now, but
okay,
not all of them. I think I only have about half. I definitely have Kaguya. I have Cat Returns.
Nice.
I think I have Kiki, Spirited Away, Castle in the Sky. Just others I forget. But yeah.
I think by the time this episode comes out, the Boy and the Heron one might be out because I think that comes out this week. I might be wrong, but it comes out very soon.
Ah, cool. But yeah, I don't know. I just want to continue that collection. That's my answer for the second question.
So am I the last one now?
Probably.
Yeah, who hasn't answered?
Well, I guess it's my turn.
Okay,
because I don't really have one specific favorite. It's just a matter of different things to spotlight. I guess I'll start with the biggest one by sheer mass. I have the limited edition Arrow Gamera box set, which has all 12 movies in like a big hardbound case, but then it's all held in one giant hard thing. And aside from the movie box, there's also, it came with a full reprint of the 90s Dark Horse comic books in an original manga story in a hard case, and a big ass booklet containing a bunch of interviews and stuff, overviews of the movies, and anatomy drawings of all the kaiju in it. I have, from last year, I have the Arrow Video Empire Screams box set, which is like the whole box is in the shape of like a video store with a bunch of the characters from the movies in it, and it's a bunch of different movies from Empire Studios, which was Charles Band's first company before Full Moon, the company that did Reanimator, and it has like Dungeon Master, Cellar Dweller, Dolls, Robot Jocks, another one that Arena I watched. That's one of the ones I actually watched. From Criterion, I think the best Criterion box I have right now is the release for Vampire, the 30s movie. It's a German black and white horror movie from the 30s. And the cool thing about it is that it came with a booklet inside of it that contains the fucking screenplay for the movie as well as the original novella that inspired the movie. Let's see, what else? Just like a cool case for Vinegar Syndrome, they have the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 4K, which is really fun. I need to think. The Arrow Video 4K of The Warriors has like a booklet. The booklet for the movie is big, and like it looks like an old subway guide. Like it has the dots and everything that like you'd see on like a subway thing. This section is going to go on for a while. Don't worry. I don't have my stuff in front of me right now, so that's the hard part.
Right. So you're just thinking of like what you can.
The Mill Creek Mothra Steelbook is really cool because it has a really nice slipcover over it. It's also the first time that movie got its original Japanese release in America. I have all the Ghibli Steelbooks, as I mentioned earlier. The only one I don't have is the one for Earwig and the Witch, and that's because I don't want to own Earwig and the Witch.
Same.
I also don't have When the Heron yet, but that's because it's not out yet.
I'm joking.
A couple years ago, I would have said to show a Criterion Godzilla set, but then the disc started sinking, so I can't say that one now in good faith.
Oh, no.
I need to buy it again. Fuck.
I still can't believe that the discs melt.
Well, the discs don't melt. It's just that the cardboard or whatever in the book, it's just the glue becomes undone and the disc starts sinking in and rubbing up against the discs.
Why did I think the discs would melt?
I don't know. There was one I was about to say. Come on, come back to me. Oh, the Shout Factory Friday the 13th box set.
Ooh, yeah.
It has all 12 movies, including Freddy vs. Jason. And every movie gets its own individual case. Like the Empire Screams box set also was in individual cases.
Yeah, I can attest to the Friday the 13th one.
It also has like a 13th bonus case of like 2 or 3 discs of just bonus features.
Yep.
And like since I got it when it first time I pre-ordered it, I also got like the posters for like the artwork on the box and then like an original lithograph of like new artwork for the first movie. I have the media books for Little Shop of Horrors and King Kong, the original King Kong. And the media book released for Little Shop of Horrors was the first time we got the director's cut released. So that was cool. And the media book for King Kong has like the booklet inside has like a good amount of like the information on the making of the film that it's also covered in the documentaries that are inside. I had good fun release. I have the Arrow and Synapse collab release for Tenebrae, the Dario Argento film that came with a nice booklet, poster, and postcards for the movie. And just like the artwork of the box. Anything else I want to spotlight? Every release from Deaf Crocodile. Support Deaf Crocodile. Good company.
Good company.
Do we want to talk about the Showgirls box again?
We have a whole episode on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's any need to repeat also.
You want to talk about the Nine Lives of Fritz the Cat?
Not yet, Minion. Not yet.
But aren't you so glad to own that movie?
Yeah, I wonder how I got that because I don't remember going to the store to buying that. Suspicious.
You wouldn't find a release from Scorpion in a store.
It's true.
Yeah.
The mystery deepens.
I probably have more answers, but I can't think of them right now. Those are just like the hits.
Yeah, I think that's a good list.
I guess if there's anything else I'd want to get, there's only 2 movies that I like will ever like buy multiple copies of for the collector's sake. And the first is the first Sonic movie because there were 2 they put out holiday slipcovers every now and then, and I bought the Valentine's Day one for it on DVD because I thought it was funny. And the other is Little Shop. I have like the Walmart glow in the dark slipcover, but a couple years ago, FYE had like an exclusive steelbook for the movie, and this was before I started doing this. Like, I kind of want to go back and get that, but it's out of print now, so it goes for money.
Right.
Well, I'm sure once the movie comes out on actual 4K, it'll get like a bunch of different releases. I think the rumor right now is that it leaked that Shout Factory has it.
Yeah, I've seen that rumor.
So because one thing Shout's been doing a lot lately is that like the big hits, they've been putting out like, they have the version that's just the movie, but then they'll have like 2 or 3 different bundles that come with like a bunch of extra shit. So they might do that for that. Yes, bro is still talking about physical releases. So basically, the answer is anything for Little Shop.
Yes.
And also a VHS, a Goofy movie, because it'd be funny.
Oh,
Nice.
dude, I want that too.
We had one when I was a kid, but not anymore, because we're not kids anymore.
Right.
Do you have one of both Goofy movies or just the first one?
Well, I don't have either VHSs anymore.
Oh,
When I was a kid, we had both, but not
Cheddar,
anymore.
woo! Slurpage.
Are there any questions about Bradley Uppercrust in this Q&A?
No, and quite frankly, I'm disappointed.
The third.
Gamma's
your audience
out.
sucks. Refresh the chat, just see if anyone posted anything about him.
Oh, we'll check later. I got to move on to the next
Okay.
question from Buster. Wait a minute.
Hey, that's me.
Hey, boss, big butt.
So, Buster asks, what's your favorite movie starring a
Buster,
sports star?
what'd you say?
I do have an answer. My answer is Airplane because it has Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in it. So, that's my answer.
Nice.
Respect. I need to figure out my answer, even though I asked the question.
Well, everybody else gets to answer Space Jam.
What is the question?
What is your favorite movie starring a sports star?
Space Jam 2, obviously.
I don't know about that one.
Would you count Arnold Schwarzenegger as a sports star?
Is lifting weights a sport?
Bodybuilding can be a sport. I'll count it. I'll count it.
Did he do it competitively?
You know, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I think he did it. I think he
Then
did
yes,
it.
it's
in
sport.
I'm going to say the Seinfeld episode with Keith Hernandez.
There you go.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna be risky. I'm gonna risk it all. Hercules in New York.
Ooh. I love that. I love, out of all of Schwarzenegger's filmography, you went with Hercules in New York.
It's special to me.
No, good. I'm glad that's your answer. You
That's amazing.
go off, King. That's your answer.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I have an answer. Like, nothing actually good comes to mind.
It's okay, James. We know you're the biggest Kazam enjoyer out of all of us.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Wait, does
Green
John,
Egg and Hammett.
does John Cena count as a sports star? Or is he,
Yeah.
like, primarily an actor now?
Well, he's an actor
He was
now. but
WWE,
yeah, he
right?
He once did physical activity once or twice.
Oh wait, actually, I think I have one. Naked Gun.
Ooh.
Does that count?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because it has OJ, the guy who was famous for being in that one sport, killing his wife. No,
He's
wait,
famous
football.
for football.
No,
No
right,
other
right.
reason.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
That's the sport he was famous for.
Oh boy.
My favorite movie with a sports star in it is Godzilla against Mechagodzilla from 2002, because Hideki Matsui is in it.
Oh,
What
nice.
sport does he play?
There's my loophole.
Is he the baseball player?
Yes, he makes a cameo.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Hey, that's a good movie. I'll take it.
Yeah, go sports team.
Go sports team.
Sports.
Yeah, anybody else
Hallie-
want to answer?
Oh, I think I have a favorite.
Okay, go lazy.
I'm gonna go with a Good Burger for right now. But depending on rewatch, I might change it to Freddy Got Fingered.
Oh.
Shaq was in it.
Shaq was it? Oh, yeah, he was.
That's
I'm looking through Shaq's entire filmography.
He was in Freddy Got
He
Fingered.
shows up in it.
Okay, then I'm changing my answer to Freddy Got Fingered.
Oh, I know mine. Cause
Actually, no.
Shaq is
Actually, the
also-
Lego movie, unironically.
Yeah,
because he
sure.
definitely had a
Shaq is
voice
actually
role
in the
that.
Lego movie, so that's gonna be
no,
mine.
That's
they were
true, I
ready
forgot
for
about
that.
Oh, yeah, okay, that'll be my answer.
Yeah, because I didn't realize that it was actually. I had to see if it was actually voiced by him and not somebody impersonating him. Like, nope, that's actually Shaq. So that was my answer.
That's actually Shaq.
Get Shaq on.
Yeah.
Actually, I found out he's in Jack and Jill, so that's my new answer.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, you know who else is in Jack and Jill?
Ooh.
Dunkachino.
What's my name?
Dunkachino.
Yo, real talk, I cannot hear this phrase, don't mind if I do, in any other way other than that clip.
Don't
Yeah.
mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do.
I can't see Al Pacino without thinking of fucking Dunkachino ever again.
No, I haven't seen the movie, but I am very familiar with that clip.
I'll see people talking about like what a great and respectable actor Al Pacino is, and all I can think is like Dunkachino.
Like when he was on the Oscar stage just earlier this year, and he was just like, "My eyes see Oppenheimer."
Oh yeah, that too. It's that and Dunkachino are like the two things I think of when Al Pacino comes to mind.
All right. Next question. We got from Noah Butcher 7444. He's got 3 questions. 1. What's your top 10 least favorite movies ever?
Oh, God.
What's your favorite movie from the Wheel Night list? And what first made you want to do Wheel Night in the first place? All right. So what?
Okay, well, I can answer one of those questions because it was my idea to do Wheel Night.
Yeah, so we'll save that for later then. So anyway, what's your top 10 least favorite movies ever? I can't think of 10. So just say your least favorite movie ever, I guess. Other people go. I need to think about this.
I don't care enough to have a top 10 least favorite movies.
I'm not that much of a hater.
I don't feel like putting energy into being mad about this.
Yeah.
My default
Guys,
answer
do I
is
even
always
need to say
Bohemian
mine? I feel like
Rhapsody.
we all know.
I actually don't remember what yours is.
Yeah, me neither.
Isn't it Tenet?
Yeah, it's fucking Tenet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Worse movies than Tenet out there. Huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
But Mordo hasn't seen them yet.
That's true. Yeah.
Yet.
I'd say Click.
Oh right. Oh.
True.
Crazy Nights.
Like,
No,
Click
no,
doesn't
no.
even make my bottom 10. There's way worse than Click 2. I am one.
Speaking of which, Chad, I
Click
got
is-
my
Click
copy
is
of 8
just
Crazy
funny.
Nights on DVD signed by DA Games
Yeah.
at TMG. Best
Now,
best
here's
accomplishment of my life.
Click, it would probably not be in my bottom 10, but 8 Crazy Nights probably is. I hate that movie so much.
The in jokes for 8 Crazy Nights and Click alone just save it for me, I guess.
That's
Crazy
fair.
Nights at Freddy's.
Hey, Bamson, you were gonna say one?
When it comes to like movies that are my least favorite, I always just default to Bohemian Rhapsody for some reason.
Sure.
That's a good
Like,
reason.
I don't know why. There are so many. There's like movies that are so much worse out there, and I understand that Bohemian Rhapsody has its fans, but I'm not one of them. I just don't like it at all.
Same.
Yeah. You can probably look at my letterbox and see like the movies I've given half a star to. Like there aren't that many, so you'll probably find my bottom 10 there. But
Half
I mean,
of them are
obviously
Wheel
my-
Night movies.
Yeah,
That's true. Yeah. Obviously my least favorite of all time is Artemis Fowl, though.
So
That's
wait,
just-
so Megamind versus the Doom Syndicate is not your least favorite.
Nope.
Does
I
that
mean,
even count?
you know, it's down there, but
I was about to say, I was curious to be like, is it worse than Artemis Fowl?
no, nothing's worse than Artemis Fowl. Oh my
Does
god.
Megamind unhinge his jaw and say it's feeding time? No.
God, I wish.
Doesn't. Yeah. That's true.
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh, I hate Artemis Fowl so much.
All right, Wheel Night question time. Woohoo!
I'll answer
Travis,
why
is that
Wheel Night
yours?
started.
Yeah, answer why Wheel Night started first, and then we'll answer the Wheel Night. Like,
The answer is because I felt like it.
yes, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
I thought Wheel Night happened because we gave up on the Pokemon Nuzlocke.
Well, also I felt like it.
Yeah.
Valid.
Anyway, as for favorite movie from Wheel Night, Faust.
Yeah, favorite movie from Wheel Night. I don't know. I'd have to like see all of them in front of me to like figure that out.
My favorite's RoboCop.
That's fair because that counts.
Yeah.
Shit, it
Oh,
counts.
you know what? Little Italy is my favorite.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Little Italy. That's a gem.
I think my favorite is probably Freaked.
Ooh.
Oh,
that
yeah,
would have been my,
Freak,
that would've been my
yeah.
other pick.
That's a good
In
one.
Like, we're
terms
counting,
of
like,
so
actual
good,
Wheel Night
it's one of my
movies.
favorite movies now, thanks to Wheel
Yeah.
Night.
In terms of actual Wheel Night things and not ringers or things we just so happen to watch, but like actual Wheel Night things, probably either Chuds or Little Italy
Ooh,
or
yeah,
Arctic Hawaii.
Those
One
are
of
good.
those three.
Ooh. Oh, Russian Treasure
Chuds
Island.
is there for me.
The Russian Treasure Island I would count as a ringer, if anything.
Dr. Alien.
Yeah, Dr. Aaron, pretty good, pretty good.
Does Earth Girls Are Easy count as Wheel Night?
Yeah.
That's pretty good, yeah. Also, for some reason, I
Yeah,
can't
no, yeah.
think
I was
this in
gonna
how
say Earth Goes
Letterboxd.
Are Easy for mine.
Amanda the Alien is getting a Blu-ray soon.
Good.
Hooray!
We timed that one well.
Yeah.
Was Lake Michigan Monster Wheel Night?
All of them counted.
Well,
I
like-
don't, but they all do.
I count it.
It's like the Book of Genesis.
It is. Yeah, it's the Genesis for Wheel
Like the
Night.
book of- Yeah.
It's a matter of what are we counting? Are we counting specifically Weird Night or just movie nights in general?
Yeah, because Lake Michigan Monster and CIA like revolutionized
Yeah.
movie
I'm
slash
not,
Wheel
like-
Nights.
I don't count Earth Girls as easy as Wheel Night. I just count it as a movie night movie.
Yeah.
I realize they kind of blur together,
Yeah,
but
Wheel Night and Movie Night are one and the same for me at this point. It's
Yeah.
like a colloquial
I
term I,
think another-
use.
your
'cause I
favorite
think-
is so clearly your favorite movie is actually The Country Bears.
Yes,
I
correct.
think another
I'm so
favorite
mad
for
you
me-
watched that without me.
We'll watch it again sometime when we actually do an episode.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I think another favorite for me from movie night was probably Police Story. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, Police Story's badass.
Hey chat, watch Jackie Chan movies. Fuck you.
Yeah. Kung Fu Panda it does count, but like still.
No, it doesn't.
Fuck you.
No, guys. You know what my favorite is? Stripper Magician.
Ooh.
Yeah. Google that on YouTube. It's amazing.
YouTube it on Google.
Yeah.
There's also Top Dog.
Ooh, Top Dog.
big.
That's a recent one. That's a recent classic.
I
Does
wasn't
Dog
there for
Police
that, was
count as
I?
Wheel Night?
I'd count Dog Police. Ooh, William, we got to get you in on Top Dog.
Was that the Chuck Norris movie?
That is
That's
some
the-
wording I do not like.
Well, it's the Chuck Norris dog movie. It's good.
Okay.
And when I say good,
All right, Hal. Next question.
Also, Sorceress is pretty funny.
Oh,
Right,
Sorceress is
guys,
good.
guys.
Leave us on a
You know what
cliffhanger
I
now.
forgot to mention? You know what my favorite is?
What's your favorite?
And I just realized we're coming up to the 1-year anniversary of it. Beauty and the Beast, the Yummo cut.
Yeah, woo, Yomo cut.
The worst 4 hours of my life.
Well, no, Buster,
yeah.
Buster. One of those 4 hours is good. It's just the other 3 that are shit.
Yeah.
Well, there's also an hour where we just kept rewatching Dog Police.
Oh yeah, God.
That was the same day.
Yeah.
It's
That was
incredible
in
that we
German.
watched Lady Snowblood, Dog Police, and then all 3 Beauty and the Beast movies that same night.
We didn't watch Lady Snowblood that day.
Yes, we
Yes,
did.
we did.
We did.
Did?
Lady Snowblood was that night.
We did that as a pre-show?
My diaries do not lie, William.
Well, I
can't
remember this.
Did we do it earlier in the day
Yes.
than usual?
We did. Yeah, we did it earlier in the day.
I completely blocked out that was the same time.
All right, Al. What else do your viewers have?
All right, we got a question from Guardian Type 7169 that says, "What were your first memories with physical movies?" And again, Thomas and the Magic Railroad on VHS.
I grew up in the late 90s and early 2000s. You know that we had most of the Disney VHS tapes.
Yeah, my earliest memory is probably the one I mentioned earlier with the Disney VHS sing-along where I got scared because A Whole New World never finished.
Probably a Little Mermaid Blu-ray for me. I don't know, not Blu-ray, VHS. VHS.
I mentioned The Incredibles on DVD.
I mentioned Monsters Inc. previously, but another memory I have is I had the Monster House DVD growing up, but I only watched it like twice because I was scared as shit of the DVD menu.
Nice.
One of the, like, it was one of the. You remember the interactive DVD menus?
Yes. Yeah.
The best
It was
kind.
one of those
Best
that
kind.
when you press play, the house would like eat you. That scared the shit out of me.
It's going to vor me.
Oh wait, I think I know how to answer this one. I want to say possibly has to be the Madagascar DVD.
Nice. Based.
Oh man, I
Dude,
think I had that too.
Dude,
yeah.
when I realized that these DVDs can have games on it, I realized, man,
you got games on your phone.
I get the hype.
Oh, do you remember?
Yo,
the
they got
Shrek
games
2
on these DVDs.
The Shrek 2 DVD menu.
That's a classic.
Yeah, that's true. That one's also good. Right. I think I just have fond memories of like the games I played on the Madagascar DVD
Nice.
and stuff like that. Dude.
Oh, do you
What a
know
blast.
that one with the one with the penguins where you have to like do that maze, or I forget what it was called, but do you know?
Oh my god, yes, yeah. You sneak around the ship, dude. That was the shit.
Yeah, and also the penguins in a Christmas caper was like a bonus feature on that.
That's how I watched it.
DVD.
Was on that
So-
Madagascar DVD.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Wait, just joined?
Hi, Jeff.
Oh my god, it's James's girlfriend, Lavender Whale.
And no other name.
Yeah.
Whoa. Yes, I mentioned you earlier when I answered a question in the Q&A we're currently doing.
Oh, yay. Cool.
Yeah! I said that my favorite video to edit has been our tennis rounds.
Oh, yay.
And I said my favorite video to edit was the Romeo and Juliet Seal movie review.
Yeah.
Now, Jess, what is your earliest memory of physical media?
Videos?
I didn't know whether I was allowed to join.
You're
You
li-
said you were doing a Q&A, so I didn't know if I was allowed to join. Then I saw everyone else was here, so I
Yeah, no,
thought,
you can join. I'll just,
okay.
I'm gonna edit around.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Everyone can join.
Wait, can I answer that question?
Yeah, okay. Morto go first, and then Jess will go.
And then I'll go again.
So what's the question exactly?
Just earliest memory of physical media.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the editing one.
No.
Oh, earliest memory.
Oh, never mind.
Quick, Mordo, answer that question anyway while just thinking.
Well, he said the Madagascar
Well,
DVDs.
I
Okay,
had a lot of,
No, the ending one.
I had a lot of books I read when I was a kid. Like Going on a Bear Hunt was my favorite book when I was like 2.
Okay.
So, yeah. And my parents actually hid it from me because I would ask them to read it to me like all the time. I'd just walk up to them and hand them the book. And they got sick of it. I think Michael Rosen wrote that one actually.
Yeah, I found out
100.
about that.
Yeah.
I found out about that. I'm like, holy shit, because I read that all the time, and then I watched Michael Rosen in the YouTube poop era.
I was just destined to be a YouTube pooper. I don't know.
Yeah.
From childhood.
Yeah.
I think to briefly answer, I think best thing I edited probably was the Toad Circuit segment for the 8 ranking.
Based.
On my own.
Yeah.
On my own, I have no idea. I want to say, because I've been thinking about it recently, the Goliath's Throne lyric video for Iris, because that song just got remade, so I have to do that again. I'm going to cook hard with that.
Was there anybody else that needed to answer this question?
Is
We
it
can
our
move on.
favorite thing we've edited or the best thing we've edited?
Oh, that was a question from a while ago, I guess. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I just
don't
wanted to
remember.
quickly answer that because I don't think I was here.
You weren't.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have an answer, if you don't, it's fine.
I don't know. I think the best video on my channel is probably my like Kaguya Hold Me Like a Grudge AMV. That's why it's my channel
Good.
video.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I need to finish my Simon Petrikov So Much for Stardust AMV.
Ooh, I cannot wait to see that. I'm so excited. Because like you know how much you know how much of Adventure Time was.
Yeah, I think now the fact that me and ZP and Nevermore finished watching the entirety of the show until the new stuff comes out. Yeah, I probably have like a more clearer mind of like what vids to use, what
Whenever
episodes
I
to
listen
choose
to
from,
So
shit
Much
like that.
for Stardust,
Oh,
I
yeah.
imagine Kadok from Fate.
Yeah.
It's
That's
so
solid.
Kadok Sem Lupus core.
Also, Jess, I really like your learn the alphabet with unlimited blade work.
Oh yeah, that
one's
became my
very
most
funny.
viewed. That's my most viewed channel video on my channel now. So I guess the public
It's my own.
agrees.
It's my most
Jess,
popular
once you're
video.
moved in, Jess, once you're moved in the fall, together, you and I are gonna somehow get James to become a devout pop punk stan.
I already play Fallout Boy for him all the time in the car, so we're on our way.
James, was this more than you
my
bargained for?
my most popular video is the So Say Good Morning video.
So say good morning!
Oh wait, my other favorite thing I edited was the Hundreds of Beavers segment I did with ZP and Nevermore. That was
Nice.
a blast. They helped me out editing that bit, so that was fun.
Okay, I think that's done now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I thought this would be going a lot faster, but then I realized there's like 12 of us, so it's gonna be a while.
I mean, it'll probably go faster once people start leaving. if people
Faster
start
and
leaving.
faster.
Yeah. You know, the
I think
laws of aerodynamics.
Faster and faster, can't do it on my own.
See, that's what I was trying to get to happen, but I couldn't remember the lyrics.
Part-time soulmate, full-time problem.
Yeah. The musical theater person knows all the lyrics. It's okay.
Yes, the musical theater person knows the lyrics to a song from Fall Out Boy from a year ago.
I don't listen to Fall Out Boy. The last Fall Out Boy song I listened to was My Songs Know What You Did in the Dark.
Oh,
I've been on a 21 Pilots phase.
Is that the name of the song, or am I just misremembering?
My songs know what you did in the dark.
I can't believe I remembered that.
Yo, it's so wild that last year that Fall Out Boy and Owl City released an album on the same day, and then a week before that was All Time Low.
What is this, 2009?
I hope so.
All right. Next question we got from Israel7772. Time to end the debates. The smiling friends or the frowning friends?
Smiling
friends.
The smiling friends because they're still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of cringe.
Nah, counterpoint. Renaissance men.
Yeah, they got shot with a bunch of arrows. What a skill issue.
Exactly.
All right. Next question we got from Stardust007. What are some of your favorite musical artists or bands? And I have quite a list. I'll just name off a couple. So Pink Floyd, Weird Al Yankovic, the band Cannons, and the band Missing Persons.
You just want me to lead every artist I have in that 24-hour playlist I made?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go last.
All right, I really like Kenji Yoshino and Aido. They're both Japanese pop artists, so yeah, check them out.
I think Rob Scallon's a classic for sure.
Queen and Elton John are my two faves.
White.
That's true.
I thought Green Day was one of them.
I like Green Day as well. Not like among my all-time favorites, but yeah, good stuff.
I listen to musicals.
I mean, me too.
Just quoted Fall Out Boy.
And Fall Out Boy. Okay, musicals and Fall Out Boy.
It's mostly musicals for me too, so I listed like the only artists that I actually listen to who aren't from musicals.
I've been listening to some. I don't know how to pronounce her name because I've mostly just seen it typed. But Chappelle or Chapel Rowan or Roan.
Oh, Roan, yeah.
Roan. Okay, yeah.
Here's how you pronounce her name. I'm not sure.
I don't really have a favorite band, but I guess one artist that I return to over and over is probably Led Zeppelin. Basic.
I'm just gonna name as much as I can because I feel like I'll just go all day talking about my music taste. All right, so here we go. DA Games / Iris, 21 Pilots, Manchester Orchestra, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Shinedown, Fall Out Boy, Coldplay, Palais Royale, Abandoned Pools, Sawano Hiroyuki. What else do I like? Bad Omens, Seether.
Bad Omens.
Bad Omens, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually got one of their shirts upstairs. I got a Hot Topic in Pennsylvania a few days ago.
Nice.
But
Evil Good Omens.
Yeah, Good Omens.
Yeah.
Bad
Black Midi. That's a band my boyfriend's really into. What else? I got my Spotify pulled up to just name off some.
That's okay. So do I.
Jack Sauber, that's a good one. Pacifier, you listen to them a lot more. I need to listen more Radiohead. Oh yeah, Noiseland. That's the Red Letter Media artist that's done like those remixes. Oh yeah, Breaking Benjamin, that's a good one.
Oh,
and
yeah. I like Breaking Benjamin. 2000s.
Yes. Oh my god. Dave. So, Jess, we need to talk more. Oh my god. Yeah, man. Like, we got some music taste. I don't know why we don't talk about it much. Starset. That's another one I'm into. I think that's most I can think of at the moment. So yeah.
I don't have to think because I just have a playlist. I'm just going to read the names off of. So, am I the only one left? I'm assuming that means I'm the only one left.
I think I actually have some real answers after that. But you can go first.
Oh,
no, you go.
More.
My favorites, my go-to would be I mentioned Daft Punk before, but also I go with Genesis, Tupac. I know a modern one I really like is Thundercat. He makes pretty good stuff. And Grammatic. Trying to think of what else. I include a bunch of popular music in my videos, and I usually note what music I use in the description, so if I'm leaving out something, you can figure out over there.
All right, Hal, put in the running a marathon music for me here.
Oh boy.
Okay, in order that I have in this playlist I made, Nate Wants to Battle, The Proto Men, The Megas, The Midnight, Ice Nine Kills, Sarah and the Safe Word, Sub Radio, Sumo Psycho, Crush 40, The Offspring, Water Parks, Skyrocket, Red Hook, Mariana's Trench, Megadeth, Mega Ran, Josie Cotton, LeBrock, The Veronicas, Sycamore, Santa Cruz, Reckless Love, Treasures, Crazy Licks, All Time Low, Fallout Boy, Hands Like Houses, Johnny Manshout and the Poor Bastards, Sad Boys Club, Set It Off, Wanima, Sunrise Skater Kids, To Octavia, The Dolly Rots, Bentley Jones, Ludo, Bear Ghost, Dance Gavin Dance, Fall of Troy, She, Mystery Skulls, Scavenger Hunt, Owl City, Zebra Head, Big Time Rush, Zudomayo, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Hyper Potions, Macross 8299, Megan McDuffie, The Birthday Massacre, Anamanaguchi, Dance with the Dead, Ripe, Ghost, The Cruel Intentions, I Fight Dragons, Iron Maiden, Less Than Jake, The Nearly Deads, Rob Zombie, The Vincent Black Shadow, Beautiful Bodies, Double Experience, The Super Soul Brothers, Blowsight, Area 11, Young Beautiful in a Hurry, Josie and the Pussycats, Don Bracco, The Peanuts, The Venetia Fair, Sum 41, Darharu, and then I just have a bunch of random one-offs here. Do you guys want to hear?
I was counting on my fingers. I've heard of 8 of those.
Hey, that's more than what I thought most of the people here would say. There's also other things, but like those are just like things I could think of like that I could put 5 songs in for.
Right.
I only know like 5 of those.
This is just a playlist I made to hand to people when they ask me what I listen to.
All right, we good?
No,
I think that's everybody.
I'm neutral.
Okay.
Oh wait, neutral milk hotel. That's a good one.
I'm the neutral expression friend.
For the longest time, I thought that guy's head on the album cover was a coconut.
All right, we got a question here from Walter3001. What independent animated films do you recommend that are not quite well known among the public? Heroic Times.
Yeah, any animated film Death Crocodile puts out.
I'm gonna say Benny's Bathtub. Benny's Bathtub is so good.
Which was also put out by Death Crocodile.
Does Tux and Fanny count?
Yes. That was not put out by Death Crocodile. Albert, I think,
Okay.
released that by himself. I don't actually know the answer to that. Olivia will answer that in the comments when she hears this.
Yeah.
Romeo and Juliet sealed with a kiss.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think for my
Shark
choice,
Island,
I'm gonna fill in for.
baby.
I think for my choice, I'm gonna fill in for Crad and say Tale of Tales.
Yeah. Love Tale of Tales.
If I have to give an actual answer, I'd say The Pied Piper. It's a stop-motion film from the Czech Republic, which
I
is
would
also
say,
put out by Death Crocodile.
I would say Away. It's this movie that was done by this one Latvian guy who animated everything. Just like
Just like Romeo and Juliet, Shark Island,
Sealed with a kiss.
Yeah, it's very impressive. It's very atmospheric and there's no dialogue. It's pretty cool.
It reminds me of the video game Grow Home, if anyone knows what that is.
That sounds familiar.
It sounds familiar.
Ubisoft published it, but it is an indie game.
Does Marcel the Shell count?
That's by A24.
That's
so I
on
don't know if
A24.
That's true, yeah.
I remember this really old stop motion film called The Cameraman's Revenge. It's like this old Russian. It was made in like 1912, and it uses like insects.
Ooh.
I remember watching this in one of my classes, and it's like a 12-minute short, and it's very, very entertaining.
That's awesome. I gotta look this up.
I just added it to my watch list. Oh, speaking of like old stop motion films, Tail of the Fox.
The same director.
Oh, really?
Yeah, same director.
Oh my god, it is.
Well, damn. What a guy.
Holy shit.
Well, now we got to watch this after we do the Q&A. It's only 13 minutes long.
Great.
Yeah.
Sounds great. I'd love that.
Cool.
All right. Anybody else?
Who are you again?
I'm Max. Goof.
And Ruby?
Yeah. Ruby and Max.
Wait, you're not
If you're
Max.
Max, then I'm Disney Plus.
No,
And
this
I'm
guys,
Tubi.
this is
No.
Max.
I was
Holy
gonna
shit.
call Tubi. Damn it.
Holy shit, it's Max.
No, Bam, you're Quibi.
That means I'm shut down. Shit.
Well, Sam, looks like we got to kill this guy.
Ah. Damn it. That was a good run.
I am piracy.
Anyway.
Wait, can I be piracy? I pirate movies.
Hey, Gen Z,
wants
if you
to be-
guys know how to pirate things, then why haven't any of you bothered watching -1? Why is that, Gen Z, you fucking hacks?
Suspicious.
I pirate.
Honestly, honestly, I blame Gen Alpha more.
Fuck
Yeah,
Gen
they're the
Alpha.
ones that don't know how to, like, because most of us are Gen Z. In this
Guys, what do we
call,
do
so,
when
like,
Gen
that's
Z
all the alpha
ends?
gens.
What do we do next?
Uh,
What do we call it next?
we call it
We
Generation.
We call it a mistake.
Yeah.
We call it Gen Loss by
Gen-
Rambo.
Okay.
All right.
No.
Next question. We got a question here from someone named Olivia Mendel. Who's that again? I don't know.
What's her face?
That woman.
What's her face?
Yeah, what's her face? Anyway, top 5 quotes
Fraud.
from Scooter Tricks' videos. Also, can you brush and braid my hair? Please, 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 please. I have the perfect one. If Sally has 3 daughters and each daughter has a brother, how many children does Sally have? 4? The fuck is happening? Who was that?
I'm getting the police. You broke into my house.
We have to hurry. It's only 5 minutes past 4. So
I'll cut them off, actually. I will cut them off.
No. Okay,
Come
here, let me
inside.
help you. It's a cut off. You're welcome.
Thanks.
Underrated line when the seahorses show up, they just scream, "No! Swim up, no!"
Okay, actually,
Oh, wait.
the
The
only
other one I what? The
I'll go. The
Hank
only
Hill one.
Oh, the Hank Hill one. The Hank Hill one's great. But I was gonna say the only other one of mine that I will quote for the rest of my life is, "It's not airplane proof, but it has a lobby."
We gotta hurry up. It's almost 5 minutes past 4. So
No.
Everybody look up Scooter Tricks. They're a masterpiece of a channel. Some of the best videos I've ever seen on YouTube.
Loose.
look, living in a pyramid's stupid. No.
Look, I know those ponies may be stupid, but they are our neighbors.
With these ears, not likely. Yeah,
Alright.
mostly vegan. Some with you guys.
All right, I'm cutting off now because we would just be the rest of the video would just us be quoting it, and
I will cut them off, actually.
I'm cutting them off, actually. Next question from Lily says, when will the Playmobil movie be featured on the podcast? Episode 101, actually. So,
Oh, actually, though?
no.
I was going to say, you better keep that promise, Hal. People are going to be mad if you don't.
I'd let people be mad.
Stay mad.
Tell the Shave separated that.
All right,
They'll be
sending
very
death
happy.
threats now.
Yeah.
It would be really funny if I got to 100,000 subscribers on Shape Classic and I made the Bad Guys review, except you click on it and it's just a review of Playmobil the movie.
just make that the April Fool's thing.
April Fools. Specifically, I'm the one doing
yes.
it.
Yes.
It's specifically me reviewing it, but everything about it is a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
James,
James, we could do the other thing where you write a script and then I'm just the one saying everything.
Yeah,
that's what I was referring to.
Paging Mr. Herman.
The
Mr.
Playmobil
Herman.
movie, except it's William talking about Godzilla -1.
Yeah.
No,
Again?
we've done that already. We have to pick a different movie.
Right.
Godzilla Final Wars.
I would. No, because people would know about that because it has the Zilla scene, so it'd have to be one that we have to actually trick them into watching. Versus Hedorah? I mean, that's a pretty good one. to
Tokyo
pick, I
Gore
guess.
Police.
Again?
All right, next question.
Before?
We got Icy King of Garbage, who says, "Who is your favorite Muppet?"
Pepe the King Prawn.
Oh,
We know Hal's
goat.
answer.
Hal's favorite is Miss Piggy.
I like Rolf.
Pepe's the fucking goat.
All right, Pepe is the only answer I'm allowing. So next question comes from Caleb. Do you plan on doing the SpongeBob movies on the podcast? If so, will you do it on March 14th, since it's the day that crabs fries? I do actually have plans to do SpongeBob at some point because somebody has claimed it. Because I have all 3 of them on Blu-ray. So
The 4K comes out this month.
Oh, does it?
You even have the Sponge on the Run on Blu-ray?
Yeah, because it came in a 3-pack.
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's the
Well, you get
20th
the-
anniversary
out.
4K.
Will you get the new SpongeBob movie, the new one that everyone hates already?
That
Oh,
isn't
the-
even officially
no.
out yet.
The Sandy Cheeks.
Sandy
that's gonna
Cheeks
be on
movie.
Netflix. That's gonna be on Netflix.
That's on Netflix.
The one that
Yeah.
leaked.
Yeah, you won't even be able to
in
get
its
it.
entirety.
All right, so the people who have
Exactly.
seen the
It
Sandy
doesn't count.
Cheeks movie, is there a scene where she's giant and she's vacuuming up cars?
No, Jesus Christ.
Fuck off, Allison.
I don't know the reference. I'm just assuming it's a reference to Spaceballs, lady.
Sure.
It's a cockvor art porn thing. And I hate that I know that.
Me too.
Oh, does this have anything to do with going to Subway?
No. Well,
No.
Okay.
No. I hate what you're referencing.
I'm just gonna post this GIF in response to what you said.
as long as it's not the Sandy
I'm
Cheeks
going
photo.
to kill you.
Is
and
it just a
then
picture of
kill you
Spyro?
again.
It's low tier
No,
god.
Yeah, the SpongeBob movie 4K is coming out this year to celebrate the 20th anniversary.
Damn.
No, what?
The
This
SpongeBob
40
movie
isn't
is
enough. I need a better
20.
one.
And
All right.
Just one more-
Next
just one more
question
year, 20
comes from Segulier84. What is your favorite movie in the Cornetto trilogy and why? Hot Fuzz, because it's Hot
I've
Fuzz.
only seen Shaun of the Dead.
I haven't seen any of them yet.
I'm just gonna say Hot Fuzz because like, come on, the finale.
So
it's
good.
The best. It's the best final 25 minutes of any movie I've seen.
I think my favorite is Hot Fuzz, but I have a soft spot for The World's End. I like that one a lot more than most people.
I mean, all 3 of them could easily be like somebody's favorite. That's what's
I
so good
remember
about
The
them.
World's End got me very excited for Last Night in Soho because The World's End was that had more horror kind of
Yeah.
scenes.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
the bit with the lights coming out of their eyes and mouth is like very
yeah.
memorable.
Yeah. World's End is really good.
I am also Team Hot Fuzz.
Yeah, Team Hot Fuzz.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm the only one repping Shaun of the Dead.
Well, it's cause, like it's weird though, because like in college, everyone always said Shaun of the Dead was the favorite, because that's one that gets talked about the most.
Yeah, because it was the first
I mean,
one.
it is getting featured in that dumbass Funko Pop game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, as much as I like Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz always just takes the cake for me.
Yeah.
Swan.
I gotta check it out eventually.
I'm going to kill you and then kill you again. What are we talking about?
Hot Fuzz. Hot Fuzz has an actress who was in The Dark Crystal, so that's how you know it's based.
The Muppet.
You feel free to spool through.
All right. Next question. Ooh, topical question from Sandwich. Will you consider looking at other Phil Nibelink films in future episodes?
Ooh.
Yes, Survival Goes West.
Yeah, I guess
Wait,
Five
what-
Goes West would have to be the only one.
Wait,
Wait, what about Puss in Boots?
Yeah, I was gonna say Puss in Boots.
Yeah, there's that one.
What was the question?
Other Phil Nibelink movies to watch for the
Hold on,
podcast.
Let me see the other ones that he's. Oh, he's done a lot.
He has done quite a bit. Let me see. Phil Nibelink. Oh, he starred. He had a voice credit in Black Cauldron.
Do we have to? Do we have to have?
He did additional directing. You're gonna love this. Additional directing for the 1995 Casper movie.
Woo, baby, let's go!
What?
The bitch is back.
The bitch is back. Can I keep you?
I don't remember anything about that fucking movie other than that line.
Do you remember when
Remember when the ghosts made a Oprah reference.
Do you remember when Dan Aykroyd came in his Ghostbusters gear? He's just like, "Who you gonna call? Someone else," and ran away.
That implies the Casper ghosts are more powerful than like everything the Ghostbusters have fought.
I believe that.
I mean, what's the name of the big green ghost?
Oogie Boogie.
The big boss ghost.
Big boss ghost. Boss
Yeah,
Nass.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Yeah.
When I think of Casper, I think of the Nostalgia Critic review because it started the whole exposition, rush it out.
The
good
big
gag.
thing I know from that review, it's the timing joke.
Timing.
Timing. Yeah.
Do you know what the core ingredient of all comedy is?
No.
Casper.
Misery.
I am in misery.
Misery.
I offered you
Mordo,
fruitcake.
so Mordo is currently
Timing!
showing us a picture of Alan from Smiling Friends saying, "I don't make love, I freak hard."
Alan would say that.
Mordo.
Love, I freak.
Mordo.
I hope my camera's on for this entire episode. I'm just goofing around.
It is. I mean, I'll occasionally cut back to you.
Buster,
Okay.
you know who else I think that statement applies to? Never mind.
If you're gonna say who I think it is,
I'm gonna kill you and then kill you again.
Hey, we have a
exactly.
question from ZP. It says,
All right, okay.
Oh shit, bestie, hello.
yeah, all right.
Hello, Zippy. Hello, Zippy. Hello, Zippy.
So we have a question from ZP that says, if you clean your shower, which one is the shower? Which I do have an answer for this. Your shower is still the shower. Just because you're cleaning it does not make you the shower.
Yeah.
You're probably using the
fucking
shower hose
question.
to clean anyway.
Yeah.
Dude,
It's like
he
rinse
asked this
everything
fucking
off.
question at at the DA Games Q&A panel at TMG. Oh my fucking god.
If you use your rice cooker to cook rice, which one is the rice cooker?
All right, see that one. That's a little. I'll
Yeah.
I'll think about that one.
Oh, now it's a lot more
I'm surprised no
wheels.
one asked that at the DA panel.
All right.
'Cause you're the one cooking the rice.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Timing.
Am I the rice cooker?
Nah, we're gonna cook you.
You're
Oh,
telling
now
you're
it's
telling me
9.
that I cook rice in this shrimp?
Next question we got from Chaos. It says, Hal, can you watch Valkyrie Drive with me, please?
Okay.
Uh,
Do I have to
what?
explain this?
what is Valkyrie
No.
Drive?
It's a stupid, horny anime. Don't worry about it.
Sweet. No, thank
Oh,
you.
no. Oh great. It's a great etchy anime.
He likes 2 of those words.
So anyway,
Okay.
Terminal, when will you do an episode on the cinematic masterpiece known as Devil May Cry 2, the movie? It also has a funny helicopter in it. Oh, shit. Okay.
That's just a cutscene compilation.
All right,
of,
that's-
like, the Devil May Cry 2.
Fucking movie?
All right, episode...
No, it's just a cutscene compilation.
All right, episode 150,
Oh, okay.
Devil May
Isn't
Cry
Devil
2,
May
the
Cry
movie.
2 the bad one?
Yes.
No.
It's so
Oh,
boring.
There's
Hey.
a bad
Hey,
game.
hey, if Terminal likes it, then that's good. Then that's enough proof for me that it's actually epic.
Yeah, there has been kind of people trying to rehabilitate it, but no, the game's just boring.
Okay.
So.
No, wait, dude, that'd actually be funny if Hal just did a podcast episode and he's just talking about the
Yes.
cutscenes of a game he hasn't played.
I would love
Gotta
that.
go, guys.
Okay, bye,
Bye,
Jess.
Jess.
Hi, Jeff.
Whee!
Have a good one. Bye bye.
All right, and then his second question is also if I can ask for another Sallow episode.
What?
Sallow?
Sallow.
Oh god, no.
Why don't you go sallow some bitches? No, wait, don't do that. That's
Got him.
illegal.
No, don't do that.
So anyway, Sallow episode 107.
21s.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Next
Jin said
one.
That picture takes me back. Jesus.
Yeah.
All right. What's this next person's name? Lucario.
Episode 100 chat.
I see it. I'm preparing my response.
Anyway, how do you say this? Lucario.
What?
Lucario.
Lucario?
All right, Lucario.
I stopped listening for a second. What?
Lucario. Oh, wait, I can spell it out. Lucario El Caballero de Caro 5455.
Anyway, they ask, would you ever reconsider doing a video on Lightyear? No comment.
No.
Wink, wink.
No.
Wink, wink, hint, hint.
No, he will never do a
nudge.
review of it. It's never coming out.
Why did you censor bitch?
I don't know.
It's one of life's great mysteries.
Life's greatest mysteries. Anyway,
Like when it'll be out when it's out.
and we like that. It'll be out when it's
It'll be
out.
It'll be out when it's out.
Great work ethic. So anyway,
Unironically, though.
Samuel Strawlman 63 says favorite Smiling Friends season 2 episode or overall thoughts on the season. I do have an answer.
Alan's Big Adventure.
Alan's Big Adventure is the best one.
Yeah, Alan's episode is the
It's
best.
so good.
Yeah.
I agree.
I honestly don't hate any of the new episodes. I definitely have a least favorite, but like even at its weakest, Smiling Friends is just so good. Like
I
Where's
still
the nostalgia
I think
critic
my favorite
episode,
joke.
Hal?
I think my favorite. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say the
That's
nostalgia.
Hal where the nostalgia critic episode falls.
The nostalgia critic episode. Well, that moment is the greatest moment ever recorded in history. But the episode's pretty good.
It's good. It's a fun episode too.
I think my favorite joke in season 2 is probably the Bill Nye thing.
Because it's so random. It's like, why did you?
They
Why
kind
did?
of teased that in like other episodes just through background gags.
Well, there's like a silent running gag about Charlie's uncle that like I never really picked up on until like some rewatches.
Oh, is that so? The joke is that Bill Nye is his uncle.
I don't think so, but it's that his dad has connection. His uncle has connections. or
Okay,
something.
okay.
His uncle knows people, and one of those people was Bill Nye.
Yeah,
Was
Bill
because
Nye.
not anymore.
yeah.
Well, his ghost is still there.
When Bill Nye actually dies, you're gonna see that episode everywhere. Just letting you
Oh,
guys
God.
know.
Also, the YouTube poop that the things made.
Also, the Chinese version of the theme song.
There's
Why the
a
Chinese
Chinese
Show is
what?
I'm gonna have to let one of you go.
Yeah, you can play the Chinese version in OS. Someone mapped it out in OS.
What is
Are you
the
saying,
English
are you
version
saying there's a
of?
Chinese theme song
I don't
for
know,
Smiling Friends?
maybe.
I'm so lost.
Not Smiling Friends. Bill Nye the Science Guy.
What
Keep
would the
up, Gordo.
I don't think the Chinese theme for Smiling Friends would be any different.
It could be.
Yeah, isn't the theme for Smiling Friends just an instrumental?
It could be
Like some
different.
like special anime opening or some shit.
Ooh,
Shut up.
that would be
Get on
cool.
my ass.
That would be cool.
I mean, I've seen some and like American animated shows get like its own like anime intro sort of thing. I think like the original X-Men anime series got one.
Yeah.
And animated got
Regular
one.
show got a Hindi opening with just a completely new song. I gotta share this.
Oh, that's
a Hindi
incredible.
opening.
Oh,
so
my
they
giddy
actually
aunt.
have a song?
Yeah, I don't know what it's saying because nobody has English sub this, but it's funny.
Should I play it in the episode?
I don't
know
know.
if you can get away with that.
Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna
Oh,
risk it.
You know what's funny? It's like the Arabic opening, or it's like I think it's the Arabic opening for for AOSCH, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For whatever, it's
and-
a dub that happened way after the fact. So it's not a licensed dub, but they straight up just did a parody of a Katy Perry song.
Yeah, last Friday night.
Yeah.
Last Friday night.
There's a lot of good, like, unique Arabic intros for shows. Like, I believe I've been there, so, you know.
Yeah,
if you
it's-
want to...
Nothing gets me in the mood to watch Pingus than Last Friday Night.
Also, Batman, the animated series, has a crazy Arabic intro. I gotta share this, too. But yeah, next question.
Next question comes from a user named Lazy Bones. Never heard of this person. Anyway, their question is, hey, are you friends with Mr. Schaeferless? No, I'm not. And if so, can you ask him for an autograph for me? Yeah, I don't know who this person is. Like,
I was doing that. That was like a
Schaefer
joke
List?
thing, 'cause that's the thing that you find in like your letterbox review comment section.
Oh,
I know there's
right.
bad takes on Twitter.
I don't.
That's every YouTuber though. Let's be
Something about a dehydration gun. I don't know.
James, I have a
Are
great
you
idea
a
for an
tourist?
ice cream
Are
restaurant.
you a tourist?
Well,
what is the deal, William?
9/11.
Well, I
do
am
have another
certainly never watching this Mr. Schaeferless if I ever come across his videos.
Yeah.
Cringe.
And all right.
James, when are we doing the Goofy movie video?
After Luigi 2.
Okay, we got to work on that.
You got to work on Luigi too.
Heard about
Wait,
James
there's a
Frillis?
Luigi
Not
one?
Shay Frillis, though.
Next question.
All right.
All right, this is the last question I'll do because we've been going for almost 2 hours and I'm tired and hungry. So
Same.
and this is the perfect question to end on. I didn't answer all the questions, but trust me, again, we've been going for 2 hours, so
No, we haven't.
But this is the perfect question to end on. Comes from Kit Kat Devour. 10 favorite nostalgia critic reviews.
10? I have to say 10?
No, they did it wrong. It has to be 11.
All right, top 11 nostalgia critic reviews.
And the episode there. Everyone, thank you for watching. If you like and install, hit like and subscribe. Maybe share your friends, family, even your dog. Check out Howl on Blue Sky. This has been the one episode. We're not doing this fucking bit anymore. Turn the video episode off. Good night, chat.
Okay, I recently revisited some nostalgia critic episodes, like unironically. And honestly, not a lot of them hold up for me. There's some good jokes. It's just, I guess, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too hard at it. I don't know. There's still some good jokes in them. I guess I'll just have to say the Ernest Saves Christmas review just for the meme factor.
It's so good.
Really, Buster? Are you sure there's not some other reason why you like that reason?
I said the meme factor, Yinsen. I said the reason.
For that same reason, I'm probably gonna say the wall review because it's so stupid, but it's just like I remember the inside jokes that were like.
You remember it so I don't have to?
Yes, it fucking. Fucking,
if I can't count
who did they
anniversary
get
movies,
for it?
Kick-Assia would be my favorite. Honestly.
Buster, are there any particular quotes from the Ernest Saves Christmas review? That
The one where he makes fun of mentally disabled people.
When he makes fun of the autistic kids, yeah.
Wait, what was the one with what was the one with the Santa one where he said the N-word?
Oh, that's the one. That's the Ernest Saves Christmas one.
Ernest Saves Christmas.
What's up?
I can say what's up, my
Shut the fuck.
You can't tell him to shut up.
Episode's gonna get demonetized.
No,
it's not
even monetized in the first place.
No.
Is too many movies even monetized yet?
No, the reason I'm doing too many movies is because I was demonetized.
Okay.
If I was
Dude, I
monetized,
swear,
we
it's
probably would
always
not be
a new
doing this.
Story of how this podcast was born. It's
Yeah.
always a new fucking story.
It's always the same story. There's just different levels to the story.
I thought this podcast was born because of Lightyear.
I thought this podcast was born because you wanted to hear me talk about Elvis.
I thought this podcast was born.
Which is it, Hal? Better
Legacy?
keep your story straight.
Last year he said he was 15. Now he's saying he's 16. Which is it, Abe?
Which is it, Abe?
I can't wait to eat this, baby.
All right, but James, what's your favorite nostalgia critic review? Because I'm more interested to hear your take on
I mean,
this.
they don't fully hold up. I don't know if any nostalgia critic reviews do fully hold up, but
Never take him seriously as
pretty,
an actual critic.
I'm pretty nostalgic for the Moulin Rouge and the Les Mis reviews.
Come
Those
on,
are-
critic, you gotta get into it.
All right, James. What is your least favorite one besides the wall review?
Oh man, I don't know. I don't.
Yummy
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Mad Max Fury Road being like a Road Runner cartoon?
Oh yeah, that one was so weird. I don't know. That was so many weird takes. Okay, you know what? I went back and rewatched that after I saw Thunderdome for the first time because I was like, okay, I remember him saying Thunderdome was his favorite, and now I'm thinking like, what the fuck was he talking about? So I went back and rewatched it, and I was. Yeah, I'm just like so much more baffled by that now.
He says that Thunderdome has like more interesting characters, but I'm just like doesn't explain
I like
it.
Thunderdome, and I disagree with that.
Conveniently skips over all the little kid shit in the forest. It's like, yeah, Thunderdome's the best. It's like, what are you talking about?
Road
Like,
Warrior
I
would be the best out of the three.
You know, honestly, Friday the 13th Part 6 is the best Mad Max movie.
Agreed. Oh, so
Sure.
agreed. That's so true.
Sure,
I have some favorites, but
Go ahead.
Elaborate on that. No.
All right, Lazy. What are your favorites?
I'd have to go with A few of my favorites, I guess, as for like classic one before the quote unquote modern era, like the post demo reel era, I'd say is probably like his Battlefield Earth review. I keep going back to just because I think that one's like genuinely one of his funniest.
While you were still learning to spell your name.
Yeah, Quest for Camelot as well. That's a really good one.
Yeah, I remember watching that one a lot.
Yeah, and as for like the post demo reel era, I think there's some genuinely great ones though. Son of the Mask, that's a really funny one.
Is it secret? Is it safe?
Is really good.
Okay, you know what? I'll give one unironic answer. I think his Mask of the Phantasm review, I think it's good. I think it's a solid review.
I think
you want to hear a hot take?
Hot take?
What?
I kind of like the ones with the skits in them, so I was kind of thinking Son of the Mask.
Ooh, yeah, that's a classic one though.
I remember that's one of
my favorite
reviews that he did.
I like anyone
Also, I
that
think-
has Santa Christ in it.
Yeah,
Santa
Santa Christ.
I remember
Oh,
his
no,
devil
wait,
review.
I remember. I like the Lorax review.
Ooh.
Well, the charts.
Hey.
Well, the charts say.
See, the Lorax one for me, unironically.
I hope y'all saw that.
Yeah, we saw you Hagari. That was cute.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wait, do you remember the devil review with the toast landing jelly side down?
Oh, okay, that one's
Jelly
actually
side down,
I changed my
ah!
answer. That's my favorite. That's my favorite one.
Gay people on the podcast.
Core memory.
Jelly side down.
Jelly side down.
Oh god, now that I remember that's actually like one of his best
Yeah.
inclusions of like review and skit.
But
Because-
I will say I do think the Lorax video, because that was one of the first I ever saw of his, and that one definitely got me thinking of like, because I remember, not that I liked the Lorax, but I remember having positive thoughts on it when I first watched it. But then watching his review, I was able to understand why I had those positive thoughts, and it got me to think, okay, just because I thought positively about it in the moment, does that mean I'm going to think about it positively upon rewatch? And I remember rewatching it after the review and really thinking about like the movie and stuff. And it just got me thinking. And I really do assign that video as being like one of the first times I was thinking of like, you know, just because a movie or something has like, you know, because the original Lorax, just because that story has such a downer ending does not mean it's bad or that it's you know, yeah, like that it's a bad thing. That it's
open-ended.
Yeah, open-ended, and that's far more rewarding to you as an individual with an interest in storytelling and analysis. That's far more rewarding than if you did have answers.
Yeah.
I can think of an underrated one actually.
Yeah.
His Farewell to Roger Ebert one. That's just basically just kind of like a regular old. He's just like not even playing the nostalgia critic. He's just playing himself, and he's just like, basically, the video is basically like a tribute to him after he passed away. So
if we're talking about stuff like those, like his editorials, I would also want to shout out the Amadeus editorial. That one's really good. Like that one got me interested in the movie Amadeus.
Dr. Zaius.
And obviously now that I've seen Amadeus, it's one of my favorite movies ever.
Dr. Zaius.
All right.
Can I play the piano anymore?
Of
Certainly
course
not.
you
Well, I
can.
couldn't. Well, I couldn't
Dr.
before.
Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius.
And I guess to round out this episode, I'll say this. One of my favorites of his is Thomas and the Magic Railroad review, because we started this podcast with Thomas and the Magic Railroad.
Sparkle.
We're ending with Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Fuck yeah.
I was gonna say, I thought you were gonna say
Actually,
the
no,
Tom and
we're
Jerry
ending with the
movie.
Country Bears.
Oh, we're ending with the Country Bears? Okay, then.
This isn't over, Bears.
This is not over.
thought you were gonna-
Bears!
Bears!
I thought you were gonna say
Bear
the Tom and Jerry
power,
movie.
yeah.
That one's a classic.
No, the Tom and
You
Jerry
know,
one's classic too.
You know,
also the
guy-
animated Titanic reviews. Well, the first two
yeah.
anyway.
No, Thomas the Magic Railroad's the last one.
You know, it's something you should know, so I'm gonna tell you so. Don't sweat it. Forget it. Enjoy the show. Working all day, now it's time to unwind.
It is time to unwind, because that's it. That's all the questions I'm answering.
Party time.
All right.
It's party time.
You know, the guy who did the Country Bears movie is doing the Dog Man movie for DreamWorks.
Yeah, isn't that
Yeah,
cool?
I texted that earlier.
Yeah, Hal, fuck you for 100 episodes.
Yeah, fuck me for 100 episodes.
Oh.
Only one of them is good, and it's the Showgirls episode.
True. You know
All
that
the other
Only
ones were not
one good
canon.
episode.
Yeah, Everyone got AIDS and shit.
Oh yeah, wait, dude. That finger dance I just did. I have a video where me and Will did that at TMG.
Nice.
Let's find that real quick.
I actually hurt my finger doing this.
Yeah, all right. Painful. So this is the part of the show where I usually ask people to shout out their stuff, but you've all been here before, so fuck you. You've already shouted out your stuff. I'm sure there's plenty of episodes where you shout out your stuff.
Agano Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. You can find them there in New Mexico. All right. I'm tired, and we're gonna end on Mordo doing the finger dance. So bye, everybody.
Fuck everybody else. Bye.
Hey, Too Many Movies crew. Just caught me hanging around. Well, I always had this nightmare as a kid of Diesel 10's claw crashing through my window and snatching me out of bed.
You got 10 seconds.
Never thought it'd be a Final Destination glimpse.
9, 8, 7, 6.
Anyway, thanks for watching. If you liked what you saw, be sure to enter the code word bananas in the comments down below.
Say bye-bye, Twinkle Toes.
Bye-bye.
We can't end the episode now.
Man.
Olivia, say something for the post-credit scene.
Something for the post-credit scene.
Yeah! We did it!